based off the last thing you just said. I think that all the roads should be privatized. Keep all the drivers on the road, and just if you have bad drivers on your road, then guess what? You don't compete as well. People don't drive on it anymore. Just have all the bad drivers go to the bad drivers road, and all the good ones go to the good ones road.
Yeah, no objection.
That's not how privatized roads work. Like, they're not doing background checks on the drivers before they get on the highway. What are we talking about? You ever look somewhere that has privatized roads? That's not how they...
Well, but we could. You gotta be more imaginative. We could put a kill switch in these vehicles, and if they try to drive on my fucking road, we could kill the engine.
Well, I changed the title. Which is more dangerous, guns versus driving?
We're skipping the big one in the country. The fucking fat ass obesity rate in this country is what's killing the most people. Like, let's get people off their fat asses and in the...
Yeah, that's not a bad call. Not a bad call. Dr. Jordan and I, when we got together, we had vegan food. Remember that, Dr. Jordan?
Did you guys work out together?
We did not work out together, but I did break a sweat driving along with him.
Yes, we worked out together.
Did he introduce you to Ori Spado?
No, I didn't know where to introduce him. I should have. I never thought of that. Although Ori goes to bed at, like, very early. Very early.
Hey, Jordan, I love Ori. I say that sincerely. But his TikToks, dude, he had like 2 months of TikToks talking about P. Diddy. He was wrong on everything about that.
Yeah, he thinks he's a Rico expert.
Dude, but listen, if you live as long as Ori does, you could, like, be right, like, you know, all you have to do is just keep making predictions. You're going to get right sometime. That's it. What is he, like 90 or something?
Well, he's probably 84 now, but he's definitely, yeah, you got to give him credit. He's a true survivor.
Can we be honest, though? He was never really a gangster.
Well, Jordan, are you considered a gangster if you're adjacent to a gangster?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said, are you considered a gangster if you're adjacent to a gangster?
I mean, you know, I don't know. I don't want to comment. I think he's a gangster in his own right. In his own right, I suppose.
You mean in his own mind?
I'll let Pojo discuss that. Although, he's introduced me to a guy from... So there's a guy, I don't know why his name is slipping my mind at the moment, but he was a hitman for the mob who did 13 years in prison. Maybe I'll get him on the app. He's written a couple books. He is huge. He's all muscle, and he's like 6'5", 320 pounds. The guy is huge, and he was with the Detroit. I don't know. You guys might know who the Detroit family was. I don't remember, but we could maybe get him in here.
All I'm saying is Ori's no fat Tony Salerno. That's all I'm saying.
Who is Tony Salerno?
God.
He was the head of one of the mob families.
Oh my God.
Why do I bother?
Wow, who the fuck is following mob families in this country? What are we talking?
Are you sure? Like, what do you watch? The Kardashians?
Is this common knowledge?
It definitely sounds like.
I don't watch the Kardashians. The Kardashians is for donkey.
Hey, mother. Hey, the great Nicholas. The mob genre, suit crime, is probably one of the top genres in every type of platform, social media platform you can think of.
Really? Oh, okay, maybe I'm just not as popular as, or not as aware of what the culture is. I don't know, I'm kind of a nerd. I spend my time watching AI things. I don't really watch, like, normal TV.
What's up, Bazooka?
Hey, how's it going, man? How are you?
I'm great. What's more dangerous, guns or driving?
Women.
You be more specific, do you mean women drivers or just women in general?
Just women. You know how they make up that stat about like more people have been killed in the name of religion than for any other reason? I would argue that more people have been killed over women than any other.
Deadass. Kings. Kingdoms. People today. How many dudes get into a fight because of a woman?
A woman got murdered on his hat.
Oh damn.
I don't like this title, JB. Can I say something about the old title?
Sure, be my guest. But
Okay.
remember, Mojo's Second Amendment, baby, be careful.
Yeah, so I think this is going to be an unpopular take, but why are I think the previous one was like, are there so many dads versus wives? I don't know, something along those lines, right? I think Americans are people who glorify aggression much more relative to other countries. I think the hyper-individualism that is normalized in this country on top of the aggression that is kind of celebrated and rejoiced for some reason in this country is why we have so much more violence. I think it's a bigger issue outside of just access to guns. I think Americans in general, like they for some reason love the bravado and aggression that is so typical relative to other places.
Well, I agree with you, Mother, but I wonder if we agree for the same reason. Like, I mean, if you think about the history of America, right? If you think about, you come here as a pioneer, there's people here, right? And so you get in a war with the people that were here, and then the people back across the pond want to tax you, and you're like, oh, hell's nah. And then you fight the world's largest military at the time, and you beat them. I mean, this country was really like, guns are pretty important to it. You know, like it literally was what was used to establish our independence. And, that's not for nothing. And so I think it's in our culture, not all countries were formed in the same way that our country was.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I also think that in general, America has a habit of being aggressive even towards peaceful neighbors. We have a long history of toppling governments that we don't like that had nothing to do with our own survival or instinct, because this country is a bully, and this is what we do.
If this country was a bully, why don't we continue bullying people? I feel like we get punked by. Well, I feel like we get punked by people that we can kick the shit out of. That's not being a bully.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Mojo, respectfully. Overall, I'm not going to pick one subject: education, prison, nothing, inflation. Do you think America is the greatest country on the planet right now?
No, right now I think Israel is by far the greatest country on the entire planet. But I think that the U.S. Is a close second, and I think that we could return to being number one if we just return to what made us great in the first place.
I travel all over the world, and we are undoubtedly the greatest country in the world on 20 different metrics, and it has nothing to do with either of the retarded political parties. We are the best country in the world. It doesn't matter who's sitting in the White House. And the proof is, go to Palo Alto, go to Cupertino, go to Silicon Valley. The smartest people in the world all want to move to Silicon Valley. They all want to be Americans.
Do you mean Mr.
Why don't you let me finish? Why don't you let me finish?
I will.
The smartest people in the world. I'm going to finish, and then you can ask the question. The smartest people in the world of all races and all religions want to move to Silicon Valley. No other country in the world has anything even fucking close to Silicon Valley. So fuck the hater.
Okay, now that you're finished. I think my friend and yours, Thugga Biden, would argue that the people of Massachusetts are the smartest people in America. What do you say to that?
Respectfully disagree with the thug.
Has anybody seen him, Mojo?
They should put that motherfucker on a milk carton.
Yo, Tugger has
He's very active on Twitter, so he posts all the time on Twitter. He's fled Clubhouse, but he hasn't fled social media. Respectful.
Well, gee, coming in hot tonight. So let me ask you a question. Are we number one in, let's say, education?
Yeah, not only are we number one in education, I have stats that fucking prove it, JB.
First of all, why are you yelling at me? I just actually simple question.
Sorry for getting heated. If you want the stats, I'll cite.
Well,
I like that, T. It's all good.
we'll agree with T. We are number one in a couple things. Number one in being the fattest country in the fucking.
Yeah, that's because of all those goddamn Mexicans over in Alamogordo, Texas.
No, the rest of the country is fat as fuck as well.
San Antonio and Alamogordo. Show me a fatter city.
So Charles Barkley said,
Or show me fatter women anywhere.
Every demographic in this country is overweight, regardless of what subcategory. Black.
That is not true. South
Latino.
Koreans are not overweight. It's like against their fucking genetic makeup.
I think that there's a phenomenon that I urge everyone to Google. It's called oikophobia versus oikophilia. Oik means your home, and there are plenty of people like Mother who hate their own nation. They hate their own people, they hate their nation, they hate their family, and it is a mental disease that Mother has, and I would implore everyone, oikophobia. It describes Mother completely.
Yeah, I can't even take this stupid ass comment seriously, so I'm gonna ignore it.
So criticizing something means you hate something? Or is it criticism?
I don't know, but can we talk about the fact that I had posted evidence, or I made a claim that I read on a website, and I posted it up above, that shows that the majority, over 50% of the serial killers from 2000 forward, in the 2000s, the 2010s, and even currently, more than 50% of the serial killers are black. Who wants to handle that?
Dude, you asked that question.
Racist Mojo, sorry. You can't do that.
As soon as you said that, Mojo, T left the room.
Who? No, he probably went to get evidence.
Domingo, he's got like 75 profiles on this goddamn.
Roger, can you hear me?
No, go on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the only thing that I'd say, maybe just to ask, would be, what was the definition of serial killer given?
I'll go get the link and I'll post it for you, and then you guys can argue amongst yourselves. Look, all I do is bring the truth. You guys can decide if you want to accept it.
Only reason I can think is because there might be a difference in like how we colloquially think of a serial killer, like a Jeff Dahmer, Ted Bundy, etc., etc. And like, for example, King Von is labeled as a serial killer. And that motherfucker was just a gang member who liked to kill a lot of people. That was it. That was done for the most part. So I'm saying, like, if it's just based off like the amount of people killed over a certain period of time, then sure, I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if that was the fact. But if we're trying to define it in like the quote unquote traditional serial killer sense, like the Jeff Dahmers, Ted Bundys, etc., Zodiac killers, and all that type of shit, then if that was the case, then I'd want to see specifically who the other 50% were, because I'm just not familiar.
Well, actually, I thought that was a very polarized statement. I hadn't heard that before about serial killers being black, that high percent. So I did a quick Google search. It says 15% were black since 1985. Now maybe Mojo has a different link I take a look at.
No, that's what I'm finding too, JB. I put in the chat, 82% were white is what I'm finding.
Yeah, hold on. I am going to not only bring a receipt, I'm going to lead the discussion of why you guys don't know how to use Google prompts. But I'll go ahead and get this post for you.
And Mojo's right. From 2004 up to now, from blacks is 2000s is 54%, 2010s is 55%, 2020s is 57%, whites is 36%, in 2010s is 32%, white, and 2020 is 33% white.
And since apparently some people don't know the definition of a serial killer, this is from Google, quote, a person who commits a series of murders, often with no apparent motive, and typically following a characteristic with predictable behavior pattern.
No, it's not that we don't know what the word serial killer means. It's that we need to know how it's being used in this context for the data.
I didn't say.
Guys,
How many dead?
hold on. I brought the receipt. It's pinned up above, and what you can see is that from 2000 and beyond, more than 50% of the serial killers in the United States are black. Now, you do with that whatever you wish. I don't even know how to process that. I'm just saying that there used to be a stereotype that it was predominantly white people, and I just want people to go and look at that statistic, and then we can just...
And very quickly, I didn't say, sir, that you didn't know the definition. I'm sure you knew it all along. But there was a comment about 90 seconds ago that essentially said, I'll paraphrase, maybe we need to agree on the definition, which is why I took 60 seconds of my valuable time to look it up.
And what's interesting, it's not just serial killers. You will find that disproportional weighting among black people in a variety of crimes, some of which are listed in my PTR picture, and I will put the link to those statistics in the chat as well.
Oh, I guarantee.
They can do whatever they want with it. They're happy. I don't know what we're going to make of it, but those stats will be in the chat.
Alan, I guarantee you're going to take that link above and you're going to use that in further arguments that you have. But I just think it's interesting.
Well, I understand, Roger. You know, a few weeks back when you took objection to the stats I posted, you had a black woman that you were trying to fuck, so you wanted to impress her. But it's funny the way your double standard works.
Well, hold on. Alan, you may be correct. Hold on, what?
Alan's putting out Mojo's business.
Wow, where'd he go? Did he like crash out and fucking have to leave?
Bro, he dropped that was a mic drop.
Hey, so I just looked up.
I don't think he's wrong.
So I just looked up what they mean by a serial killer, and it's what they ended doing said was 2 more victims as separate victims, separate events at different times. That's how they use it. They not use this in a traditional way like Charles Manson and different things like that, or a person's going out killing like 50 to 20 to 50 people at once. They're basically going off based off the people that be going killing people for just in whatever terms, and it's more than 2 people.
Tony, listen, I'm at hold on, man. You can talk all night because I'm leaving soon. But I want to get back to Roger trying to fuck this chick.
Yeah, I knew something about this stat was off. Thank you, Tony, for adding.
No problem.
So are we gonna hear about how he fucked that chick, or what?
What's the plan, Mojo?
No, I'm a gentleman. I don't kiss and tell.
Well, can you tell us, JB?
I wasn't there. I didn't know what the fuck Alan was talking about. But Alan leaves a reservation every once in a while. He likes to gaslight shit and dip, and I'm assuming that's what he was doing now. But hey, Mojo owns it. If he tried, I hope he was successful. See, if you fuck a chick off Clubhouse, you have mental illness. Sorry.
Which is more powerful weapon.
I've had people slide into my DMs off this app, and honestly, there was one I was fucked, but then I was like, eh.
Sorry, which is the more powerful weapon in the world.
I have no idea what you just fucking said.
1 minute they're sliding in your DMs, the next minute they're sliding in.
No, I'm sliding in them.
Do you want to try that again? Can you try a little English? V?
It is the most powerful country in the world.
What's the most powerful country in the world? Is that your question? I'm gonna. In my opinion, the most powerful country in the world is Zimbabwe, but I could be wrong.
I have the answer. It's the Dominican.
The greatest nation is a donation.
No, but we are the kings of the Caribbean. Like, America,
Listen, let me tell you
the
something.
rest of the planet.
DR, hold on, man. DR has the best food in the world. I will never just.
We have claimed dominance over the Caribbean islands, so you guys can have the rest of the.
But but respectfully, their women are like the most like unattractive in the
What the
Latino.
fuck are you talking about?
Dominican women are beautiful. I don't know where you went, but
Maybe you went to Cuba on accident, but no, we got it fine over here.
Nah, Venezuelan bitches, man.
oh, you like white women.
No. I tell you the hottest. V. Hold on, V. English rumors in an hour. The hottest Latinas, and I know you guys aren't going to agree with this, but it's the truth. It's definitely chicks from Ecuador.
Now you're lying. It's Colombia.
Or
Colombia wins.
I will say this: the Argentinian women, they might be the smartest, but they're definitely not the most.
Those are just Europeans in disguise.
they're
Venezuelans.
Spanish. They're white.
Venezuelans though.
I had a Venezuelan clean my house a couple of weeks ago. She had an ankle bracelet on.
What do you guys know about El Salvadorian chicks?
They're short.
Serving up that papusa.
I know any Argentina chick I have ever met, bro, always has that thin mustache.
So do Italian women.
So I do have to say
100%.
as much. I feel like the most wife material type of woman though is the Mexican woman. She's traditional. She's religious. She's a Catholic woman. She knows how to cook. Like you gotta for wife material purposes, a Mexican woman is what.
Yeah, no argument there. Especially if she grew up in Mexico City and watched Lucha Libre.
No, it's not that. It's if she grew up at home with both parents in a decently toxic relationship. Oh, she's fucked if she gets in one with you.
Well, she'll be submissive as fuck.
You try, like, you sit down without a plate and she's not making you one, she's getting, like, her ass beat by everybody.
When I change the title to the room, whose country has the hottest women? Definitely not America.
Well, listen. Of course you say that. You're in New York. If you lived in LA, you'd think differently. Like LA, it is over-indexed with hot women. God.
I mean, but LA and Miami are the land of fakeness. Like half that shit is bought. It's not like women are naturally attractive.
The question I have for you, Mojo, respectfully, if there's so many hot women in LA, how is Dr. Jordan still a virgin?
Well, I can vouch for Dr. Jordan here. He took me to a young, hip spot in LA, and the women were half our age, and they were all dick riding. Like, Dr. Jordan, didn't it feel like the music stopped when we walked in?
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah.
Because all the girls there thought their parents just walked in.
For you, not for me, but what I wanted to say is that if you guys go to my Instagram, it's a sampling of just some of the women, some of the people that I've had on my podcast, which include women, and it's a good example of just...
Yo, Jordan, by the way, you got some hot chicks on your podcast.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, you'll be like, and so, dude, it's not by accident that I live in LA. But what I realized is that it's a numbers game, right? It's like there's only if I'm in Cleveland, the hottest woman is not going to go out with me. If I'm in LA, though, the numbers play in my favor. It's hard not to find gorgeous women in LA.
He's not lying with that. I'll tell you all the time. LA women are attractive, but a 10 in LA is like a 3 in Spain.
No. Listen. An Applebee's waitress in LA is better than anyone in
dead ass.
So honestly, I think the Europeans are highly overrated. Like this, they get hyped up so much in the U.S. and they're really not that good looking.
They only get hyped up because they get the bonus edition of their like accents being taken into account.
Because I'm gonna tell you,
That's about it.
I'm gonna tell you this: the average girl in LA, body's usually on point. She has money. She might be a little slow because in LA the girls are kind of slow a little bit. But they're high.
But can we agree, at least we're all men and we're talking about good-looking women. There's some cultures, like there's like this one particular, like, they call themselves a religion, but they're nothing but a pedophile death cult. They don't like women at all. They like little girls. Shout out to Islam.
You mean NAGA?
I
I mean, now they do fit in that category now.
The Prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old girl, and we should never stop talking.
Tony, how do I get one of those outfits that you're wearing? What did you buy?
It was actually AI on my Facebook, and it said, "Do you like this picture?" And I was like, "I actually do." And everybody thinks I'm Ethiopian or some type of Arabic person. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm about to switch over."
Harry brought up a good question. What about Hooters waitresses? It depends on what Hooters you go to. If you go to Hooters in SoCal or Twin Peaks even, there's a great Twin Peaks near my house here in the Pacific Northwest. But there are some Hooters restaurants. The one in Dublin, California, for instance, that's in Northern California, not quite the same quality. Not quite the same quality. I would say a Tuesday afternoon lunch shift Hooters waitress from LA is like a Friday night primetime waitress in Northern California. There's levels to this shit.
Definitely levels to this shit. Yeah. In LA, your average little salad bar is like looks better than your Kansas City Hooters girl.
Dude, in LA, you can go to the swap meet and the chick that doesn't speak a lick of English that's selling fucking socks is hotter than most women, period. At the fucking swap meet.
At the swap meet.
Harry, where's here? Where are you talking about? Oh yeah. You ever go to Full Sail University, Harry? Yeah, the chicks at Full Sail are pretty hot. Anyways, I'm gonna jam. I got things I gotta do. I'm sure you guys will behave yourselves, but somebody said Brazil. But do you guys know that Brazil had 10 times the amount of slaves that the United States had? You guys don't want to talk about that. You're not ready for that country.
Latvia has a good number of aesthetically attractive.
Yeah, I left. I was gonna ask him if anybody watched Roots when they were in history class back in high school or middle school. Anyways. Yeah. I've always wondered why you always have like the it's interesting that Roger would put up serial killers by race. Because I mean I only hear that shit from like Helen Dean or Bieber. So anyways, Doug, it's been a while since we've talked.
Hey, Jordan, when you leave, shut it down, please. Unless Rolo wants to come up and run the room. I mean, it's probably like 8 o'clock in the morning there, so he's wide awake.
Yeah, I'm just out finishing up a project.
Necro, I gotta go because I got grocery store, so I'll try and come back.
Yeah, I think you should just close it down because the room's pretty much okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna close the room. So.
Oh, it already said that they're going to be using sports to test those things you're talking about. They're going to be using athletes to test whatever they're going to be doing for war and shit like that for them soldiers. It's coming, Eugene. They already doing it. Neuralink, Synchrone, and they were saying Black Rock Neuro. Yep, all of those companies is already working on.
My phone literally just crashed. This shit's not doing very good.
Chicago cheeseburger.
But the fact that my profits are up tells you that people's profits are down.
That's right.
You shouldn't ask me these silly questions, though, especially when you know that I don't lose.
Well, I mean, when you say nothing is up, I assume you mean nothing.
No, I said that we started from the bottom and now we're here. And there's nothing above us except for God one night. That's
Well, if we started from the bottom, then there was things above us, actually.
There was, exactly. I'm not saying we wasn't. We just. Now, Labubu, 2 days ago, said we started from the bottom, now we're here. And I told them, nigga, you're still in the bottom. We started from the bottom, we're still exactly where we are, nigga. Shit.
Spoken like a true ghetto rat. From Amman, Jordan, shawarma making, goat drinking,
Now, cheeseburger, let me ask you
day
this.
trading, CFA studying.
Nigga, what happened to your real estate situation in court?
Oh, nothing to update.
Well, I would suggest you learn Mini Man. Do you know the song Mini Man?
No, go ahead.
That's a dumb name.
Yeah, that song is very popular in prison, nigga, and it will get you a lot of trouble. So I would suggest you start with Mini Man.
I would suggest.
Oh, by the way, Randy,
I would suggest you open up a shawarma shack as good as Arim Shawarma, and you can retire in 5 years. You're gonna waste all your time with the shekel trading when you could just be selling delicious, sweet shawarma.
Nigga, there's no way to
Mensive,
say it. Something for the Jews is not gonna save you.
juicy, mouth-watering shawarma. Delicious shawarma.
Because you need to start thinking up and networking with some Italian mafia motherfuckers, nigga. Because when you go down to prison, I'm telling you, Compton doesn't look as nice as Chicago. Let me tell you that, nigga.
Wow, you say the N-word almost like you have Tourette's, like T-Robs. I didn't know you were such a sufferer.
Well, I did learn a lot of things.
it's either one or the other. If it's not one, then it's the other.
No, sometimes both the one and the other.
No, well, I was gonna say, because you asked the other night, so this is kind of wild if true. I mean, the benchmarks, we'll know in the next few days, but as far as I know, it's a brand new AI lab or company. So I've never heard of them before, and this is their first 3 months. But they put out a fully open, the weights and everything, model that is, apparently it's on par with 03, or pretty close to 03. It beats 4.0, it's tied with Grok, and it's completely open source.
I'm asking you.
Also probably pretty low. And the people that go and decide to carry are people that are more responsible, they tend to train more. And so they're going to be much more efficient with their firearm if they have that time when they're chosen and they have to defend themselves and their family.
No, I mean, we cannot. He's consistent. He's reliable. Rain, wind, or shine, Amir is out there. Sets up his boat, drops the fishing line.
We're talking about saving life. If you were like here in Arizona, if I was an armed robber, I'd have to have a very commanding show of force in order to not get shot by somebody, and I would have to look at everybody as a potential threat because I don't know who's carrying.
Wasn't there something recently also, similar story in a church, that they stopped someone shooting up the church?
Oh, there's so many stories.
Just like recently in the last month. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the details, but a lot
someone
of people
came in to shoot up a church.
Yeah, many churches, temples, synagogues in this country have security people.
We are all.
And they have people that are trained. Yeah, they're trained.
Well, we have metal detectors. I mean, you can't walk into temple. We have metal detectors, but we have armed guards always. And people, I don't want to say whether they carry or they don't, but they.
But I mean, I've heard that which I think is a good thing.
I think that was the last one that was big in public. The transsexual went to church.
Oh, the mega church. Yeah, the mega church.
Where was it?
She walked in with her 12-year-old kid.
Yeah, where was that? What city?
Osteen's church. In Texas? Osteen's church.
But I would say, even with this shooting in New York City, if you see people that are in uniform, you're going to target them first. The most frustrating thing would be is that, who's armed? Who isn't? I don't know who's who. But let's just say, I went to a church, a synagogue, or whatever, and then, I go in there. Let's just say I was able to take out the guards. Now, let's just say there happens to be 30, 40 people in the place. I'm not humanly capable of keeping my eyes on all of their hands and whatever. But let's just say, out of that 30 or 40, there's 10 people that are packing. I'm not dodging all of their bullets. It's just not. It's not a possibility.
We've also we've trained our congregants, we've trained our staff what to do with active shooting. I mean, sadly, you really don't go to, at least with Temple, you don't go anymore without knowing this and having a game plan, knowing where the exits. I mean, so the people in there know, but there will be people that will be armed for sure.
But that's the thing, though, is if I'm the armed guy, what I have to worry about is I don't care as the person who wants to come and shoot at everybody. I don't care where you guys exit. I'll just shoot you guys as you're exiting. If I was that type of person. Now, what I would be worried about is who's packing, because I don't know which direction. How can I even control for that? I mean, I could give extremely strong orders and say, every one of you motherfuckers, keep your hands up. If you don't, I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking head. Something like that. Very.
So I found the per 100,000 rates in United States. Oh, I'm sorry.
Who was that?
Please wait, Adam. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought he was.
So I could try to get these kinds of verbal commands, which the police do, for example. They just don't they give you the commands. They don't want you to reach in your waistband where you might have a weapon. But at the end of the day, if I was a lone gunman, I'm not able to keep track of everybody. I will undoubtedly be killed. And how do you escape if once one person opens fire, then you have 10 people shooting at you? What do you do then? Like nothing. You're just gonna die. That sucks for you, but that's what you get for being a terrorist. And so I do think like the concealed carry stuff is actually like super effective. But do you think that's wrong, Adam?
Well, I you're extrapolating out to rates, right? So if we look at for 100,000 in
No. I'm talking about like shooting at a church or a synagogue. At least at this point.
Yeah, we
I mean,
can talk about rates of.
Well, yeah, except that. Okay, I needed to look at the data because Pepe made a few points there, and he was trying to delineate between races, which I think is fair. So if you look, but if we don't want to talk about that, then I'll just go to a macro thing, which I can back up with the data here again. But that conceal and carry it can be effective because you don't. The threat isn't imminent or known to the person who's seeking to do harm in a public place like a church or school or anywhere else. And so if someone's concealing, they can take care of that individual before they can do too much harm. I get the logic behind that, and that conceal actually amplifies that ability to address someone who's looking to do something murderous. But I think that it also reinforces the unique quality in the United States of having being a stronger violence culture.
I disagree.
Well,
I disagree. So like in order to have gun rights in the United States, the only reason, like for example, Jews in the synagogues, I'm willing to bet that I'm sure there's some synagogues in New York where people they have a lot of connections and they can get their concealed carry permits, which were nearly impossible to get in New York. But for the average, let's just say Jew or Christian, let's just say black Christian that might get shot up by a white supremacist even. It's at the end of the day, if you don't have these gun rights, these parishioners are not going to be able to defend themselves.
But Pepe, let me just, I'm not to get into a lot of it, but part of what we do is we securitize every temple. Every single one in the entire country has gone through this system and has had some kind of facility assessment. And a lot of these properties were built before security was an issue. So they weren't built with security in mind, and they have to be retrofitted. And it's expensive. However, the federal government, if you know about the federal grant system for faith-based at-risk facilities, it was $300 million. It went up to, I think it's more than double. So it might be like it's 700 or 800 million that's allocated around the country for churches, synagogues, faith properties, and buildings that are at risk. So their money was allocated about $150,000 when you apply for the grant, and it pays for camera systems. It also pays for like the plating of the glass, like the film that and I'm not great with all the specifics on what you do with to deter shooting, but they literally fit out these properties so that before the shooter even gets into where the people are, there's deterrence other than just the guards standing out there. And the one in Texas, do you remember the shooter that came into Colleyville, Texas?
Is he the one who had he shot up his ex-wife and?
No, this is this Arab dude that flew into the U.S. And flew into the Dallas-Fort Worth airport and drove over to Colleyville, Texas to a temple and went in to shoot it up. And he came in there and they actually fed him tea, they didn't know, and then he pulled out the gun and he held them there. But they were all trained. They knew exactly what to do. They knew.
I remember. He's the guy who got shot by the FBI.
He ultimately got taken out, yes, but the people escaped. It took like 11 hours of being held in there, and they escaped. They knew exactly. Ultimately, they used a chair and threw a chair at him when he went to take a drink of water, and he put his gun down. Like, they knew what to look for, what signs, and they all got out alive, and then he was taken out. But the reason I bring that one up is because they had on the windows there plating of the glass. So that happened during COVID, and the security guards weren't outside the building like they usually are, because there were very few people inside praying. Most people were Zooming in back then. But normally there's guards outside that are definite deterrents, but that property had gone through a facilities retrofit and had plating. So you can see, I might have a picture of this, I can PTR. You can see where the glass was penetrated by, they were trying to get through, law enforcement was trying to get through to shoot this guy. And it was a deterrent, unfortunately, for law enforcement at one point because of the glass plating. It's a long way to explain to you that it's more than just parishioners having guns.
There's a ballistic film. There's a ballistic film.
That's what it is. Ballistic film, yes.
Yeah, they don't have to replace the window. They just put this film on.
Yes.
But I think that's a good thing, because like at the end of the day, like if you're a psychopath that wants to go into a synagogue or a church and kill whoever's in there, it's a lot harder. Like I think it's amazing.
It's expensive. The feds have paid for a lot of it for churches and stuff.
1.7. The white, non-Hispanic white homicide rate in the United States is 1.7 per 100,000. Canada, non-Indigenous, so this is all groups including whites, everyone except non-Indigenous people, except Indigenous people, it's 0.98. And countrywide in Switzerland it's 0.5, in Norway it's 0.5, in a lot of Western Europe it ranges the entire population from 0.7 to 1. So even when you just go with white non-Hispanics, you still have a significant elevated homicide rate.
Sure, but that's actually not significant. But I mean, if we're to even look at Eastern Europe's homicide rates, which I know is not very fair, but what are their homicide rates compared to that of us in the United States and also that of Western Europeans?
It's higher.
Much higher.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if they extrapolate for racial categories there, but it would be.
They're white, homogenous countries. They don't have to.
So we're saying like what, Romania? Maybe.
Not Romania. Ukraine and Russia have always had higher rates of overall homicide than the United States, despite being nearly all white demographic. Well, Ukraine. I won't say the same for Russia. I do think that there's like a lot of factors that come into play there, and so.
But I think that. Okay, I just think that I think that Western Europe is a closer, or Canada is a closer metric to the United States, and I just like there's you don't have people that are armed.
But you also don't have the same demographics
and violent rates.
But you also don't have the same demographics.
No, but accounting for demographics, you find that there's a lower rate, including all demographics save Indigenous people in Canada, than there is amongst white non-Hispanics in the United States. Substantially lower.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you going to tell me that the First Nations people in Canada commit less homicide on average than white?
They commit more. So non-Indigenous homicide rates in Canada, so everyone except Indigenous people, is 0.98 per 100,000, and the white non-Hispanic homicide rate in the United States is 1.7.
You're talking aggregate now. We're not talking about firearm deaths per se. We're talking about all homicide rates here.
Yeah, but all there's lower violent crime rates, lower homicide rates, fewer gun-related homicides, the whole spectrum, and people are non-armed in Canada or in these other Western countries.
Are gun-related homicides worse than other homicides?
I don't think so, but I was using all homicides.
I know. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think a homicide's a homicide.
So let me break down. I'm kind of using numbers from 2023 or 4 now, just committed to memory. In the United States, firearm-related deaths every year are in the 40,000 range. 66% of those are self-deletions. And when you start breaking it down, there's 1,100 negligent discharges every year. That's somebody that's messing around with the gun or doesn't understand what's going on with the gun and it goes off and it kills somebody.
Or we have
which is 100% preventable, but that's because we don't do education for our children in the schools so they would understand it. If they see a gun, they don't touch it and they get an adult. We could do that. We could drop that number quite a bit. When you really start drilling down into the numbers, we're talking somewhere in the rate of like 12,000 flat out firearm homicides a year. The majority of those are in 12 counties in the United States. And they're the high population, big cities with a large socioeconomic disparity. And that is probably one of the leading drivers because most of those people are involved in gang-related activity, drug activity. So when we start thinking about 335 million Americans, and even if you took the whole number of 40,000, there's a very, very small percentage of the population that dies by violence.
It's 5.6 per 100,000. In 2023.
Why is it that Northern Europe, especially Northeastern Europe, they have suicide rates at dwarf bars despite their strict gun laws?
It probably depends by state, because you go out to the Midwest, the Dakotas, even out into Montana, like the suicide rate, and it's predominantly males, like over the age of 50. It's pretty high. I'll check this.
That's the case in every country.
Yeah, but I would say that there are certain states where the suicide rate is highest, where it is. I'll check, but I would suspect it's close to what you see in Nordic countries. I mean, they don't get a lot of sun. Like even their accent, like the Swedish accent. I mean, they're really trying to be happy, but you can tell they're sad. The point is though this argument about deterrence, right? Or like that if the people are armed, then there's less violent crime. And I don't disagree with that logic because I guess you can shoot a person dead and then they stop doing the violent crime. But I don't think it's an issue of guns, and I think that's also missed. Because I think a lot of the gun advocates are right that it's the person pulling the trigger, not the gun itself, that's the issue. But there is clearly there is a culture of violence in the United States. That's the issue, is the culture, not the guns.
Of that 1.65 million estimated defensive uses of firearms in the United States not being a crime, the vast majority of those were just the person declaring that they had a firearm that stopped the bad activity from happening. And a much smaller percentage of that, it was the people actually quote-unquote brandishing, producing a firearm and showing it. And a very, very small percentage of those cases did somebody actually have to discharge their firearm in defense of themselves or their family. So a lot of the times, just the fact that somebody says, hey, stop that, I've got a gun, will make the person that's doing the ill stuff, the bad stuff, just move off.
Right, but again, in other Western countries, the people don't have guns to declare that they have a gun.
Yeah,
so yet we still have lower violent crime of all sorts.
Yeah, and we're the only country that has a Second Amendment. We were born out of a revolution where the British headed off into the countryside when Paul Revere made his famous ride because they were told to go and take the guns away from the colonists. And it's never going to be a situation where somebody takes the Second Amendment and strips our right to have guns. It just won't happen. There's 400 million guns in the United States. There's only 335 million people. I get it. It's a non-starter. So we have what we have to deal with.
But do you think psychotic people should have guns, Josh?
Obviously not, but then we have to figure out ways, and I guess President Trump just today said he's going to reopen mental facilities, so maybe we can get some of these people. So many of these stories when I dig into these mass shootings in particular, everybody goes, yeah, that guy was crazy, we knew it. That kid called the cops a million times. The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooter in Florida, he had been reported to the local police, he'd been reported to the FBI. He pulled a gun on the family that took him in after both of his parents died, pulled a gun and put it to the head of one of his siblings of that household. I mean, there were telltale signs for a lot of these people, but there just is no ability for us to go ahead and get them help and maybe separate them from the populace if they need to be.
Yeah, it goes down to the Second Amendment, and it's there, right? And so I think it's just, I think that's one aspect of, it is what it is, and so they're just gonna have to grapple with these sort of events as a relatively high frequency. But secondly, I still stand by, ultimately, guns aside, the culture of violence is strong, and this is the actual underpinning issue the United States faces, not the gun laws.
Well, actually, I disagree with that. If you're looking at our violent crime rates here in the United States, culturally, statistically, we peaked at the 1980s, late 1980s, early 1990s. We've become precipitously far less violent. I mean, it was so much less violent. Now, we did have a jump in violent crime during the summer of love, and I don't need to get into that. But it kind of still went down afterwards. We are so much safer than we were historically at any given point in time. And in America, what's really weird is that what's coincided with that is that gun rights have kind of, people carrying and being able to have a weapon on them is also expanded. So I don't really see the correlation.
Yeah, also in the 1990s, as violent crime in general has gone downhill, the ownership of guns has gone up. So if guns correlated to more violent crime, we would have seen a correlation between those, but we didn't.
Yeah, well, there's other factors, right? There's a argument to be made about, some people talk about lead exposure, right? And in 1991, I think, was the absolute peak, and that coincides with Generation X coming of age, especially young males and adolescents who are more likely to perpetrate these sort of crimes. And they were also exposed in infancy and early childhood to the highest rates of lead exposure, primarily before lead gasoline was shut down in the early mid-70s, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to come up with the ultimate correlations between everything, but especially in these conversations, why do we have so much autism now and so many? We have a lot of people that seem to be mentally ill running around.
Well, but if we have higher rates of higher rates of autism than we had in 1991, so I guess maybe you could say higher rates of autism is means less violent crime, less homicides.
Possibly,
relations, but
like the Rand Corporation, they're actually seems rather non-biased on this issue. they have, and I don't know if Yosh has seen these studies, but when it comes to almost all of the gun control measures that have been put in place, they don't see any real correlation even. Now you see a correlation maybe for a couple of years, but then when it comes to the gun control measures that have been implemented, it doesn't really show
This
anything.
is an American party.
Yeah, the perfect example of that, Pepe, is Clinton's assault weapons ban that he put in 1983, and it sunsetted in 2003. And everybody was saying, oh man, when this comes back in, we're going to see all this rise in crime. Didn't happen.
Like, and I think like this is something that, like, take into perspective. Being a concealed carry person, that was something that was relatively rare in the early 1990s. Since then, it's become so much more popular. So many more people, carry concealed. It's what's mind-boggling is that our homicide rates have like dropped off so much. I mean, so much since that's become a thing. I mean, I can understand at one point in time in 1994, I could feel like a badass with my gun. I could terrorize people, say, get the fuck on the floor, give me your wallet, rob a bank, do whatever. Or hijack somebody, or their car. But now, today, like, I mean, wow, it's kind of a suicide mission. Like, will I make it home? I mean, I can't answer that, because I think there's a very good chance that somebody's going to return fire and just fucking kill me. And I won't know that they're even caring, because they'll just look like Joe Schmo. I mean, I don't know. You're focusing on like the bizarre, the anomalies, like this, what happened today in New York City. But I think like what a lot of people like to do is they like to overcorrect to the point that it's going to end up having even more of a negative impact on society. And that's kind of what I push against.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, again, you have the Second Amendment. I think that's kind of the end of the debate, right? Like, that's just is what it is. You might be able to kind of tweak it around particular psychiatric illnesses that maybe these people shouldn't have guns, but that goes up against the Second Amendment. And, you just have a relatively higher rate of violence in general, and you're just going to have to just deal with it, and I guess shoot more of these people when they emerge from the shadows.
We as a society have to grow better people. I mean, I grew up in the 70s. I grew up in Oregon, right? It was nothing to drive into school in high school and park next to a pickup. And they had 2 rifles and a rack in the back, not even locked, right? You do that today and the SWAT team shows up. I mean, the culture has changed to where people don't understand, and that's partly because they've been very successful demonizing it, taking it out of the schools. There used to be shooting clubs in high schools as a sport. And you're in rural areas today, these people understand firearms. They have a hunting culture. They understand, they respect them. They understand the destructive power of them. They understand how to handle them correctly. And they're not the type of problems that we have in the big major metropolitan areas, because there simply is no culture around properly using firearms.
You bring up an excellent point. Living in Montana, Alaska, in Arizona, where I live now, I mean, owning a gun it's nothing special. My neighbors, I don't think I've had a neighbor who doesn't own a gun. We all emphasize safety and we don't. I guess you say we don't look at like. We don't treat firearms as if it's like it's a. You have some kind of like special ability. It's almost, which is as a Canadian, I'm having a really hard time conveying this information to you. Like, in Alaska, what was extremely common is during the summer, if you're on a walk with your family, the husband would have like a huge revolver. Openly, he was carrying it. It was obviously because, in case there was a bear. It's not. I never felt like a sense of power owning a firearm. Yeah, it's a tool that you could utilize. Like, sure, if you had like a really tyrannical government, you had to. You're just like, dude, like, fuck this shit. Like, no, we're not going to be subjected to this. And you had to resort to using your firearm, sure. But other than that, there's nothing special in comparison to me and my neighbors. We all have guns. Like, well,
yeah. I'm in rural Canada. I'm in rural northern Canada, right? And Canada is one of the highest gun ownership per household countries in the world. Top 10, probably top 5, right? We got a lot. I think we have like 40 per household or whatever, for whatever 1,000 households. You guys have like, I don't know, 150, 200 or something like that. But you're like way outside the norm. Like, we're at the higher end of everyone else. And I got neighbors who own guns. Like, I have friends who own guns. They go shooting. There's gun training. There's all of that culture, right? Hunting culture is really big, especially these parts. But it's maybe to Yash, maybe to use a lot of Yash's words, we're better people because we just kill each other at the same rates. It's interesting too, like, because like we said before, and I think Yashi said it was like 66% is suicide. I mean, we know the majority of gun-related deaths are suicide. If you add that to the mix, actually, gun deaths are higher, 28% higher in rural areas than urban areas.
Yeah, my thought on that is if somebody wants to exit, they're going to exit, and it's not like a firearm is 100% guaranteed that you're going to succeed in deleting yourself, because there's a lot of botched attempts with the firearm too. But
those are horrible.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the end of that. So I mean, but there's, if you want a guaranteed way to go meet your maker, you jump off a 6-story building. You're not going to survive that.
Exactly.
Tony Scott went to an overpass. The famous director found out he had a terminal illness.
Yeah, San Diego.
Was it? Yeah, he just jumped off a small overpass and successful.
If I was going to commit suicide, this is where it gets tricky. There is a high correlation between people that are like impulsive and those that commit suicide. So yes, owning a gun is going to, in my opinion, going to probably increase your likelihood of committing suicide. But at the end of the day, I do think for the majority of suicidal men, like, they are, if you're actually suicidal, you're just gonna, you literally cannot tolerate existing anymore. And so literally jumping off of something, something 100 feet high, that's doable. You just want to get put out of your misery.
The suicide rates are highest in, like we're talking, like, Idaho, northern Idaho, Montana, Nevada, northern.
But if you look in Europe where they don't have guns, I mean, we can look at Latvia, Estonia, Belarus, in the Baltic countries in particular. Their suicide rates are off the charts. They're so much higher than the rest of Europe and even America.
So there was a guy who had a famous study that the media took off with. I don't know what the guy's name is right now. I haven't looked at this stuff for a while. But he was the guy that came out and said, well, if you own a firearm, you're this percentage more likely to die from that firearm. And
it was all bunk, and people were challenging him. He wouldn't share his data. And finally, about after 10 years of people haranguing him, telling him, you need to share your data, he basically came up and said he made the whole thing up and it wasn't true.
So the suicide rate in Norway is 12. Just make sure this is per 100,000.
But I did say Scandinavia, but make sure you particularly focus on Estonia, Latvia, Belarus. What else is up there? Look at the Baltic countries. Like they're super high.
Estonia is 14.9, and the rate in the highest suicide states in the United States: New Mexico 24.7, Wyoming 25.6, Alaska 26.7, number 1 Montana 28.7.
Okay, but once again, you have to dive in a little bit deeper. New Mexico, Alaska, Montana, which demographics are extremely overrepresented? It's not whites, it's Native Americans.
In Montana?
Yes. Native Americans have a much higher rate of suicide than...
No, but do they?
Absolutely, yes. Native Americans, they're the one group, like African Americans, which tend not to do that well in the United States, have a very low suicide rate. But when it comes to Native Americans, they are a group that outpaces whites here in committing suicide.
Okay, indigenous people make up 6% of Montana's population.
Yeah, what percentage of the suicides are they?
Let's see here. Montana suicide rate. It's 28 per 100,000 American Indian. 6% of the population. Caucasians. So white people in Montana, it's 24 per 100,000. So it's similar. It's almost the same. Kind of. It's a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's very similar. I agree.
Yeah, and that's substantially higher than Estonia, which is like 15. Maybe Estonia.
Overall, the country has a much higher suicide.
If you compare the United States to Latvia, but if you compare individual states in the United States,
sure. But I mean, if we can also look at individual regions of it, these countries, which I understand they're small countries.
Oh, we went over there because I guess he was supposed to be gone.
And C3 system that we're about to revamp. I mean, we're talking about the fact that we now have several orders for the famous
once a year back in Afghanistan.
So
this is money.
Well, what I'm saying is that
You understand this is
we're
business.
investing trillions of dollars into something that's going to put Israel as the power of the universe. So I find that argument a little bit weird.
Chris, it's money. If they're building anything in the military or doing anything militarily, the people who own the companies contracted to make these weapon systems or weapons, they're making money. It's all just money, and they're printing the money. They print it out of thin air. So the war redistributes the debt. It's how they get rid of the debt. So they're not planning on paying this debt. They don't care about how much all that stuff costs at all. Okay, all they care about is the money. So but their agenda, because their agenda,
Israel implementing them as the power or whatever.
So America and Israel, they're not separate countries, right? It's one business. It's not like, okay, Israel did this, America said no, that's just a game. Israel is a geopolitical move to control Greater Syria. America is a Zionist war machine. So you have Britain represents the bank. America represents the military. The Vatican represented the spiritual. But this is one business. So we don't
Nothing
act like
is very
America.
shocking. But Ukraine and Russia, I mean, is that something? Are you saying that Russia isn't a business when it comes to the military? Because I would argue very much against that, considering they have way more military planes than we do. And are you saying?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, you're saying that the war industry is a business, but you make it seem like the U.S. is the only country that has a war industry, a military industry.
How did I make it seem like?
China has.
How did I make it seem like it was the only one? I didn't make it seem like it was the only one at all.
You make it seem well. So then, what is unique about the U.S. except that they're currently engaged in?
I can't answer
What is the
that
difference? Why do you
question.
choose that? Yes,
Because
What did you mean? What was the question?
He said, hold on. Here's the thing. America's unique because, number one, like he said, it's a business. America's not a real country. It wasn't built on Christian principles. It was built on violence. It was built on people coming here, taking over land. Everybody knows the story. This country is not a spiritual country, religious country. It might be spiritually wicked or whatever you want to call it. But as far as it built on Christian principles and all that stuff is, it doesn't have any fruit to verify that this country was built on Christian principles. This country was built on violence. This country was built on violence, bro. It's a.
So was China.
Country.
So was Russia.
No.
So was
China,
most countries. Iraq.
Hold on. Listen, we're talking about. We're talking about continents, though. China. We're talking about. America's not a continent. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that all these foreigners come from their continent to come here to extract labor, to extract all the stuff that we go through here. It's about labor, right? We're talking about the Negro, or the Negro, the slaves built the country, the Africans.
Hold on, guys. That's not the conversation. The conversation.
No, it is the conversation.
Okay, hold on.
No, it is.
Hold on, Galen. Can you please just give me a second to
Okay, go ahead.
So I just want to add this part here. Every empire has its demise. Is the U.S. Close to its demise? I don't believe that. It will only be close to its demise once America's military might gets toppled, gets questioned. The American dollar is pretty much backed by the American military. It's not backed by any type of mineral, right? That's tangible. If, God forbid, that does happen, then we can see a slipping of American dominance. Having Trump at the helm has been dangerous because, countries will buy U.S. bonds because they're the safest place to put them. They're the most lucrative. That's been changing in the last, 6-7 months. They're not doing that anymore. Obviously, Trump does see the threat of other emerging economies, the partnerships, BRICS, etc. Now, can we say that America is going to fall or that somehow Israel is going to be taking its place? America will never. America will never give Israel shit all. One thing, yes, there is this propaganda that's so against minorities, especially Muslims. I do see that. That's been the case within the Hollywood how it's been built. I won't get deep into it. But Americans are selfish. We care about ourselves. Ukraine, you think people like money going to Ukraine? People bitch about that too. And Ukrainians are not Muslims. Americans only give a shit about America. When Trump was talking about building this sort of resort or whatever in Gaza, people were mad. MAGA was mad. Not because that was just heinous, because why are you investing our money to making another country great? What about making America great? Americans are totally sensitive. They're very selfish. I guess I'm
but Ace, though, we're trillions of dollars in debt. And the thing is, the dollar is backed by either labor. We're trillions of dollars in debt, right? America is trillions of dollars in debt, 30-something trillion in debt. But it's backed by the labor of people doing the work. Who's going to do the work?
What do you mean?
This country
do you not understand that most of the work...
This country was established by free... Hold on 1 second. This country was established by free labor. Slaves. They were not getting paid. Now it's become unsustainable. Because Nobody's gonna work for free unless they're a slave.
Hold on for a second. Do you not realize that some of the biggest corporations use slave labor, but it's exported? So think about where the fuck Nike manufactures and stuff. Think about where Apple manufactures.
You're proving my point.
Put dirt. Well, no, but I'm saying that this is something that's within the fabric. So we say, oh, look at how great we are. We have human rights. We don't do this type of thing. Yeah, not on American soil for now, but in the past, of course. I mean, America was built on the blood, sweat, and tears of black people that brought, unjustly. But right now, we don't see that. All of the
that was built on illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants are not building the country.
No,
the construction work.
To some extent. To some extent, you're right.
I'm just saying.
You're right.
Listen,
but don't you? Where does Nike manufacture? Hold on. Where does Nike manufacture goods? How much does it cost? Where does Apple manufacture their goods?
I get that. That's my point. What I'm saying is that this country was established by free or cheap labor. Is the only way this country can be sustainable. And so if you are going to people's job sites and ICE is jumping out of vehicles arresting immigrants and migrants or who is at the job site, it's going to collapse the market.
But hold on.
That's what's happening now.
Haven't you seen that's all fucking showmanship? Do you not see how bullshit all of this thing is? He's not going after the people he said he was going after, all these violent criminals. He's just going through anything to make it look good. There's millions and millions and millions of so-called illegal immigrants. Millions. You think this man, they've actually looked at it, it's impossible for him to round up millions upon millions upon millions. When he was trying to get people out that were working on the farms in Florida, he stopped that. Pull back because they think, oh shit, the farmers are like, who's gonna do this work? This is gonna fuck us up. He just does shit for the sake of it. But is this gonna continue on and he's gonna be able to evacuate all of the USA? No, but you also need to realize there's AI emerging. AI is what is emerging to take over these positions. Because
AI, that's a lie. That's a lie. Just like NFTs, AI is a lie. AI is going to deceive us. Just like NFTs, Bitcoin. Yeah, but it's just like the last Y2K, Bitcoin, anything that they say that promises all these things. Listen, no, it wasn't. What I'm saying is this.
Look at how much.
You guys, what are you guys saying? What is the
So what I'm saying is that AI is the new lie that's going to replace NFTs or just like Metaverse. None of this stuff manifested. None of this stuff came into fruition.
Okay, but what's the point though?
With Sam Bankman-Fried, here's the point. AI is not going to replace human beings. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard.
What does that have to do with? What did that have to do with evidence for America, like not being,
I guess he's kicking out the immigrants. That the entire economy is going to collapse because of it. That's I think what he's trying to say.
So I mean, if you look at a place where, your destruction is part of the agenda of the government, right? Like, you have 43% of Americans are obese, not fat, obese, because the food in America is poison. The American food is illegal in Europe and other places. Food is actually poisonous by design. And then look, you have more people in prison in America than all the countries combined. And then you have, I know, but just one second, I just want to say.
For pennies on the dollar. Pennies on the hour.
Yes, I know, I understand. Right, that's why, but also, but the way they get the people to fill up the prisons is they social engineer with media, with music, with movies, like they give them
prisoners actually do a lot of labor in this country. Did you know that prisoners do a lot of cheap labor in this country?
Yeah.
They do a lot of cheap labor in this country.
My point is you don't have safety. You don't have safety. You don't have safety for your person, your property. You can't even find food that's not poisonous. So
how not? How is there no safety in America?
Because the children in America get trained on how to react to an active shooter.
Okay, that's
the kid in school.
That's a minority.
Okay, but no, it's not a minority. Schools teach the kids.
That is a social problem.
Everybody in America, Ace, listen, every single person listen, every single person in America has someone in their family that has committed suicide or knows somebody who has someone in their family who committed suicide or has died of a drug addiction. Either you have someone in your family who died of an overdose or you know somebody who has someone in their family that died from an overdose.
That is true.
The social conditions in America are unprecedented. This is an experiment. America is a machine, it's a Jewish business designed to turn a human being into a devil.
Okay, I don't
That's what America is.
That gets a little bit,
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. This is why 109 countries got rid of these protocols and these people doing them.
Let's just stick to America. Do I love America the way it is? Absolutely not. The whole point is to keep people sick and alive just enough to keep feeding big pharma. We know.
Yes, mine consumers. Consumers. I could go. Well,
1 second. Let me finish.
But I could go on and on even about the family, about marriage.
Hold on. I know this for a fact. But you need to also understand something. When you look at other countries, let's say if you look at like India, right? They'll say, "Oh, yeah, our GDP is so great." But when you do it, GDP per person is disastrous. In America, if you really need some sort of help, you can actually get it. If you can actually walk into a hospital with help.
I agree.
Those other countries are so fucked. Their population is so vast. They don't even have their economy may look amazing. May look like they're progressing, but the people, they're not. It's a very small minority that's doing well. The majority of them are not doing well. They still don't even have proper toilet system and sanitation system. But this country that's so progressive, that's not just India. There's multiple countries. But when you actually look at that aspect, I've seen slums, man. Listen, I'm telling you now, Skid Row looks like a joke. If you see the slums in India, those slums are fucked.
Yeah, but that doesn't make things better over here,
What I'm saying is, no, hold on. When we talk about any country, you are the weakest link. I agree. America, their weakest link is what you are, essentially. Is there going to be a degradation of American society? Yes, there is. But if you're going to say it's the Jewish problem, fentanyl is coming across from China, right? We know this for a fact. It's going around the Mexican border and walking through. There's other people that are working towards the demise of America. It's not just one entity.
Yeah, but we're going
to the pegs, the pegs in the machine. The machine is made, right? And then there's other people. There's all sorts of people that are in the culture. It's the same thing like with COVID. Once the momentum is there, you don't stand in the way. You don't say, wait, hold on, this doesn't make sense. We shouldn't do this. This is going to be more harmful than good.
So many states stood against it.
Okay, but on a major, okay, there were different places, all over America. Like some places they'll go crazy about the mask, and other places no one give a damn.
But listen,
I know.
This is just one country. America is one country going up against different continents of people that are coming over here from continents. America is just a country. You know how many do you know how many countries are in Africa?
America's a culture. It's a culture.
It's over 50 countries in Africa. So what I'm saying, America's just one country. That's it.
It's a demonic.
$36 trillion in debt as one country.
It's a demonic.
One country, 36.
Let me just say this, please.
Can we please have other people jump in? Chris, can you jump in?
Just let me say this one last thing, and I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
Chris.
Just one last thing. America is a demonic monoculture that eradicates human and biodiversity anywhere, all over the globe. So people, they see America, they see its culture, and they try to imitate it, and it destroys them. Okay, like in Morocco or in Turkey or in anywhere in the world, the people that who've lost their culture and are imitating what they see in Hollywood, everything that's fed to them, so they start to become destroyed socially. Okay, that's what America is. It's like a plague.
That makes a lot of sense.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, Galen. Okay, fine. Just jump.
So okay, so sorry, I'm trying to figure out where we're at here, but if I appreciate what you're saying, Avi. It's a little bit too hyperbolic, saying demonic monoculture. It's such an extreme side that it makes it almost hard to agree with you. So I would appreciate a much more downer.
Galen, let him finish. Please stop interrupting. Galen,
I'm sorry.
please stop.
Okay.
When you get that passionate, it's almost impossible to truly know whether you're coming from an objective point of view or whether you're just busy with your.
Sorry,
Chris. Okay.
I'm not gonna yell, Chris. I'm not gonna yell.
Galen,
okay.
Please.
It's not extreme enough.
Well, you're talking about how other countries. What I got from what you said, Avi, is that other countries that when they follow the capitalistic American model, they fail. They start to essentially decay from the inside.
Nothing to do with capitalism. Nothing to do with
aspect
at all.
Well, tell me, what is the American model then? Because capitalism.
The American model
the
is having the woman walk around naked in public. Is having your daughter have a boyfriend.
Okay, in that case, you're talking a domestic issue. You're talking a domestic issue. That is not the case throughout
the entire country. Having filial piety, treating your parents like garbage, serving yourself. You're worshiping your stomach and genitals.
That is not America.
Hold on. Galen, please let him finish. Just write down whatever your comment is. Let him finish, and then.
Yes,
please.
So what you've kind of described, I'm assuming you are probably slightly on the conservative side, and you see the over-liberality of the U.S. as probably a sin or perhaps part of the issue. What you just explained are attributes mostly found in an extreme leftist view. As you know, we have a conservative as president. As you know, more than 50% of Americans identify as conservative. Of those 50%, can you honestly say the attributes that you have just described, the running around naked and all that stuff, applies to the majority of America? America is huge. If we're talking with Israel, which is the size of New Jersey, well, now imagine when it's the entire country, where it would take 7,000 satellites just to cover the entire territory of what is known as the U.S. It is too big for you to make such a big statement that all Americans are a certain way. It just means to me that you're either not from America or you haven't left an incredibly sad liberal point of it. But if you go across to America, you do not find that. And in that case, I question who you've been with because I don't believe that to be true. I do not believe what you described. Then you didn't meet the right people. Well, then there's something wrong with your. There's no way that the entire world is like that.
Even the conservatives, okay, they don't have the authority to govern their family or community, okay, in a way where they can, and I'm speaking in an extreme or generally, because I know you have certain communities, the Amish, different people that they really have their own way of dealing things outside of this system, whatever. Okay, but even with conservatives, you could go deep into the Idaho or Montana or Kansas, or you could go deep into the country in America. Look at their children. Their children are still have the behavior and the culture from the mainstream type of music, Hollywood, shows on TV, and how people interact with each other, right? They're not able to really instill or have the values, any type of traditional values that are really just there. The Mormons have something. The Mormons have something that's very difficult. Like, they have a very strong cult, and I do like Salt Lake City a lot. Okay, and I do think the Mormons are, they're very sincere in trying to be good people, but it's psychologically, they created something that's psychologically very difficult to get out of, because they're taught that if they leave it, their family can't go to heaven. They can't meet their family in heaven.
That occurs within that cult?
Yeah, definitely. But that's changed. But yeah. No, it's definitely changed over the years. It used to be very extreme.
So, Javi, can we agree that America is a business? We can all agree on that. America's a business.
Any capitalist country's a business.
Yeah. No. I'm just talking about America. I don't want to talk about anybody else but America. America's a business. America's not a real country. If not designed for
If you mean,
people to
if you
prosper.
mean, Alan, like Japan being a real country, right, where they actually care about the citizens, they actually make sure the children are. They actually want the people to be like, that they, a hard, I know that. I know Japan has problems,
China a real country?
serious problems.
Yeah. So
No, China is definitely a business. China's insane. China's worse than America.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. China's a country in Asia. It has a continent. We don't have a continent. So what I'm trying to explain is this, is that this is not a real country. This is a business where other people come from different continents, come here, get the labor. It's all about labor in this country. Labor, 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 labor. Who's going to do the work? At the end of the day, who's going to do the work? Who's going to do the building? Who's going to have the skill sets? Who's going to have the trades? Who is going to get up out of bed and go to work? That is the real essence of this country. See, when you have a country that was built on free labor, then and now you have a delusion going on right now, because now that slavery has been abolished, and now we got to rely on cheap labor. Now, I know what we can do. We can just take the people who were free from slavery and then just put them in prison and then have them work for free as indentured servants. That's a great idea. And now that doesn't work. So now we have cheap labor. I know what we can do. We can have a lot of foreigners come to this country and overtake the Negro who's already been in prison. They were the old workers. Now we can replace them with Asians. We can replace them with people from the Middle East or whatever, corner stores. And if you go in the black community, you will see a lot of Asian business owners, foreign business owners, smoke shops, gas station owners.
Can I interrupt you?
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna lay my plane right here.
Okay.
If you go into the Negro communities in the hood, so-called hood, right? There's one in every single state in this country. There's a hood, and if you go to the black community, you'll see that if you go to the corner store, it's gonna be somebody who's a foreigner. And so what I'm trying to explain to you is that that's by design. It's by design, because it's all about cheap labor. So I will say this in my closing argument, is that this country is not owned by Americans. It's actually owned by foreigners, because this country is in debt at $36 trillion. I land my plane.
Okay. I appreciate what you're trying to tie this all into, and you're tying into the benefits of, I guess, the slave trade and slavery to America's beginnings. Now, back in those days, they supported, again, through slavery, which is not good, they supported one of the biggest industries globally. Now, tell me, what exactly do those people in prison or the legal immigrants in this country, what is it about the black community that you've kind of just elucidated they have? What business or industry are you saying is the equivalent to the industry that they were slaves to back in the 1700s? Because I don't know of a single industry that is run by blacks, and I'm not saying all blacks, but it's run by blacks or the illegal immigrants, that produces the amount of revenue for the country that actually goes to the GDP. You're telling me it's because of liquor stores or whatever it may be?
Hold on. Let me answer this question without interrupting for 20 seconds.
Can I say something, Alan?
No, for 20 seconds.
After you.
Okay, so let's go. Listen, it went from the cotton field to the football field. Let's look at all these industries: sports, entertainment. Who do you see at the playoffs?
That's not a global generation.
Hold on. I'm talking about America. I'm talking about
the biggest driver of our economy.
I'm talking about America. I'm talking about all these NFL sports teams.
Please.
I'm talking about entertainment. I'm talking about rap, hip hop, whatever you want to say. Black people have contributed so much to this country without getting paid what they are owed, and they don't have the ownership for what their output produces. Everybody knows that. I land my plane.
Okay, look, I just want to say this. Look, I mean, the single motherhood is subsidized. Okay, it's incentivized. The thing that they've done, the CIA with narcotics in the black communities, the culture with they've taken hip hop. Hostage, and they, like Ice Cube said in an interview, the same people who own the record labels own the private prisons. So they only let certain songs be popular, and those type of songs, they morally they destroy, they destroy the family. They give people a criminal culture, okay, and it's all by design in order to have people locked up. The war on drugs, all these, social engineering projects that carry over to all the people who think it's cool, right? The mainstream, popular music songs, shows.
I thought that was common knowledge. I thought everybody knew that on the call.
We know that.
Apparently not.
I'm finished. We all
So the black people are, there's been, I think the most effort to have them be, just pure consumers and being thick, like they don't even have access. And I'm speaking in general, obviously, but in the hoods, they don't have access to food. All the food that they eat is no nutrition. It's real poison.
How about business funding? How about business funding? They don't have access to business funding. That's not their own business.
You could go into so many different things, but they've been targeted, I think the most out of anybody.
Absolutely. Hold on. Which is true, but I don't think Marissa's question ever got answered. So this is a part I don't understand. If we say that there's immigrants that were brought in by design to take over, businesses and jobs that were predominantly for Black people of America, was it that before these immigrants came in that all of the local bodegas, the hair stores, and liquor stores were once owned by Black people?
Yes.
And somehow it was overtaken.
Yes.
When was this?
Yes. Because
integration destroyed.
Hold on, can I please speak? Can we just hold on, calm down?
Yes, I'm answering your question. The answer to your question is yes. And there's a history of these cities, Black cities have been burnt down by the government.
Hold on. At the same time, we're saying that there's an issue with ownership. At the same time, we're saying there's an issue with ownership. At the same time, we're saying there's an issue with getting loans, which is all true. But again, I don't.
No, you didn't hear when I said that the Black community was burnt down by the government.
Of course I know this. I know this through and through. I know redlining. I know this. Do you think I don't know this? I know when it comes to even access to healthy food and getting food stamps, they put fucking shitty garbage food in so-called poor neighborhoods. I know this. I know they on purpose open up liquor stores in these areas, not because people consume more liquor, it's because they want people to do degenerate behavior. I know this. I know Purdue Pharma. Hold on. Purdue Pharma, the oxy freaking morons that got a big fine. There's a lawsuit coming out. They were paying music labels to say, hey, we're going to give you this much money, have your artists rap about oxys and perks. And guess what? They weren't getting their country singers doing it. They were putting it into the hip-hop community. I know this. Future does not do all those drugs he raps about. He gets paid for it. 50 Cent didn't even drink Ace, and he gets paid for it.
Can we agree on one thing, Ace, is that the Black communities that were successful in the past, they were burnt down by the government. It's already documented in Greenwood, in Tulsa, Black Wall Street. There's a lot of successful Black communities. That's common knowledge, right? So before foreigners came in, Black people had their own communities that they thrived in by themselves, segregated. We don't need to be integrated. Segregation is the best thing that happened for Black people. But integration is the worst thing that happened to Black people.
In America, that's true. Integration was the death blow. It was the death blow. It was the death blow. But that's why Malcolm X was against it. Like they knew it was the death blow. But that's in America, and in the American paradigm, that applies, right? Obviously, that's not good. Other places because other places, like I go to Africa, all the different African countries I go to, I interact with Black Africans. There's not an issue like there's a beautiful human love between a white and a black person, right? There is that is like absent.
You know what's so funny?
In America.
You know what's so funny?
History.
Here's what's so funny. Segregation is actually healthy to a community. When you're segregated, you can actually have your own business. You can have your own community, your own real estate. You're segregated, and you can just grow with your people. There's nothing wrong with that. But when that's interrupted and it's destroyed by the government, and the black people now who are now segregated, they have their own stuff, and it's destroyed by the government, and now they're being taught, hey, you guys need to integrate with foreigners, Asians. You guys got to integrate with all of these other outside foreigners. Now the black community is in shambles. We don't have anything. We're in prison. We're in jail. We don't have a community anymore. We just have a neighborhood.
And the white man's ice is colder, so the black people go spend the money with the white businesses more than black businesses.
They got brainwashed.
They got brainwashed. So the white man's ice is colder, so the white man gets the money.
Can we get back to the topic? I don't know what
of course you want to get back to the topic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
what's the topic? Go ahead.
The topic was how the Zionist controls.
Yeah, that's how they control. Is that
all of this is the Zionist protocols. You know, for this machine, this business
hang on,
to make Israel.
Habib, hang on. What I was gonna say was the number one thing we have to do is part ways with Israel because they're in bed with the American politics too much, and this is why we're not able to see the Epstein file. Because if Epstein file was to come out, there's going to be a lot of problems. A lot of politicians are going to go down, and even some of the CEOs will go down. You know.
Why would they go down? Why would they go down?
Because you can't have
who's going to hold them accountable?
Gallant. It's not about holding them accountable. Did you not see that if somebody treats, whoever, wrong or whatever, and then somebody records or puts it on YouTube, whatever, there's an outrage. And because of the outrage, a lot of the companies, they let the CEO go. I don't know if you heard about Uber, was it an Uber CEO a long time ago? He got into one of the Ubers, right? He got into one of the Ubers, and he started acting like crazy and like shit, like, treating the driver like shit. And the driver had a camera. And he put a video up on, I think, YouTube or something, that, look, this is a disgusting behavior. And I think Uber actually let their CEO or, one of the officials go that was, working with Uber. This happened a long time ago. So it's the people that are running the company, they're going to let them go. This is why we need to see Epstein files so we can call out who's a Tito, who's connected to Israel, and that would be the end of Zionism. Once we see the file...
No, it doesn't work that way, brother.
Why doesn't it work that way?
The media is the one that reports the narrative. And if you have the people who are behind the scenes...
We're not talking about media, we're talking about Epstein directly from the DOJ. You know what a DOJ stands for?
No, listen, bro. Listen. I'm saying
I'm not talking about the stupid fucking media. I'm talking about DOJ.
No, the media is going to determine what shows.
Oh my God, we're not talking about media. We're talking about directly from the source, from DOJ, Department of Justice.
Yeah, but I don't have any control. I don't have any control.
They're the ones that said that. Oh my God, this guy, man.
Do you have the power?
Do you have ADHD? Do you have ADHD?
Listen.
Do you have ADHD? Do you have fucking ADHD?
Hold on, bro. I'm not yelling. What I'm doing is
it's not about yelling. You're just annoying as fuck.
What I'm saying is that the American people can disagree with everything, like 9/11 or whatever. The media is going to have a narrative, and if you don't agree with it, you'll become a conspiracy theorist. Period. So I don't care about that. I don't care about that.
Are you done? Are you done, Galen?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you done? Okay. Now don't come off the fucking mic. Otherwise I'll move you down. Right? I was speaking until I got rudely interrupted by a person called Galen. So if they were to release the Epstein files, it would have to be done through DOJ, which stands for Department of Justice. And none of these media motherfucking companies can't do shit. Nobody takes these media companies seriously that much anymore. We get our news from other sources. We get it from Telegram, Twitter, fucking, even Facebook, or you could see Instagram. You could see, what is it called? There's a lot of other channels you get your news from. And we even have that app called Ground News on the phone. You can download it. You could, cross-check the news to make sure that it's fucking, it's accurate. It's not bullshit. So there's a lot of these things that are going on. Even Trump said it. When he was a president last time, he's like, yeah, this is all fake news, fake news. And what he did, he started pointing fingers at the Zionist entity that these people are running the fucking shit, the media, and it's all bullshit. And it's only the old people that look at CNN, that look at, the BBC. The people that are young people, they don't even depend on anything. They even fucking get the news from TikTok.
Can I? Did you hear what Trump just said about Gaza? Did you hear Amir what he just said about Gaza? He just said that they need to finish the job. That the Israelis need to finish the job. That's what Trump said. Like finish the job. Like completely crush, take over. That's what Trump just said.
It's a little vague.
There's a little what?
To finish the job doesn't mean just about anything.
The stuff in Gaza is a genocide. They're trying to genocide Gaza, but they don't realize
Everybody in Gaza is Hamas to these people. So that was finish the job.
Oh yeah.
No, to them, babies are Hamas.
That's an interpretation.
So finish the job, kill everybody.
Yeah, that's a genocide.
That's what it really means.
But the thing is that there's true Israelites in Gaza. There are true Israelites in Palestine in Gaza. Like, I don't understand why people don't understand biblical history. Like, it's a misdirection. It's just like the Joker on The Dark Knight. He's swatting. There's a movie called The Dark Knight.
Hold on, Galen. This is what the Zionists did. They used their book to prove that they just did what they did. They had the cleansing, whatever. They said that this belong was promised to us from fucking 3 years ago, and then you're doing the same shit. We don't care about your book. I don't believe in your book.
No, I'm not.
I don't believe in your book. Hold on. I don't believe in your book.
What I'm saying is there's a movie called The Dark Knight where the Joker switched out the hospital surgeons and the doctors with hostage. Like, the hostages were switched. And so that's what I'm trying to say, is that the people that we might be attacking in Gaza might be the true Israelites. And the people who are attacking Gaza might not really be the true Israelites.
That's not the point.
And that's what you...
Hold on. It's not the people, Israelites or not, that's not the point at all. And just back to what Amir was saying. If you guys think that the media operates on its own command, that's a joke. It is the government, it's the people at power who let people see what they want them to see by repeating the message through media. Don't think that media operates on its own. Think about the Hunter Biden laptop story. It was the government that suppressed that shit, okay? They had the control. Think about 3 days before the election. There was, I think
Can you say that again, Ace? Can you say that again?
What?
Government.
Sorry, what?
When you say government, you say government.
It's the government that goes and controls all this messaging. The media doesn't do anything on its own. We saw it through COVID. We saw it through repeat messaging. We saw it with the Hunter Biden laptop story. 3 days before the this current election, we talked about this. Very small publications, foreign publications, actually went and picked this up. Doug Wolf, he is an autobiographer. He has hundreds of hours of interview time with Jeffrey Epstein. The story dropped that actual, legit, no AI nonsense. 3 days before. And the U.S. media did not pick it up, whether the left or right leaning. Times of Israel picked it up. Some independent newspaper in India picked it up. They talked, this was such a big connection between Epstein, and Trump. Epstein said we were best friends. What the fuck is this? So it's not the media who operates on its own. It's whatever they're told to say is what they say. So if the DOJ wants the media to tell a certain story, they will. If we think the truth is coming out, absolutely not. Is whatever they want us to see is what's going to come out. The truth is never going to come out. That has to be a...
Can I make a couple of points? This is Molly. first of all, Hunter Biden, okay, married a Jewish woman, so let's put a little respect on his name for having good taste. And second of
Did
all,
he sleep with his brother's widow?
yeah, you know, I think she was a Jew, so it's okay. And then second of all, you know, Amir was talking about where we get our news from. I just wanted to plug Israel 24 News, I-24 News. You can pick them up on YouTube. Great channel, very Jewish, very Zionist. I recommend everyone watch that channel. And third of all, you know, when Trump said it was fake news, you know, Amir claims that he was talking about us Jews. He wasn't talking about us Jews. He was just talking about the Democrats and CNN and MSNBC and the Democrat channels. So again, I just feel a real need to come in here and defend against the anti-Semitism, and I think I'm doing a great job of it. So thank you. I land my plane.
Well, congratulations, my brother. The Jews, listen, was Hitler a bad guy when you go back and look at it?
Oh, yeah. He was the worst. He hated Jews.
No, hold on 1 second. Let me ask you a question. Was Hitler a bad guy trying to defend Germany from the Jews' corruption? Because we understand Israel is the Bible.
We weren't corrupt.
Yeah,
right?
no, I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, as far as the Bible is concerned, we had Northern Israel, we had Ahab and Jezebel. That's the history of the Jews. The Bible is the history of the Jews. What are you talking about?
History is really...
It's in the Bible. Like, what are you talking about? The Bible is the history of the Jews.
This isn't a Bible.
The Bible is a history book of the Jews.
This is not a Bible. I don't know why you keep fucking bringing religion into this one, man. This is not a religion, bro.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is that when you say Jews, that's the origin story of the Jews is in the Bible. I don't understand why.
But that argument is pointless. Why are you taking it there? I'm confused.
No, I'm saying if you want to understand the history of the Jews,
no, 1 second. You're
going to read the Bible.
1 second. You're justifying what Hitler did. You know he killed 13 million people. 6 million were Jews. 7 million were other people, including Black, Germans, LGBTQ, Gypsies, anybody who basically was in.
I get that.
Hold on. Listen, there is evidence to suggest, yes, there was some corruption going on within a certain group of people, but that does not justify genocide. That you're
I know. I agree.
Genocide.
The other gentleman was justifying it.
No, what I was saying was that history.
You're going to be just as bad as these reasons because they're trying to justify for collective punishment just the way you're trying to use that for Hitler.
No, what I said that is that the Bible is not a religion.
We're not talking about the Bible, man. You said Hitler was Hitler bad.
No, I said that.
Good guy.
No, here's what I'm saying is that the Bible is a book of the history of the Jews, period. So if you don't know who the Jews are, if you don't know the 12 tribes of Israel, that's your fault. So if you don't understand where the Jews originated from, in the covenant of Abraham,
we don't care.
You don't know Moses.
We don't care. Thank you. We don't care.
You don't know Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
We don't care. Thank you. We don't care. Thank you.
Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob.
No, we don't care. Thank you. We don't care. Thank you.
Oh, you don't care? Okay.
No. This is not. I told you again multiple times. This is not a religious fucking rule. We're not talking about religion.
When you say Jew, you're talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Okay. Think whatever you want to think. We're not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Zionists. Zionism is not Jewish. Zionism fucking existed.
No, Zion is not. It's not how
idiots. Hey, idiot fuck. Evangelical Christians are fucking gay Zionists. You got Muslim Zionists. You got fucking non-atheist, fucking atheist Zionists. They just shut the fuck up, man.
Why are you so mad, bro?
Just shut the fuck up. Bring it up the scripture every 2 seconds.
Galen, you're not following this conversation. We're only talking about the religious aspect at all.
You can't talk about Jews without talking about the origin story.
Fine, but you don't need to speak about it. If that's not the way the conversation needs to be held, we're not going to have that conversation. You brought up Hitler and you were justifying it. Like, what?
No, I didn't. No, you said that. I said that. I said that Hitler was trying to keep.
What's the main point, bro? Like, we get it. Like, it's connected. What's your main point?
No, what I'm saying is that
The Bible is a history of Jewish people going against God. Going against God. Okay. I think we're done. Thank you. Come back next time. Bro. I hate talking about the Bible and Torah and this and that. I'm not into that. Thank you. This room is not about religion. It's about the fucking Zionism. That's even the Jewish people, some of them, they're suffering from the Zionism disease. And this is where we have a problem. And gave me a fucking headache every 2 seconds. Bible, Jew. I'm not even talking about Jew. They were talking about fucking Zionists.
I'm amazed at how Jewish people are standing against Israel. Like, I'm amazed at what I've been seeing.
I wouldn't think.
Yeah, like Jews in America, like just the Jews in America. I've just seen like I'm just amazed by it. Like how people have like woken up. I never saw in my life, Jews like absolutely staunchly wanting to get like militantly against Israel in America. So I've been seeing more and more of this, and it's just very recent for me seeing this. I heard back in the day. I remember when I was like almost 20 years ago. I remember this Jewish guy told me, yeah, the Zionists are like Jewish Nazis. My mother hates the Zionists, right? This Jewish dude told me, right? I didn't understand what he was talking about at the time, right? So I guess there always have been some Jews that understood and were against the whole Zionist thing, but to see like what I've been seeing, I've never seen it like this.
Is there a way to point out a Zionist Jew physically? In my own eyes.
I'm a Zionist Jew.
Yeah, you can. I mean, if you engage with them, if you have a conversation with them,
they have a certain darkness.
I can tell you.
There's a certain darkness in their eyes.
I can tell you.
That certain darkness, bro. Calm down.
You guys want to know how to pick out a Zionist Jew?
Stop with that, bro. You think Black Rabbi has a certain darkness in his eye? What the fuck?
If you look at Black Rabbi's eyes, you'll think you're asleep.
Yeah. So there's also a sound in the background, if you listen carefully, that goes dun dun dun.
Hey, Shape, how are you going to feel like, no one really cares about the Holocaust anymore. How's that, like, based on what's happening? Like, you guys, how's that going to affect you? Like,
It's interesting, though, how all the stuff they gave us from the Holocaust, like all the movies, the films, right? All the stuff that we've seen that affected our hearts, that made all the like people in America like love the Jewish people so much, and also against anyone hurting the Jewish people. Like it's those images that are our like reference, our frame of reference, like the stuff we see in Gaza. That's what it reminds us of. As soon as we see everything in Gaza, the pictures, everything. It's like, oh, this is what we remember. This is what we related to.
So where's the compassion from?
They're Muslims.
What's the question?
Nobody cares.
Yeah, I'm not really trying.
Okay, so you're saying that you see what's happening in Gaza, and you relate that to the Holocaust, but you have no compassion for them.
Compassion for who?
For those in Gaza.
Are you talking about me?
You don't hear what I'm saying? Whoever said that. Whoever said.
Who doesn't have compassion?
Who said that when they see images of Gaza?
It's making people have compassion. It's making people like it's moving their hearts. It's making people go crazy. It's making people like angry.
Right. Okay. We're on the same page now. Okay. I thought you were talking again. Okay.
No, we're not, bro. We're not a Holocaust denier, Omar. I don't know what was you thinking, man.
No. Omar thought we were not compassionate to the Palestinian genocide. I think he
the Zionist guy. Oh, okay, so you are compassionate to him. Okay.
I'm a Zionist Jew, and I just
that guy.
Hey, it was Morty. Morty is a
Morty is a Zionist Jew, and he approves this message, eh?
A very important question someone asked was how to identify a Zionist Jew in public. I can tell you how to do it. I'm actually an expert. What you do is you wrap a keffiyeh around your head, like the man in my PTR, and the Zionist Jew will look at you with the most contempt that anyone's ever looked at you in your life. This is how you pick out
He dressed up like one of those.
Answer. That's a pretty good one.
I've actually done it. I've done it just to test my fellow Zionist Jews and to make sure they're doing their job.
How about Mike and Marty? What do you think their reaction would be to mine?
Marty, it's not as strong as the way I wear the microphone. If you put it around your head like a true PLO terrorist, then you will identify the Zionist Jews. You will know them by the way they look at you.
Marty, confirm if this is correct. Is there not also a tattoo on each wrist that says the chosen ones?
Of us, the Zionist Jews? Oh yeah, of course, preferably. If we're really following our calling, then we should have those tattoos on our wrists, yes.
Omar, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess.
You should try it, Omar. Wear a keffiyeh, like the man in my PTR, and you'll notice all the Zionist Jews around you, they will look at you like they want to kill you.
No? Yeah, but they won't do it. They don't got the heart.
No, they will. They actually will. I've done it. I do sometimes.
They'll give you flowers, Omar, if you do that.
They'll just look at you. They won't do anything. They'll look at you with very evil eyes, like they want to kill you.
Dun, dun, dun.
They won't try them. They didn't.
They only have heart because the U.S. is backing them. That's the only
That's right. If you're in America, I did it in San Francisco, and they looked at me with great contempt, but nobody made them.
Hey, is that like the real black rabbi in the audience, or is that a fake?
It's a real one. It just gave me kills my brain cell. That's I was planning on bringing him. Yeah, we're having a good conversation. He kills my brain cells.
He's running for president.
Not right now. Maybe in 2032. I'll bring him up in 2032.
You're being very anti-black, man.
No, it's not about it being anti, but it just kills my brain cells. Like if I engage with him, right? He thinks what you're Gazan and animals, everything in Gaza is a terrorist. I mean, and then he converted to Judaism about 8-10 years ago. He moved to Israel. He's living on a stolen land, and he's saying the Zionist talking points, and he's defending a stolen land that was stolen from the indigenous people.
He got a new look, though. Is that a new look or an old look? I'm trying.
Yeah, I think he needs to go brush his teeth, though, for real. He's been drinking too much coffee or eating chips a lot.
Coffee, great. Coffee is.
Do you guys want him up here? Because the room is gonna go sideways.
Yeah.
I hate listening to him.
Yeah, I need to get to bed quick, and it has been enough arguments.
Okay, come on up, idiot. Come on up.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. You know you have to come up here when the scumbags come up here.
Oh, look. Hello,
Black Rabbi.
Black Rabbi. Hey,
it's naughty.
Black Rabbi, I think we can see some hair coming out of your nose. You need to shave that.
Hold on, let me take a look. I don't see any hair.
What do you think of the PTR of Mr. Rabbi?
You need to zoom in, Chef. You need to zoom in.
No, it's fine. There's no hair. There's no hair. Is that a picture, Black Rabbi, or is that a retro?
Black Rabbi, your portrait is gonna hang itself.
This is a good video to use it on Google, the big AI video. Feed this picture into the AI. Make a funny video.
Black Rabbi, what song were you singing?
You know, I'm going to be spending some time with some Christian evangelicals later with Mike Huckabee. So I'm just getting into the spirit. You know what I mean?
That's good.
Well, how do you feel about attacking the Christians again yesterday?
Should we listen to the national anthem of Israel first while he's here? Or is he going to run away? You want to listen to the national anthem of Israel, Black Rabbi?
Say hello to Mr. Ahmed. Say hello to Mr. Huckabee for me.
To that
Black Rabbi, say hello to Mr. Huckabee.
Hey, all I'm saying is, this is my message, Mike Huckabee. The Temple Mount needs to be equal for all religions in order for the Abraham Accord to work in the Middle East. And also, I want to advocate for religious freedoms in the Middle East on behalf of the United States.
There is religious freedom in the Middle East.
There's not out of control.
There's none in Israel.
Well, not in Israel, but all the rest of the Middle East they have.
The Middle East is Islamic and Muslim.
the Temple Mount is the only place in Israel where Jews don't have religious freedoms. We have to change that.
How do you guys treat the Christians in Israel?
We need to take back the Temple Mount, Black Rabbi. What is that?
I
What's the ETA of taking back the Temple Mount for us?
It's happening. It is happening.
You wanted a lot of things in life, yeah, Black Rabbi. What did you achieve?
Give me a date, Black Rabbi.
Look at my PTR, yeah, Black Rabbi. He's a black brother of yours. Look at him.
Hey, key thing is,
how do you feel about what they did to him?
You know what? I don't know about anybody, but
How do you feel about what they did to him? How do you feel?
who are we talking about?
Look at my PTR.
I can't. I'm busy doing something.
Oh, you can't. You're blind when it comes to what happens to black people in Israel. Yeah.
I mean, things that black people all over the world.
You're a fucking filthy pig.
Exactly. You have this like identity grievance perspective about life. That's just not the way we see it as Jews.
No, it's not the way you see it. It's the way this reality goes. It's not the way you see it.
Black Devil, if there was a goddamn child in front of you right now, would you grab him by the throat and squeeze the life out of him?
No, absolutely not. I would teach him Torah. Show him how to be a better person.
We would deprogram him to hate Jews.
You wouldn't take him back to your apartment, tie him up, and use him as a sex slave until he died?
Well, you know what? Because I have Palestinian neighbors who are outstanding people.
You don't have Palestinian
neighbors. Who care about, I'm looking at, when we should, I'm looking at a group of Palestinians right now. They're working right now. It's at least five right now.
You wish.
Salam, brothers. Salam, ladies. Get up. Okay.
Listen to the national anthem of Israel. Are you gonna stick around, my car?
I live with Palestinians.
I think we should play it.
Put them on.
Can we not do this? Fuck you, and because it goes sideways, and then he's gonna curse at you, and then you're gonna go, and then I just hate that shit. Can you not engage with it, please?
Put them on.
Put some Palestinians on, Black Rabbi. Come on.
Put them.
They don't like you guys. You guys hate them.
I might know them. Come on, put them on.
You two you may know them actually. You may know their family.
Let them be the judge of that.
Put them on.
I know you have bad.
Come on.
Teddy, I know you have bad teeth. Go ahead.
Come on, put one of them on. Put one of them on. I dare you, put one of them on.
Guarantee you.
I dare you.
What is this? Like we're battling? I mean, what is this battle?
Yeah.
I live with Palestinians every day.
Put one of them on. Come on, put one of them on.
They live in harmony.
Oh yeah, he's in the West Bank, right?
Salam brothers. Good day.
I mean, the only ones who are going to treat you good because you're black inside of Israel are the Arab Palestinians.
Nah,
the Israeli Jews are going to treat you like a garbage. They're garbage, brother. You're garbage. They spit on your face, you fucking filthy pig. That's what they do to you.
I'll tell you, but for a long time, I thought Suki was.
No, they don't spit on his face. I'm sure they respect him. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, I mean, this is an amazing society. What are you talking about? Palestinians are great. Arabs
Put one of them on, Black Rabbi. Maybe what happens.
Nah. You start talking to him about your alcohol and stuff, you can mess him up, We gotta keep this boy straight. They're good boys.
Alcohol? You're the one that drinks. What are you talking about?
Nah, Jim knows what I'm talking about.
Black Rabbi, did you dip these Salam brothers into like
You're still up shape? Isn't it like 1 o'clock?
We didn't hear a response.
Yeah,
it's 2.
The other guys heard the response. They heard it.
It's about to be 2.
Either way, the Palestinians are beautiful people. The issues with people in Gaza, right? They're radicalized.
Gazans are Palestinians.
Can you at least have them
Not really.
Well, if Palestinians are beautiful people, then why the fuck are the illegal settlers taking almost 100 homes? Why are they
that's unfair.
on the West Bank like
Guys,
that?
really think about it. Maybe he's there to be a settler. Maybe he's stealing somebody's land.
I have an idea for you. If this room raised $10,000 to feed the kids in Gaza, would you hand them?
They're not starving. It's a waste of money.
Oh,
They're not starving, you piece of shit. the gods.
I think we need to play the national anthem of Israel.
They're not. It's a lie. It's a
Piece
lie.
of shit.
Some of these women are starving their children on purpose. They're starving their children on purpose.
Get him down, please, please.
No, we're gonna play a national anthem. I wanted him to stay here and listen. If he has doesn't have the short attention span. Listen to it, okay? Make sure don't run away like a little bitch you are. You always run away.
Don't call me.
Yeah, don't run away. Don't run away. Yeah, you're a bitch. You're a bitch.
Your mom is Angela.
Okay. Everybody stay muted, please. I'm about to play it. Please stay muted. We need to play this national anthem. Mute up, Black Rabbi. All right.
2,000 years ago, man planned to build a nuclear bomb. They promised to free. Thousands were bombed. Mission successful. Have you heard this one? I must admit we have lost the war to Iran. I burned the Epstein files and joined the IRGC. Death to the idea.
Amir, can I say something serious to you?
Sure.
Are you there?
Sure.
Look it, I really mean this. Unless for whoever else is like in a mod position, Black Devil is, is coming to Earth. And to the Jews, the other he means less to them than a piece of gum on the bottom of their shoe. So, am I out the matrix now? So look at the Jews there in Israel see him as less than gum on the bottom of their shoe. So what you're doing by bringing him in this room, because socially he has absolutely nothing, and he should have absolutely.
Hold on. You don't use race card anymore.
He should have absolutely.
Race card. You're not black.
But why is he saying he should use me?
Stop. Let him
He's a
finish.
white man. He's
Let him. He's not
uncircumcised.
white. He's not white. Let him finish.
he should have nothing. Okay, so his social, food in this room. He comes in here, he loves the attention. It makes him happy, and he says the things that he says. So if you want to like give him what he deserves in the only way you can, the only power you have is not bring him in this room and not talk to him.
Power,
and not give him any attention, because this is his only aspect of his life that for socializing.
Did you not hear me say? Did you not hear me say it kills my brain cells before I brought it up?
I'm just being very serious.
Hold on, I'm being serious as well. I said this before bringing him up, and I brought him up because Shape wanted it. Right? And just for a few minutes, let's see what he has to say. Yeah. Otherwise, bro, he kills my brain, so I wasn't going to bring him up today.
Say something about this, I dare you, Robert, I dare you to say something about this. I'm going to put your mom's contact information. Say something. I have your photo right now on my PC. Boom. No, say something. Boom, boom, we already heard the song. I think you liked it, but say something.
I have one thing that's not very serious. If this room is his food, we don't believe in starvation here. We think that's
Stop.
Shape
That's a good one.
Hey, Amir, tell me if I'm right or wrong. Has Hamas made $500 million over stolen food aid since October?
We believe in the death sentence for people who murder innocent people.
Yeah, one second, Abib, the report came out. They didn't steal the aid, by the way. Do you want the report?
Bro, yesterday
they debunked it. The US aid came out with an investigation, and they said that they Hamas did not steal it. Do you want the report? Yes or no? Do you want the fucking report? Do you want the fucking report? I'm talking about the U.S. investigation report. You don't watch it. I don't care about it. Then shut your fucking mouth. Fucking idiot. You don't want to take any evidence. Then shut your fucking mouth.
But one thing he's like, oh, it's America and Israel. And then when you say, oh, the U.S. came out of a report that debunked Israel's claim, now you don't want a report from America. You're a fucking stupid bitch.
Trump administration has said that the Gaza has received over enough aid for 20 million people.
No, it didn't. Donald Trump literally said today. Donald Trump said today that what Bibi Netanyahu has said that there's no starvation is a lie.
Stop sexually harassing me. Stop sexually harassing me.
Sexually harassing your fat ass?
Stop sexually harassing me.
You're not sexual object of harassment. Please stop.
Nobody wants you sexually.
Why else did you agree with what you're saying? So Trump has said that yes, there is starvation at Bibi's line. As of today. As of yesterday.
Yeah, as of yesterday.
So what do you see to that?
And who is Israeli's human rights organization? Two Israeli human rights organization has said this is a genocide.
And aren't IDF soldiers now not following orders of serving?
Yes, I got the article from the Telegraph. They're saying the highest in the military are not following orders.
All I'm saying is like this. I love Palestine.
Anyway, they say the Telegraph.
Just shut your fucking mouth.
I'm not following orders.
You shut up, white man. You don't do shit. You don't do shit. You're a peckerwood. You're a redneck peckerwood. You can't do nothing, boy.
Look at
I'm
this.
bigger than
Hold on. Black Rob.
Bigger, you better than us.
You denied the starvation.
You better than us. That's what
parents are starving their children.
But
yeah.
No,
this is what they do in Gaza. This is what they do in Gaza.
Hold on. Trump has said today that yes, there is starvation because of Israel. That's just been said today. So now you don't believe that Trump.
When did he say that?
What do you believe?
He said it yesterday, you fucking dickhead.
Why does this person keep harassing me? I'm just trying to have conversation with people.
Anyway, like I said, he said it yesterday.
Stop.
And then 2 Israelis.
Stop harassing me. Stop sexual harassing me. Stop sexual.
Amir, can we get him out the room? Can we get him out the room?
This is to the panel. 2 Israeli humanitarian.
He's bringing us the information, and Black Devil is just somebody who is in denial. And he just go back and forth and tell him.
Okay, stop, Black Rabbi. What's wrong with you, man? Stop.
I'm circumcised. You're not a fucking grown-ass man. Look at your fucking dick, you bag.
Brought forth information. Can you share the link in the chat if you don't mind? For people to read it on their own.
Oh, you want me to share the link?
Yes, that's wonderful. That's actually really great information you're providing.
Yeah, I'll find it right now.
It's crazy how, when the narrative doesn't fit this genocidal maniac, the Black Rabbi is going to deny the information. Although it's in America, it's Trump. The person.
Maybe they have new information. I'm open to hearing it.
He's saying this. Okay,
I'm open to seeing it. I'm open to seeing it.
Read the article for yourself. If he is saying it for a fact.
Well, we have to fix it. If that's the case, we have to fix it.
So now will you now concede to the fact that yes, Gazans are being starved?
After analyze it, and if Trump administration says that.
Shit.
Why not?
You didn't analyze anything.
I should just listen.
Enough independent.
Stop.
Who said this? Including Israeli authorities have said this.
So this article is from the Times of Israel. Let me get the other one.
Mordecai, have you ever told your mother how you feel about the fact that the mothers are
I told her.
Have you ever said to her?
I told her.
Educate my family.
I told her, Rabbi.
I told her. I'm a little nobody.
My DMs, Rabbi.
I'm a little nobody.
I told her.
Yeah, you're ugly too.
You're triggered about it, but I have her in my DMs.
You should yellow too.
I have her in my DMs.
We're waiting for you.
We're waiting for you.
What do you mean weird? Who are you waiting for? You need to wait for a gym. Go to a gym, bitch.
Let me show him something else.
People try to center themselves by talking to me.
Black Devil, you sound, even the way you talk makes you sound shy.
She's on the 7th floor, Rabbi. She's on the 7th floor, Rabbi. She's on the 7th floor.
You got bigger titties than me.
Yeah, she's on the 7th floor. Yeah.
We're better than you.
She's on the 7th floor.
This guy. Why are you socializing with this guy? Honestly. This is like a form of socialization. You're normalizing this dude. This is an evil individual.
Too late. It's too late.
Don't want to hear him. Don't want to hear his fucking voice.
Let Ab speak, please.
Don't say it. No, seriously, his voice is killing me. I swear to God, man. This dude is a black man. And he's fucking defending what we're seeing.
No, he sets the white down, by the way. He's giving up his white.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
You can't use the word man to describe him. You can't say man.
I would never want to be white. White is
I
inferior.
think he comes here to get his dose of dopamine, because he gets high off this.
Yeah, I get strength. When I talk about changing the people now, it's from these
That's why
conversations.
you guys need to get him out the room and never let him back ever.
Shut up. Uncircumcised man, shut up.
This kind of energy.
Can I interject in this conversation?
Okay, who's trying to speak right now? There's a male.
Chris is trying to speak.
Please so go ahead.
He's talking about my private
Let
So,
him speak, please go ahead.
no offense, but I am getting a little bit tired of this discussion, the way it's leading. I'm hoping that we can just.
We don't care what you're tired of. We don't care.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying though is that I would like to take it back to the article that you just shared, as well as the topic that we have here, which is Gaza starving.
Speak on the article if you like to.
And Israel says it's not our problem. So I was hoping that if we were to talk about the topic, that Black Rabbi would have focused on just the topic, but it looks like he really doesn't care much about the topic.
He's in deep denial.
Right. So I'm here to derail the conversation.
Does anyone disagree that with Israel's position, though, that it's not our problem? And I'm speaking from an American standpoint. Is it in fact our problem that Gazans are starving?
Of course, it should be everybody's problem.
Why?
It's a human thing.
Is it just because a human thing, therefore it should be in American interest?
So, but give me a second. Give me a second. So, Palestine is
responsible if they pay taxes. Genocide.
Okay.
Americans paid for the genocide. If they're
Habib, you're breaking out. Make sure.
So in any cause of which American taxpayer dollars are going into, therefore the U.S. has the right to get themselves involved? Is that your claim, Habibi?
They have the obligation. They're obligated, not the right. They have the obligation they have to stop the starvation.
So before all the cuts to the fundings around the world for all these different projects, so you're saying because an American taxpayer dollar is spent on a foreign land, we now have an obligation to interfere or enter ourselves into another country's politics? Is that
foreign lands?
Okay, Habib, do you hear me or not? Does anybody hear me here?
I hear you, Ace. It's Morty.
Okay, Morty, let me interject here. So, Chris, let me explain this. First of all, when we talk about is Israel responsible to ensure that the Gazans are fed, absolutely. It's been the land's been occupied for decades, and under Geneva Convention, I think it's Article 5, the occupier must provide not only safety, which obviously they haven't, also the appropriate, medical supplies, food, etc. That's supposed to be given from the get-go, which they have seriously lacked. So in this case, by withholding aid that's coming in that's absolutely necessary, it's actually collective punishment and starving the civilians. It's very dark. It's definitely genocidal. Now, in terms of America, the thing with America is this. Now, we've already involved ourselves, so we've been funding Israel for 75 years, more than any other country actually. We've given them more aid than anybody in the world. But this is the issue. When we give weapons and we give anything to any country, actually any country, this is just, Shabbat, you're responsible to ensure that your bombs, weaponry, whatever the equipment is being used where there's no, humanitarian laws, etc., or rules of engagement, war, etc., whatever you want to call it, being broken. If you give any of your weaponry and you know that you have intel that this is happening, I think Biden actually withheld, I'm not a big Biden fan, but he did withheld one of these bombs that he did say, they're being used in a way to maximize damage to civilians. And then, of course, Trump gave, but he free willing. So if you're willing to fund and give tons of money and assets to this country that is now participating in the starvation of innocent people, if you're part of the problem, you better solve the problem.
America made Israel. America made Israel.
1 second. Unless we are okay with that. We stand on such high moral ground saying, hey, we spread democracy, blah, 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 and all of this nonsense. If that's where we want to that's ground you want to stand on, and that's what we want to be known for, right now there's an act of genocide taking place. It's been taking place for a while, a long time. So, Chris, how would it not make sense for us to, provide aid, pressure Israel to open the goddamn borders? And a lot of aid isn't just coming from us. It's coming from countries around the world. There's tons of aid sitting at the borders that's more than enough to feed everybody 10 times over. It's just sitting there. They won't let it in.
Okay.
And these are also international organizations, right? There's so many nonprofits that are also going in to help distribute aid. So it's not just America that's involved with this. So do you feel otherwise? And do you have a different
Yes. Oh, I do. And I will base it on the fact that the way you use it. So Israel is essentially a client. We're giving them armaments. We're technically selling them. We're not actually giving them. But
giving it.
We're actually getting. It's not exact.
I know.
Right. But hold on. Let me step back real quick. So we have more than just Israel as a client. We have a lot of foreign military clients. We have, Australia, we're talking about anything NATO. We have Qatar, we have Saudi Arabia. We have many other countries that are clients that we give them planes, bombs, all sorts of different types of weaponry. How they use it and who they use it on does that mean that now the U.S. is invested and therefore they have the obligation because they provided the military plane that dropped a bomb on another country?
Yeah, well,
Absolutely.
Right now,
1000%.
Okay.
well, what's that?
Does gun manufacturer?
Please, hold on. The countries that you've listed currently, are they taking place in this level of barbaric treatment towards over 2.5 million people that's been going on for multiple years, and now they're at the last stage of famine? Have those countries been doing that right now actively at the scale that we're seeing, that we all know of? And the answer is no. Right now, we all know.
It depends. I think everyone can agree that the U.S. has funded a lot of wars in Africa. I don't know if anybody in this room would disagree with that. Does that mean that the USA should be responsible for all the casualties?
We're not doing whataboutisms.
This is a giant whataboutism.
No, this
Are
not,
we
we're not
responsible?
doing whataboutism.
We're talking about whether the U.S. should be responsible.
Israel.
Hold on, one second.
We're talking about whether the U.S. is responsible for the starvation in Gaza. That is a big what if.
It's indirectly responsible, yes.
Hold on.
Directly responsible.
Hold on. Why do we then show up to defend Israel when they pick a fight with Iran? Are we responsible for coming to their goddamn defense every goddamn time? Are we? If they go pick a fight with Iran, if they go and start it, why are we responsible? You know that there's military personnel in the Middle East that were active in actually intercepting a lot of what was coming through. It was the U.S. military. It was the so-called Iron Dome. So tell me, are we responsible for that?
Can I just add one thing? The U.S. has used its veto power at the UN Security Council to block resolution calling for ceasefire or investigating into Israel's action, even when there's global consensus. This sends a message that Israel can act with few consequences. Yes, the United States is responsible also.
The global consensus as an American, I don't know how many of you are Americans, doesn't mean anything.
Did you hear me?
Hold on.
Did you hear me?
Respond to my question first.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know who to respond to.
If you don't respond to my question first, and then Trey.
I'm sorry, I need you to repeat your question. I got lost with the last one.
My question, hold on. My question, let me finish this. Hold on. So my question was, when Israel went and recently picked a fight with Iran, okay, they were the aggressor. Why are we responsible and always assisting them in the sense where we have military personnel right in the Middle East intercepting bombs, and because we interject ourselves and involve ourselves into things we have no business involving ourselves, then we have our military bases that have had to be evacuated. Okay, so you're bringing danger upon American civilians for Israel. Israel started this, so it's not just providing weaponry; it's actually providing intel. It's actually being on the ground. It's actually being involved diplomatically. Not only that, if you look further than this, we have interjected ourselves so heavily into things in other parts of the world that we have no business in being. And then when there's a humanitarian crisis that we may have propagated, we step out and say, well, not my fault. Let me ask you a question. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me ask to Chris. Does that make sense? Why? I think I
follow what you're saying, and I want to limit it to just Iran. I honestly believe the Israel thing and their involvement was just frankly an excuse for the U.S. to be. Well, as we know, the Ayatollah and many of the military leaders, including the scientific ministry, have all claimed that there's a chant, quite literally a death to America chant, no different from what death to the IDF chant, except this one's geared towards America.
Okay.
So if the USA views Iran as a military power, one that's capable, 60%, when we only need 3.6 enrichment capacity.
They've been keeping up the mark.
Ace, let me get in after the answers, please. Let me get in, please.
Okay, go ahead. Finish, Chris.
I believe it was in Americans' interest to
Okay, so then you're going to say that it's also in
nuclear
America's interest to
facilities.
starve the Gazans. With that logic, it also means it's in America's interest to starve the Gazans. If that's the
Well, America actually bombed Iran. It wasn't. I mean, Israel bombed them as well. Right, but no, America actually bombed it. America's not actually bombing any Gaza or any Palestinian.
Wait a second. Ace, please look at Grizz. I'm just gonna take this back to the fundamentals here. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you this: if you have an AK-47 and a couple grenades, and you have somebody who you know, okay, they've informed you, you know that they intend to buy these weapons from you and use them to attack a school, okay, to blow up a school with children in it. You know that that's what they're going to do. Now, it's your responsibility to not sell them those weapons. And also, if you did sell them those weapons and then you found out after that that's what they were planning to do, is it not your responsibility to stop them or contact somebody that needs to stop them? Just answer that straight.
No. I do not believe that if in that context, for instance, you're saying storyline, one person's basically claiming that they're using it for self-defense, which is what Israel's standpoint is. They're not saying that they're out there killing Palestinians deliberately. It could be a cover.
That's not what I said.
No, I'm giving you the example back at
That's
you.
not what I said.
That's what you said. You said, I'm giving you the example.
I said somebody who's going to use it to blow up a school, to kill children. That's what I said. I didn't say anything about someone claiming self-defense.
Well, here's what I'm telling you. In this context, the person that you're claiming is claiming self-defense, not that they're planning to bomb or attack the hospital.
That's not what I asked.
That's not what I asked. But you're creating a hypothetical. You want me to buy into the hypothetical, but I'm telling you it does not apply here.
Okay, so based on what, I mean, I don't know what your opinion is.
No, he's a
your actual opinion. You first tell me that before I kind of
got cut off, Habib. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but before I address before I address what your actual issue is psychologically, I want to know what your actual opinion is, not what your your philosophical argument or what you want to get into in terms of what's really the responsibility and why. No, I'm asking you on a personal level what your opinion is about America's responsibility with the genocide.
The U.S. does not have any responsibility to the genocide, as it doesn't have any responsibility
you're a psychopath. You're a psychopath.
If you want to go that route and you're just talking that way and not rationalizing things, then,
No, I'm telling you,
I'm not going to be like Black Rabbi.
You're a psychopath.
You're going to call me a
You
name.
are a psychopath. You are a psychopath.
You're the one acting emotionally, so I would say you're the psychopath if you really want to go that route. This is really pointless.
Okay, let's not do personal attacks, guys. Just have a discussion on his points and just debate him on his points, because his argument himself is flawed.
I mean, that's the foundation for his approach. Is his sickness. The man is sick.
He's looking at it very technically.
It doesn't matter what points you come up with. Ace, do you understand everything you just said? And just what's going on? So he's a psycho. The man is sick. And that's the basis for what's pouring forth from him.
We can agree to disagree.
Can I just wait? Can I just say something? I just want to be so here's an argument from ChatGPT. If you're trying to make a case debating or understanding U.S. compliant in Gaza, this is the core of it. Not pulling the trigger, but handing over the gun and shielding the shooter. Basically, that's what the United States is doing.
I don't really. I wanted to ask Chris. So, Chris, what is your argument about what's happening in Gaza? Can you please give me the argument?
I'm not too sure. I mean, just broadly, I would say that as it relates to this topic, the U.S. doesn't have any responsibility on how the armaments or whatever military equipment is being utilized by a foreign nation.
So what do we do about the Leahy law?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The Leahy law.
Leahy law. Sorry, that doesn't ring a bell. Leahy law?
Okay. Yes, as a U.S. Yeah, just L-E-H-I, Leahy laws. I believe it's L-E-H-I, right? Ace. So according to the
L-E-A-H-Y. I'll put that.
Okay, thank you. According to the law, the U.S. cannot give weapons to any entity or government that's committing crimes against humanity. There's an ICJ case. You as an American should be worried about that. I'll tell you why. Forget the Gaza. Forget about the Gaza thing, right? For 1 second. You as an American, our tax dollars are already going to this fucking genocide. Not only to this, even it was going to the Sudan genocide as well. And to a whole bunch of other massacres and genocide that we're responsible for, right? If ICJ decides that it's a fucking genocide, the U.S. tax dollars, your tax dollars, my tax dollars, me as an American, you as an American, we will be responsible for the reparations. And where the reparations going to go? To Gazans. Why? Because U.S. was involved in it. They're fighting the U.S. They're not fighting Israel. Israel is a fucking tiny piece of shit entity. It's called Israel, right? But they're actually fighting the American, because America is the one that gave them weapons. From 7th of October up till now, we have given them $66 million. Right? Not to mention, we even funded their university, Tel Aviv University, about $400 to $500 million. Like, why do we give two fucks about this disgusting Zionist entity? We don't give two fucks. Get lost. You as an American, you don't care about what's happening in Gaza. There's a lot of Americans out there, they don't give two fucks about what's happening all over the world. Like, they only care about American politics. So you as an American, you should be worried about that, because if the shit happens with the reparations, your tax dollars are going to be at stake again, and they're going to be, we're going to have to pay the reparations.
I understand where you're going with that. I follow and I track with what you're telling. I have to just reiterate something that I said a little bit earlier, though. As an American, and I'm guessing you are American, I think you know that any global entity, there is no global entity of which the U.S. adheres to. The ICJ can put in as many suits as they want. The USA does not answer to them. They don't answer to any external entity. So I think it's nice that you guys believe the Geneva Convention, the UN, all of these have some sort of power over the US. But what I'm saying is the ICJ is no different. It has no authority over the U.S. You've seen in many recent years where the U.S. shows into some threats for everybody.
Chris, forget the ICJ.
Oh, okay.
If the ICJ decides it's a genocide, ICC, all these other organizations, you don't think there's a lot of Palestinian Americans that live in America and their family members have been butchered and slaughtered? Do you know it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the federal government of the U.S.?
That's the peanuts in comparison. Oh yeah, there's lawsuits every day for even.
There's a lawsuit right now from a care organization which is based out of California, and there's multiple lawsuits coming from Palestinian Americans. And guess what? Recently, last week, they killed a Palestinian American without any accountability. They have killed over God knows how many Americans over there, right? My whole thing is, forget the ICJ now, right? The ICJ comes out with a ruling. We all agree that it's a genocide, and I already know it's a genocide. There's a Holocaust scholars that have said it's a genocide. I agree.
Is that retroactive?
But as an American, right? If the lawsuit goes, that's going to be a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the U.S. government, the federal, and who's going to be paying for it? Us, you, and me. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I see what you're saying. Though it's a necessary, well, I'm not sure evil is the right word. It's a necessary expense. If you're telling me that the government was spending trillions without really blinking an eye on military armaments is going to flinch over a couple billions, I don't believe that we're living in the same America.
It will. I'll tell you why. Because the Anthony Blinken, right, the Secretary of State, he lied in front of Congress. Do you know what the consequences of lying in front of Congress? It's a fucking felony.
It's a censure.
Did you know that?
It is no different. There's been many times where politicians have lied. Have you not seen the punishments? It's a censure. It's a formality of what they get as punishment. So that's hardly, and they know that it's a formality. That's the worst of it. I agree. It shouldn't be that way, but it is a formality.
The Secretary of State lied, and then we have a pedophile list that's missing. We don't know who's a pedophile. We know Trump is one, right? We don't know the full complete list of the pedophiles that are serving in the government.
How do we
and
know?
Can you imagine?
Anyways, that's off topic. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Can you imagine? Right? You invite one of these politicians to your house, and turns out it's a fucking pedophile that's listed on Epstein file. Right? And a lot of these pedophiles are connected to Israel, like because of Epstein. Epstein was a Jew, and I still haven't found a single record of him flying to Israel. But I've seen Ehud Barak, the guy, former Israeli Prime Minister, flying to his place more than 30 to 50 times. Ehud Barak, a former Israeli Prime Minister. So all I'm saying is there's a lot of fishy, and Ghislaine Maxwell, her dad was working for Mossad, right? And there's a lot of people saying that both of these guys working for Mossad as well. So it should, it's very questionable. You as an American, all of this should be questionable. And we have a pedophile right now serving in the government. That should be questionable as well. And you have a lot of these politicians, they're inciting violence against the Palestinians. Did you hear the statement from, what was that fucker's statement? You heard about that, Lindsey Graham and the other motherfuckers that are serving in the military, in the government. And the dual loyalty, where the fuck does it come from? 1984, Jonathan Pollard. He was an Israeli, he was an American. He spied on fucking America. For who? For Israel, 1984. He gets arrested in 85, right? He gets arrested. He was locked up till 2020. We have the laws, intact that we're supposed to execute these motherfuckers, right? That spy on America. And guess what? While he was in American prison, he was given an Israeli citizenship from where? Netanyahu. And Netanyahu begged Trump to, give him immunity. Once he comes out, he flies directly to Israel. When he lands in Israel, Netanyahu gives him a warm welcome. He's a fucking, good person. He's a very, honest and, what is it called, honorable person inside Israel. But with Americans, he's a terrorist.
If I may.
Sorry. Yeah. So this is where I'm going to land with, So what do you think about all of these things?
So many things that you touched upon, but I'm going to say something that will be potentially controversial, all right? I actually don't care about anyone being labeled or even convicted, frankly, of pedophilia or whatever it is you're referencing here. It does not mean that any of the ideas outside of their horrible sin, let's call it, is invalid. I don't care if the foundation of the greatest organization in the world turns out to be a pedophile. It doesn't mean the organization is associated to his pedophilia or that it endorses that. It has nothing to do with it. So I don't understand why you're making a domestic situation such as the Epstein, files, which is only purely suggesting that he could be a pedophile. It doesn't prove anything.
DOJ said he's on it.
No, there's no proof.
DOJ said no proof. Hold on. DOJ, Department of Justice said Trump's name's on the file.
That doesn't mean because Trump's name is on a file does not mean it says that Trump had a pedophilia act.
You want the statement that he said that he liked them youngs and whatnot. There's a lot of these statements.
Old men like young girls. Is that really a good thing?
He's saying he doesn't care. Look at Chris. You said that Congress. You agree that the penalty for lying in front of Congress shouldn't be what it is. Okay, you agree that it should be different.
Correct.
So, do you agree that America should stop the genocide? Do you agree?
Well, that's where we get into a longer discussion. If it is a genocide.
It's a yes or no.
Did you look at
If it is a genocide, then yes, I agree that the U.S. should get involved.
So
I've been looking at it at the same time as I'm. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know if it's a genocide. And the reason I say is this. I don't want to keep talking about the fact that I work for a defense contractor. But if there was a genocide, it should already be done by now. The armaments that the U.S. can produce can wipe out
Why does it
entire
have to be done
Palestine.
quickly? Why do you think it has to be done quickly?
My point being is that
If you're trying to convince the world if you're trying to convince the world that you're not doing a genocide, that you're doing self-defense, right? Or if you're trying to
You want to jump in?
so why does it? Wouldn't it be done slowly?
Too many voices.
Wouldn't it be done slowly?
That's hypothetical. We don't know. It could be that the same effect. If let's say you're saying conspiracy, they're actually doing genocide, but they know not to kill them quickly. It could also mean the complete opposite. For face value, they're not committing genocide. So the same.
Okay, but Chris, the reality is the genocide is happening on the ground.
Based on what?
What's going on? So
based on what?
Based on them cutting off the collective punishment.
There's
based on
that have said that.
Yes, based
like
on
no other nation has collective punished another entity, or I'm sorry.
So you could, I mean, if you take it back to the basics here, where Palestinians lived in Gaza is uninhabitable. So that disrupts their way of life. The universities were destroyed, the mosques were destroyed, hospitals were destroyed. So their ability to live in that land has been destroyed, and their cultural centers, including museums and universities, have been destroyed. So that's a destruction of their society, their knowledge, societal knowledge. That's where genocide comes in, because you're destroying a people's ethnic cleansing, which is an element of genocide, right? So ethnic cleansing doesn't just mean you're killing the people, but you're intentionally destroying their way of life, and you're disrupting their culture, their society, and you're doing it on purpose. This is genocide.
How is that different from any other war that has happened when they order? Hold on. How can you clarify intent? How do you determine intent without just saying?
I didn't determine it. Israel determined intent.
They have not said that they're killing Palestinians deliberately. They have not said that. So you are assuming
he's going to turn it into a tent city. They're going to cut off the
Hold on, give me a second. Habib,
the
hold on,
water.
guys. Okay, so I don't know how much you've been keeping in track with this. We've heard the Ben Gurions, we've heard the school church. These are people that are very prevalent in the government. We've heard Benjamin himself say some egregious things. They've made their intent very clear from day one. First of all, calling Palestinians Amalek. And when you look at the history of it, that basically means religious leaders say that they're allowed to go and destroy everything to do with the Palestinians.
Including the animals.
Including the animals, their land desecrated. This is before the EU went in. Okay, that was on live television. Intent was made clear there. Then we had even these people that have been continuing, just carrying on this, even before October 7th, removing people from their homes. They've made their intent clear that we're doing this for the government. We want these people gone. We're going to take their homes and destroy them. There's about 800,000 illegal settlers. Not since October 7th, 2023, since before that, and that number has grown. Now let's go back to the Ben Gurions, multitudes. They have come out and said, we need these people gone. Erased. These are government officials who work within the cabinet, who are saying this intent loud and clearly. How else can you make your intent more clear?
And can I just say, before October 7th, real quick, and to this date, they call, and on here you hear Zionists say so-called Palestinians. You hear the talking points, not just on here, but through the Israeli government, through Israelis, that Palestinians are uninvented people. We don't have claim or agency to the land, and they don't call the land Palestinians are on Palestine or Palestinian territory. They call it Judea and Samaria. So they're changing the culture of the people, because Judea and Samaria is not their culture.
I have no idea how to approach the historical aspect of what you're referring to.
No, it's not historical. Judea and Samaria is what they call it now. That's what Israelis call the West Bank, Judea and Samaria.
Oh, did Chris fall off the call? I don't see him.
Do you guys want to hear the quotes that somebody is really... Oh, did he leave?
Please do, yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he fell off?
Oh, because he didn't know how to...
Well, what was he? Was he a Zionist?
He works with the American military. I think he's an arms supplier. That's what he was saying.
Arms supplier.
Arms dealer, supplier, something along those lines.
No,
military contracts, etc.
Maybe he's a contracting specialist. That's what I'm trained for. Not for arms. I don't do the government.
But his
I don't do the.
Should we be responsible for how the feeding of these people? Why is America involved with this? And we talked about, hey, if you're providing all this weaponry, and there are multiple treaties. There's the ATT I just brought up a second ago. Amir brought up the Leahy law, where there actually are laws in place. And if you're selling or providing any arms to any country, you have to make sure that they're used ethically, whatever that means. And if you see that there has been some violations, you yourself could be in trouble. That's why Biden, he did withhold 3,500 bombs and whatnot, because he said the Rafah invasion, this is where millions of people have been sort of forced into. And he did say this is going to be dangerous to the civilians. So he did withhold until Trump came in and he just gave it to them. So I'm surprised as him working in this industry has no idea that these laws are in place. So if you're going to provide weapons and you're going to defend and give, those things have caused this genocide. You have to be responsible. Oh, Grace, you're back. I think someone had a question for you. Was it USA? Oh, Wednesday, can you read out the quotes?
Oh, yeah, I got them.
So she's going to read out the quotes I was speaking about from these
So Speaker Isaac Herzog, President, statement. Entire nation responsible, no excuses. Interpretation in genocide case. Collective blame, context, relativity, and content.
Can you read the Ben-Gvir and the smoke test?
Is it Ben-Gvir? Oh, hold on. Yoav Gallant, Defense Minister.
Yeah.
Human animals, complete siege. Dehumanized language, punishment civilians. Remember what is this, the Akamali had done to you?
Yeah.
And then, I don't see his statement.
There's a bunch of...
I don't see...
Of course, I just want to...
My apologies, I got cut off.
No worries. Yeah, I figured this is Clubhouse. What I want to say is, besides the official, statement of this is a genocide, besides, this, I know you want to have it done protectively. Besides that, besides the label, besides all that, let's just look at it from just straight up, easy to see logic. What is happening there, and you agree, is absolutely heinous. Is barbaric.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
To the Palestinians.
To the Palestinians.
Have you seen the doctors talking about Doctors Without Borders, where they've had to operate without on children, with absolutely nothing to ease their pain, nothing, and that's because Israel withholds all of these necessary equipment that they need. I can't even. There's so many things that I'm sure you already have seen and heard. Without getting into the technical, you and I can agree. What Israel is doing is above and beyond self-defense. They crossed that line a long time ago. You and I can probably agree this has to do with some sort of political goal, because we can see how Israel moves and tries to jump into other countries over, buffer zones, defense, security, when there's been no reasonable threat whatsoever. With all that being said, Chris, can you not agree that this needs to stop.
I mean, yes, I'm against any. Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
Oh, I agree. I think that train of logic applies to any war. I'm not pro
Yeah,
war.
we're speaking about
either,
this right
so. But that's just it, though. And you're right. Israel has crossed the line. It's no longer self-defense. It is war. I don't want there to be any war. But unfortunately, I do believe, counterintuitively, war is necessary.
Okay,
I'm not saying every
because
war
of
should
the
be
business
justified.
here, it's a business here, and but how do you war against a population where 50% of it are under their children?
Well, I don't think they look at it that way. When 9/11, I'm sorry, I'm harking back to that. I'm just mentioning one moment where the U.S. was so animated that they would have bombed anyway. In fact, the premise of the war with Iraq was 9/11, which evidently has nothing to do with 9/11. That's how passionate Americans were. And here, October 7th is essentially.
Before you continue, you know that it was the Bibi who was pushing the U.S. to go into war with Iraq, right?
Well, amongst many.
I know.
It is. I mean, I can't say that he had more influence than anybody else. But there's so many people in that time, and so many high influential people who pushed Bush, endorsed and even gave him the best way to execute.
How many American, military personnel were killed and left? I mean, the PTSD is unbelievable.
Oh yeah, no, there's lasting effects to them and their families.
And we can talk about how many Iraqis were murdered.
But it's a cause.
One second. When you talk about what you just said right now, the 9/11 had nothing to do with it. There was no weapons of mass destruction. We found that out.
Correct. No, but the people were animated. They wanted to take retribution for what they saw was an unforgivable act. Now I understand that it was mistaken. I'm not saying I agree with everything the world that happens with the U.S. government, but I'm saying that same animosity, the same sentiment, is exactly what I understand it, and I'm not saying it's correct. October 7th is what Israelis seem to utilize the same way that Americans utilized when 9/11 occurred.
Okay,
except the difference is it really was Palestinians. No, but I understand why they react in a war, and this is no longer self-defense, it's war. It's the same reason that as an American, I understand if we're attacked. If I can harken back, there's a CEO of, I think it's Anduril or Palantir, one of the major defense firms in the world. I'm not sure if many people know it. And he would say, if what happened in Israel on October 7th happened to the U.S., there'd be a hole in the ground somewhere, saying that whoever attacked us, in the same way that October 7th happened to Israel, we would annihilate everyone.
So we're just
so that sentiment is not unicidal. It's not. That sentiment is not unique. Well, I'm saying it's not unique in that it's not just them. Iran, if they could, I'm willing to believe that Iran would destroy the U.S. in its entirety, and not just Iran. I'm not sure Russia would want that. So I'm sure there are many nations in the world, and many people here in this room who probably would want, if they had the power, to completely annihilate the U.S.
No, this is really wrong. So if we occupy a small piece of land or island, right? Say if America occupies a small piece of land, somewhere in the let's say it occupies a small piece of land, so that's not part of America. Let's say occupy a small piece of land that's not American, all right? So they've been under occupation for more than 70 years, right? And America has been controlling their movement, has so many checkpoints, and they don't get a citizenship of America. They don't do nothing. They can't come out of that land. They're locked up into that land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they have the right to resist?
Sure. I think what you're getting at is that it's not fair.
Native Americans have a right to resist.
Habib, please mute up. Do they have the right to resist?
Correct.
Against the occupation?
I don't even know if right's the right word, but I understand why they would resist.
Okay. So they would resist, and according to international law, they have the right to resist using weapons, rockets, bombs, whatever it comes to.
The U.S. doesn't acknowledge any international law.
U.S. It doesn't matter. U.S. recognizes or not. How do you fight over a fucking occupier? This is how you do it. They would, and it's justified. According to international law, it's justified. According to America, no, I mean, I don't really care what America thinks. America, they lie all the time, the government officials.
What country's government doesn't lie to its own people? Do you think Russia's honest? China's honest? Name an honest government. I would love to live there.
Chris, but the issue here is that land that you're occupying, it falls under international law. But America doesn't fall under international law. You see the difference there? So that if you're occupying that land, it's under occupation because it's against international law. That's why it's called occupied land. And this is what this land is about. It's been occupied. Look at the West Bank. It's been under occupation for more than 50 years. Right? Mm-hmm. Now, my whole point is they have the right to resist. They got 920 motherfucking checkpoints in the West Bank. They control every aspect, every movement of their lives, every single day. Just to fucking drive 20 kilometers, it could take you 3-4 hours. There's been multiple babies that have been delivered at these fucking checkpoints, and checkpoints are only for the Palestinians, not for the Israeli settlers that are living illegally. There's about 700,000 of them, these people that are living in the West Bank. So my question again to you, if you're under occupation, they have the right to resist. Whether you respect it or you don't respect it, they have to do it because that, Israel, whether it respects it or not, the other part, that's under occupation, it goes by the international law, how it's occupied. There's a lot of cases on this. A lot of people have filed a lawsuit. A lot of people. My question to you, is it justified to right to resist?
Yes, but before you go on with any further, there's many situations in which a losing nation would be, by the way you've explained, it would be justified. When the U.S. Hold on. When the U.S. history here, Native Americans' right to resist. When Mexico became part of the USA, California and Texas became part of the U.S. Same logic. You're telling me that because a bigger nation or a stronger nation takes over a territory or a land, even through military might, that somehow it's wrong, and that's where I would disagree with you.
Why are you occupying somebody else's
and I would disagree with you. I think maybe I'm thinking of it from a business perspective, but in business, you don't look at your competition and say, oh, well, let's give them some market share so that way it's fair. You want the world to be fair. Well, hold on. Don't act like it's the only place that has this train of thought. China, Russia, the other three, biggest nations. Every country in BRICS, they all have that same mentality that they don't look at it and they say that, oh, let's give America some market share, or let's give this little country some market share.
Forget that. Take that. One second, brother. 1 second, no. So you live in America. Somebody wants to come and occupy your land. Do you have the right to take out your weapon and shoot?
Sure, but it's not. Okay. What you're saying is fair now. The world doesn't run on fair.
Chris, 1 second.
I don't know why everyone assumes that that's the right way. Fair is what everyone's supposed to be.
Hold on. I'm not done. So if they occupy your land and you're not able to resist them, they rape your mother, they rape your sister, they rape your women, they rape your brother, they rape your, everybody, cousin that's living on that particular property, and they move you in the backyard under a sun, right? And they put a little wall and they lock you up. You can't leave that place. It's your property, but you can't. And you tried everything. You went through the court system. Court is not willing to help. You went through the cop system. The cop is on their payroll, the occupier payroll, right? What would you do? Let's say 5 or 10 years later, you make a weapon, right? And now you know how to take your land back. Would it be justified to take your land back 10 years later?
Justify. See,
okay. Can I just say, look at
Amir. 1 second, Habib, hang on, brother. Hang on, I'm not
Please,
done.
brother. Let me just say something to you.
Habib, I'm not done. Thank you. So is it justified 10 years later to take back your land?
Sure. As the country who took over the land is justified in keeping that territory. It's no different.
No. The other country, there's no justification because you stole it and you're fighting over stolen land.
Taking over, so then Russia should give back some lands of Ukraine.
You're doing whataboutism right now.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is it doesn't apply to every rule.
Hold on, you can't deflect and freaking do whataboutism. This is the problem.
No, I'm talking about in this one.
This is the problem I have with a lot of Zion.
Has no obligation to give them back. No.
Okay, can I something now? Look at Amir. The reason why you're not making a valid point into what he said, and it's just because of what he said. He said that if America was attacked that we would leave a hole in the ground, right? So it doesn't mean that America.
Counter argument to what he said. That had nothing to do with the argument. I already knew what he said. That was my counter argument to what he said to debunk his bullshit argument, because his argument doesn't make sense. Because if you're the occupier, the other party has the right to fucking come back and take back the land and justify it.
Amir, just hear what I'm saying. Look, all he's saying. Look, if all the countries that America has bombed the hell out of, if people from those countries came and bombed or blew up Twin Towers or did something, anything, just because America did all of what they did and then they reacted in that way, America would still put the big hole in the ground. It's what his point is. It's not that that's right. He's not saying that it's right. It's just what they would do. So he's saying that the Israel, that's just what they did, just like America would do that. And so you're trying to say, why they did it. Well, all he's saying is that that's what they would do, and that's what they would actually do. That's all he's saying.
I don't know if they would do what Israel did. So I'm saying I don't think.
Look what America did when the towers fell. 1 million women and children were killed in Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with the Twin Towers, but they invaded 7 countries. America went after 7 countries: Libya, right, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria. Like it went after 7 countries, and a lot more devastation. So, and that was all based off the towers falling, right? And you can say the same thing with the. I don't believe the towers were. I believe it was an inside job, but if it wasn't, right, it's people who were resisting the colonial, projects that America has set up all over the world, and their nations, and the crimes, right? So it's just that's how America reacted. That's all he's saying.
Whatever he's saying, I wanted to dive into his argument, but Noah, go on. Noah, did you want to say something?
Yeah, Chris, I just have a couple of questions, because you brought up, you look at it as like a business side, so you brought up the Native Americans and stuff like that, and the business side of things. And do you apply? I can already see that you apply business to land, but do you apply it to human beings?
I know where you're going with that, and I think I know. I'm going to say my opinion there, and you tell me if I'm following. We're all human beings. We should be giving each other respect, and we should be honoring each other as human beings, regardless of where you're from and what culture you come from. And everyone has a right to live and all that. I agree with you. However, no one thinks that way. No country in the world thinks humanism. I guess no, that's the correct application. If every country said, yes, we're all humans, I'm all on board. But until China and Russia looks out for the interests of Americans in the same way as a human being, if every nation starts to do that, I'm on board, man. I'll be there. It sounds a little hippie, I know.
Yeah, but
I'm on board.
True.
But the world just doesn't work that way.
No,
Americans think for the best interests of America. Russia thinks for the best interests of Russia. Israel thinks in the best interests for Israel, and the same thing for Palestine.
Chris, if you know history, like the Islamic Empire and the war campaign, there's been situations where the entire army had to go a different route to not disturb a pregnant dog. There's people who they treat the captives of war better than they treat themselves. They don't believe in killing women or children, even in war. There's rules of engagement. So there have been a lot of nations that respected the rules of engagement, that didn't kill innocents in war or destroy people's houses of worship.
Those are few and far apart, and nothing.
No, it's not. You had the Islamic Empire rule the world for a millennium.
That hasn't been. That's long gone. And to be honest, I find history, the longer you get from it, the harder it is to truly know. So, is there anything within 100 years? 100 years, and I'll be on board for this.
Do you think if Indonesia's army invaded China, right? And they have the power. Indonesia is not going to be murdering innocents and bombing their houses and worship and committing these atrocities that America.
How would you know? I don't know.
Because they're a Muslim nation and they're not
Muslim
like that.
nations have never done that.
They have rules and engagement.
You're telling me no Muslim nation has committed any kind of atrocities in wartime?
Bruce, please, can I please ask you, can I just please follow up on what I wanted to say? Of course. All I wanted to say, with the way you're justifying it is like more like moral relativism, and if you want to believe in that, I'm not gonna like really refute, but are you justifying like Israel's actions or America's actions of like colonization, slavery, like all these atrocious historical crimes, right? Selling black skin, selling caricatures of human beings. I can go on with horrible ways of how it was business. You know what I mean? And just in regards, it's all okay because someone else was going to do it regardless. Like, do you put that in the same way of like drug dealers? Like, do you justify like drug dealers because, well, there would be a drug dealer anyways? Because this line of reasoning is really faulty, right? Just because there is a murderer doesn't mean you have the justification to be a murderer, right? That doesn't give you any self-virtue. So if this is like a way, like, so I just want to know, like, you putting moral relativism into this discussion where like you're saying, oh, well, if it was any other country, they would have responded like the way America did with the 9/11 thing, or the way, I don't know, Russia did with Ukraine, shit like that. Is that why you're justifying it? Because I don't really fully agree that's a full justification on why Israel should be what they're doing, because that allows like pedophiles to be pedophiles.
Because he doesn't know the history. He doesn't know
logic. This line of logic is very, 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 it can get very faulty. Like, oh, well, a pedophile has always been a pedophile. Pedophile's always been part of history, so I could be a pedophile. It's like, it's, you know, like, it's just how it is. Like, if that's good, you know what I mean? Like, that's...
I understand, no, let me answer.
Yeah, sorry. It's just, yeah, that's...
So, when I mention best interest, I mean Russia, China, USA, any country, frankly. They're looking out for their best interest. Pedophilia, I don't know how you can argue, for instance, that it's in your best interest. So that is a completely separate argument. I'm talking about self-interest, not moral relativism exactly, but I understand where you're going with that. So I'm saying, essentially, that every nation has actions, every culture, whatever it is, that acts in their best interest. Israel's best interest is to annihilate Palestine. All right, that's what I mean. Our best interest, it varies depending on how you look at it. More controls in the Middle East. That's probably a very good reason why we are such friends with Israel. That is our best interest. So I think any nation would do that. So when you apply it to serial killers, help me make sense of that. Why a serial killer's best interest is to kill people, and therefore everybody should be a serial killer. Because it is my best interest to kill people.
Justifies the means, is all you're saying. They can do whatever crimes.
You're justifying the means to it. So, like, you're, the way you're saying, like, they're doing it because of their self-interest, a murderer can tell you it was my self-interest as well. Like, that's my whole point. Like, you using these ways of reasoning, it can be faulty. Like, I'm not saying...
How would a murderer justify self-interest?
You say what you're saying, it was my self-interest.
No, what is the self-interest? I can tell you the self-interest. What is the self-interest?
But that... Oh, what is the self-interest in a murderer? It gives them way of power and more expansion in their ideas of thoughts. The same way Zionists feel whenever they shoot babies.
I kill you.
That's their self-interest.
What is my interest in killing you? What do I gain from killing you?
You're giving me a hypothetical that...
Well, no, you gave me a hypothetical.
No, but they're giving me a hypothetical that includes you, and I don't think your best interest is to kill me, so like that's in general.
There you go, exactly.
I know,
it's not in the best interest for people to act like a serial killer. It is in the best interest of the U.S. to engage in wars. It is in the best interest of Israel to eliminate Palestine. It is in the best interest of Palestine to resist.
Why is it, like, again, using it as a reasoning. Like I don't know if you're getting where I'm saying. Like you saying it's the best interest, you're just validating their best interest because you're allowing it to be validated. Why? Like you're choosing not to just be like, oh well, that's the murderer's best interest because he told me so. America's telling you that's their best interest, and you're just taking it for surface value. A murderer can tell you it's my best interest to kill because it gives me satisfaction. And that's.
Well, I understand then. Okay, I understand the self-interest of the U.S. I understand the self-interest of Israel. I do not understand the self-interest of, let's say, somebody kills somebody or just likes to kill people for the heck of it. I'm like, I don't understand the self-interest of that.
Can I interject quickly on a psychological standpoint? People who enjoy killing, there is different parts of the brain that is satisfied, right? So, I mean, Noah has a good point. There's something that we may not understand, but there's something to them that satisfies something in their brain, or they have some sort of. We've seen so many serial killers go after certain people. There's some sort of satisfaction that they attain. It's never really random. Same way with our countries. There's nothing that they don't randomly kill. There's an objective, right, that they satisfy. But does that mean that's correct? Does that mean that should be allowed? Just the same way a psychopath can reason. Oh, there's someone very intelligent, actually, high IQs. They can reason all day long. Why it's justifiable? Why this should happen? Or whatever. You can go on about it. Even vigilantes can go ahead and justify your actions. Justifying your actions does not necessarily mean that it's the correct course of action to take. Just because other countries behave in the way that they behave does not mean that Israel, the USA, etc. needs to continue behaving in such barbaric ways, especially when we say we're so advanced and we're the leaders and we're so diplomatic and we're so democratic and we're all these things. But in practice, we are absolutely the worst.
How do we determine the correct moral standard then?
What do you mean correct moral standard?
Well, you're saying that. How do we know what? Okay, so
what
moral standards do we follow as a
do we not know innately as human beings? As innately as human beings, do we not know what's right or wrong? Or
yes,
do we miss something?
but Israel says that in their interest, what's right or wrong is to kill the group of people that keeps bombing us. So that's their interpretation.
Do you think? I'm sorry, Chris. Do you think the Prime Minister telling you it's his best interest to kill a area that is smaller than most, if not all cities in many cities in America? I'm not gonna I can't really pick up a city and be wrong. I'm not gonna do that. But just say it's a very compact area, the most compact area in the world, right? And that compact area is filled with people, more than half, that are under 18 years old. Most of them are kids. And saying that he needs to attack an area that is more likely than not, when he puts a bomb, he has more than 50% chance of killing a kid or a minor, right? That's his self-interest. Do you really think that is the best course of action, is to bomb the most compact place on Earth that is filled with more than half of the percent, more than 50% of that population being under 18?
Well, let me tell you the Israeli narrative, the one that we all know. Well, the one that we might disagree with, but we all know. From an Israeli standpoint, Hamas, Palestine, have been bombing and sending bombs. There's a reason the Iron Dome exists. It's not because of any other nation. It's because of what's coming out of Hamas or Palestine. So, I mean, just that alone, it's a very different scenario than what you're saying here. So,
did you not know that Bibi has funded Hamas? He's actually sent over almost $50 million per month, almost $1.5 billion in total. So if this is your enemy, why would you be sending?
The U.S. funded Taliban too for many years. We gave them a lot of armaments. It backfired.
And we're saying that these people are so egregious, they're so dangerous for our existence. You don't arm them. You don't fill their coffers with money. Number one. Number two, Israel has gone ahead, justified or not, and said, hey, all these countries, everyone is against us. All of us, they're all against us. We need to build buffer zones onto their land, by illegally annexing land, okay? So if that be the case, and this is the narrative that's been sold to you, that's been sold to Israelis clearly, how did October 7th, why was there such a massive lapse of security? This is one of the most heavily patrolled, every bloody border. Look at West Bank. This is not even Israeli land. They have 95 checkpoints. It's just within their own borders, right? Not even within Israel. So let me ask you a question. Is it reasonable to assume that this was actually beneficial? October 7th somehow benefited Israel?
And that goes into the realm of a conspiracy theory, because you're basically saying that. No, exactly. And logically speaking, I mean, I'm answering logically as best I think is logically. What you're giving me is was it everyone likes to use what-ifism or hypothetical? Well, no, yeah, but that actually happened. You are telling me that Israel somehow on the October 7th said, hey, let's let them attack, so that gives us the perfect excuse to go into Palestine and just do all the chaos that we're doing. No, that's what you were alluding to. You concluded that. I'm capturing what you were trying to portray, and I'm saying that line of thinking is basically conspiracy thinking without any proof to back that up.
I'm just wondering, because this law, and then also within in the caboose by the border where this festival was occurring, 6 to 7 hours, Hamas.
There is proof. It's officially documented. This is officially documented.
And they were able to somehow
by Israel.
All these, hold on guys, they were able to take all these hostages across the same after almost 8 hours. How with all the security mechanisms that we provide Israel, with pretty much the entire population who are IDFs, it was literally the border.
Easy to believe these type of travesties are inside
Hamas blew up in
9/11, this Pearl Harbor, everything can be explained as an inside job.
Check the link in the chat. Blew up in their face, the Hamas, their funding. I'll put another link in the chat. A testimony from former Israeli Prime Minister said the same thing.
Can you? I don't. The Times of Israel is the CNN of Israel. I mean, even I know.
No, I don't know. See, I believe Times of Israel is more accurate than fucking CNN.
Well, yes, but it's the equivalent. It's a very liberal.
What do you want from Israel? You want Haaretz?
I could even believe Reuters over this. Give me a second.
Okay, look it up. Do you want the CNN?
No, I don't.
I'll give you the testimony. Hold on. I'll give you the testimony.
I got the general topic. I'll look for it right now. Don't worry. I got it.
I'll give you the testimony from Ehud Barak as well. Hold on.
Who was the Israeli official within the IDF, the high-ranking, who wanted to open an investigation?
Yoav Gallant.
Yes, and he was fired right after. He was fired. We're bringing that to the forefront. So imagine that. There should have been. That's a huge. That's a huge deal. And to not allow the investigation of what went wrong. It's interesting. I mean,
Is this guy NN in the audience? He believed that all Muslims support Modi. Majority of the Muslims support Modi. And look at what he wrote about Sikhs. I said even the Constitution of India discriminates against the Sikhs. Look at this mental retard kid. You know. I used to see him in the other rooms. I used to call him out. He's a fucking Sangi. Come on up, Sangi. Let's see what he has to say. And he gave me data, and that data was all, barely 5 or 10% voted for Modi from Muslim side because, majority of the Muslims don't support Modi. Modi is disgusting. Spreads hatred towards Muslims all day long. His officials spread hatred towards Muslims, and this guy wants to booty clap for Modi. He's basically a Sangi.
Sangis are usually very supportive of Israel.
Didn't Modi kill a bunch of, oh my god, I cannot, Gujarati? Am I wrong? Am I wrong with that?
I don't know. And do you support Modi?
I don't support Modi. I don't support people that massacre.
No, not you. Talking to him.
Look, he's a politician in India, and he does have a lot of support among Muslims, especially Muslim women, not Muslim men.
Muslim women support Modi. That's the claim you're making right now. Okay, can you put the link in the chat, please? I gave you last time. I debunked your whole fucking bullshit claim that you made. Yeah, I did.
I don't want to discuss that. I just
No, this room is about politics. Anywhere Muslims go, I go. I don't mind. And I hate people like you that actually are Sangis, that motherfucking Sangis. They come up here and booty clap for Modi all day long.
You don't know this
Let's discuss policy.
I don't know the Sangi topic. I don't know the motherfucking Sangi topic. I don't know what happened to Bilkis Bano, that sister that got gang raped by 11 guys. I don't know how the 300 Christian churches got attacked by Sangis. I don't know what the Hindu to RSS mobs are doing to Muslims. I don't know the Constitution of India. The motherfucking Constitution discriminates against the Sikhs, considers them, looks at them as Hindus. You're just an idiot, man. You're a fucking idiot.
Are you pro-Sikh? Are you pro-Sikh?
What do you mean pro-Sikh? What is pro-Sikh?
Do you support?
What is pro-Sikh?
Well, I'm pro-Sikh. Are you pro-Sikh?
What does that have to do then?
It has everything to do with it. Because I
okay.
Are you anti-Sikh? Is that where this is coming from?
Am I anti-Sikh?
Yes. He's like a Sikh.
Motherfucker, my best friend was a Sikh in Canada. Just shut the fuck up, man. Shut your fucking mouth.
Pro-Sufi, okay? So the question is, are you pro-Sufi or anti-Sufi?
You're a Kafir according to my position. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Do you support Modi, yes or no? Do you support Modi?
He's a politician.
As much as I love you, NN, is there any reason why your mic is like very far away, or is that just a me podcast?
Well, I want to discuss Palestine. That's why I came up.
Oh, yeah, that's no problem. It's just I don't know why your voice is very low for me. Is that
it's very hard to hear.
No, it's hard to hear. Thank you for telling me that, Chris. I just wanted to know if that was.
Okay, well, then I'm sorry. It's maybe where I'm set up. It's not good. So anyway, I want to discuss Palestine. So there was someone speaking. I don't remember her name. I wanted to ask her a question. There are two rich places in Palestine. There's Arab City and there's Silicon Valley in the West Bank. Is it possible for the rest of the West Bank and Gaza to become like that?
It's only a Sunni would say this.
No,
listen to this guy,
no,
man.
it's not because the whole
And
was under harsh
is Gaza? Hold on. How many checkpoints are there in the West Bank?
These questions negate.
Hold on, no. One second, please 1 second. I just need to find out how many checkpoints are there. Can you please tell the room how many checkpoints on the West Bank and then?
There are a lot of checkpoints in the West Bank. However,
No, can you give me the number?
a lot of people who are in
Can you give me the number? I asked you for a number, Ian.
those numbers keep changing. A lot of them are
No,
also
I'm asking you. Can you give me an average number?
Well, you do know there's a lot of attacks on
And the question I asked you, I don't want your stupid statement. I want a number. What's your number?
Which country doesn't have lots of checkpoints?
Well, what's the number?
Which one doesn't?
What's the number?
I don't know the number.
Okay, 920 motherfucking checkpoints. And then you sit here, oh, why can't they be like this? Why can't they be like this? 920 fucking checkpoints.
Why is Rawabi City?
Wow, look at this guy, man. Such an idiot.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on, let me ask you, please. So, if you look at the West Bank, there's over 800,000 illegal settlers, right? So it's in their best interest to make sure that everything is top notch for themselves. Okay, for themselves, they built that. They've allowed certain areas in the West Bank to prosper because they allowed it for themselves because their goal is to ultimately take over the West Bank, right? In Gaza, they don't have those amounts of settlers. They don't even allow them to construct. Imagine trying to construct something on your own land, and about 90% of all the you send it in for permission, all of these forms get rejected. 90%. When you look at, if you want to talk about prosperity. Even people living within West Bank, what prosperity is there if you know that your homes are going to be taken any second, any time, and just taken from you without due process? If they're the settlers, they're all heavily armed with guns, and the Palestinians are not allowed to have any of it. There's IDF that walks around and harasses you. 920 checkpoints only for the Palestinians, just trying to get from point A to point B. So if you want to talk about prosperity, there's no prosperity for the Palestinians. If there's anything at all, that's just for the illegal settlers. So yeah, if they want to go occupy Gaza, I mean physically settlers come in and occupy it, then maybe. But that's not what we're trying to do here. I'm confused as to why logic kind of misses your brain cells.
You're referring to the Israeli land administration, which has.
What?
You're referring to the ILA, Israeli land.
I can't really hear you. Your voice is really far.
ILA, that's what you're referring to, which has eminent power.
Is it a genocide in Gaza?
Well, I don't think it is, because I think it's.
Oh well, you see, this is the problem with Sungis, man. You see,
Because it's not just Israel that Gaza's against, that Hamas is against, it's also.
I'm talking about Gaza. Is it a genocide in Gaza? I'm talking about Gaza, and I'm not talking about anywhere else.
I see two armies going head to head trying to destroy each other.
There's no army. Hamas doesn't have an army. It's a resistant fighters. They have resistant fighters.
Almost defeated.
And are you see, this is the problem with Sunnis. They mentally retarded, right? They don't have the brains to think it through, right? They're literally freaking Palestinians. They're orphans. Hamas is full of orphans. And guess what? It's not even Hamas. Hamas is a political wing. Under Hamas is called Al-Qassam Brigades. They're the military wing. Netanyahu is the one that funded Hamas. There's a even at times of Israel, Shin Bet actually warned Netanyahu not to fund Hamas, and he kept on funding it every month, $15 million, right? My whole point is I think you need to get your facts straight, right? And think outside the fucking toilet or wherever the fuck your head is fucking buried, right? Come out of that toilet and then think it through. Hamas is just a bunch of Palestinians, kids, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, and they're fighting against the occupier. Who's the occupier forces? It's Israel. How are they defeating it?
They are. Look, Israel still doesn't control the ground. The Israelis are still taking.
Did you watch the clip, Chris? The from Ehud Barak?
Yes.
Unlike Amir, Scott Ritter, he's a former soldier. He knows the military. He keeps talking about how Hamas's army is defeating Gaza. He's been talking about
Okay. And who's occupying Gaza?
Hamas.
That's also technically true because it belongs
No. Who's occupying Gaza? I'm not talking about Oslo. I'm talking about who's occupying Gaza.
Hamas should return it to Abu Mazen immediately.
And you get your fucking Sungi head out of your ass, right? And think it through, okay? And the rating for Mahmoud Abbas went down the toilet as soon as Hamas came in 27th October, okay? And do you want the survey? Do you want the survey that was done in the West Bank? They actually support Hamas. Oh my God, this guy is an idiot, man. Seriously, such an idiot. And Sela used to give this idiot a fucking mic, like this motherfucker. Like this guy doesn't know any knowledge. Oh my God. You're just a grifter, right? You think like a Sungi and you're a fucking Sungi, right? Look, here's the problem with your stupid mindset. They're under occupation, right? And it's a genocide, according to Omar Barto. You know who Omar Barto is? Okay, he's a Jewish Israeli historian, okay? And do you know what he said? He said, yes, it's a genocide. And do you know, he was such a known scholar, his studies were actually accepted at the Nuremberg's trial. Okay? He wrote an article in New York Times about how it's a genocide, and he proves it with intention and intent and everything. If you want that article, I can put it up. I can remove the paywall. I don't think you have the subscription to New York Times. I can remove the paywall, and we can read up on it. It's a beautiful article, opinion piece written by Omar Barto.
Please post it. I'll read it.
Okay, and it is a genocide. I understand you thinking from your Sungi mindset. Yeah.
I know. Hey, Amir.
There you go. Hey, you see this?
Chris, I have a question, Chris. I'm not trying to do a verbatim, oh, got you, by the way, Chris, but when I say this, but you hear he's saying Israel's best interest wasn't to annihilate all Palestinians, aka genocide. How do you feel about that best interest line in reasoning that you were speaking of, and how it can become faulty? Because I don't think NN believes that the best interest is a genocide, right? And do you think the best interest of Israel is not to kill all Palestinians? See? Yeah. Yeah. The reason why I just brought it up, Anne, is because
we were speaking about Israel and Palestine, and just like how bringing up what, like saying that they did that because it was their best interest as a line of justification is kind of faulty, because
I agree with you.
you never really, you don't really.
Chris, I agree with them.
Oh God.
Well, sorry, because I'm not sure if I was touching upon that. What I wanted to discuss is, I mean, what I see the biggest issue between the discussion with Amir and on it's very much written on definitions. Some people view it as an occupation. Some see it as a war. So I think
I see just
I mean,
it's an occupation.
well, I understand what you're saying, but others will
Just
argue
because you
that.
don't wanna pull ICJ, it does apply to the rest of the world.
Amir, I understand what you're getting at. I'm telling you that not everyone agrees with you, regardless of whether your opinion of them is that they're idiots or whatever. I'm just telling you.
Majority of Americans do not
Hold on,
support
Amir,
Israel.
let me finish.
There was a survey that 52% are anti-Israel.
America says it's an occupation. America says there's illegal settlers.
Hold on now. Who is America? I mean, if you're talking about a CNN poll, then of course you're gonna get a very skewed. If you're talking about
the U.S. government,
Chris, this line of reasoning is very faulty, man. The reason why I say this, man, is because what was exactly, you're like, it's because some people disagree. So if I see, like, let's just say slavery, right? I see another person owning another person, right? I see it right in front of me, and I go up to them and I'm like, yo, why are you owning slaves? And I'm saying stop, and he tells me, I don't believe it's slavery. Does that therefore just justify what I'm seeing as reality as false? Just because someone is saying it's not an occupation doesn't mean there isn't an occupation. I think
the characteristics of an occupation, this occupation, and the characteristics of a war is, tell me the difference between those characteristics. When there's military might, Hamas does have soldiers, regardless of the
guys for the Omar Bartel that says it's a genocide. Read up on it.
Well, see, and there you go. And talking about Omar Bartel, you're telling me that some brilliant guy's opinion. There's many opinions out in the world.
Okay, find me a scholar that says it's otherwise. Go on.
No, see, there you go. Talking from the scholars as
you're layman just like I am. You don't have any fucking knowledge of what to say when it's a genocide or not.
But yet, I'm not saying that you're wrong, though. You are saying that we're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, Amir. I never once said you're wrong.
You're a genocide denier. Did you not deny the genocide?
I told you the same circumstances of what I'm saying. Tell me what would be the difference. If it was really a genocide, I've already said, well, it makes sense to me that they'd be killing them at a much higher rate. But they're not. I'm telling you, there is doubt.
Chris, numbers don't matter.
Okay, so if numbers don't matter, then how do you know it's a genocide?
Geneva Genocide Convention. Go look at the definition. The numbers don't matter.
Definition. Your argument is definitional.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying is the weak point of your argument, because occupation, their definition of occupation, definition of a war.
According to the Biden administration, it's under occupation. The West Bank.
Biden, see, another person. Thank you. You're telling me it's all definitional.
What is it? No, I didn't say definition. I said the U.S. government saying that. The Biden administration was U.S. government. I don't know what you're on about.
What did Trump say?
Are you okay in the head? Are you mentally okay in the head?
Amir, you're getting really
Oh my God! This guy is such an intellectually dishonest person. I can't believe it. We're talking to an intellectually dishonest person.
What he's doing is wrapping up the conversation and not getting to a point, but picking apart the definitions. Semantics.
Like words don't have definitions.
Wait, hold on, give me a second.
There's no definition.
So Trump did come out and he did speak out against some of these, these illegal settlers.
Never declared it a genocide, though.
Hold on, 1 second. Give me a second. The terminology genocide, that's a terminology, but let's look at what's actually occurring. You and I agree. It's egregious. It is barbaric. It is just murderous. It is horrific. You and I agreed on that, do we not?
Correct.
We don't need to get caught up on the terminology. We all can agree on what Israel is doing is unequivocally wrong. It is murderous. It is everything that you think in the book of just the horrific things that you can do to the humans. That's what they're doing.
I'm equally against war as I am genocide.
We're talking about the actions. I don't need the definition of war or genocide. what is taking place right now? We are so privileged. We talk about let's sit here and talk about definitions. Let's talk about the actions. We agreed it's wrong. It needs to stop. Israel has taken it to a place that's been too bloody far. It's not a war anymore. It's slaughter.
I don't think Chris and I agree that what Israel is doing is wrong.
Yeah, of course.
Chris, do you agree that what the point Therese is making? Do you agree that what our people are doing in Israel is wrong? I don't know.
Our people. It's not my people, but I appreciate the community, I guess. But no. No, I'm not a Jew.
I'm sorry.
If I may, if I may at least address one part. So, I mean, what I'm saying is the reason why we keep having this argument is that unfortunately we cannot have any consensus of any of the things that we're talking about. I think you guys are getting the wrong impression that I'm pro, everything that's going on there. No, I'm against war. But the problem is, Amir might say it's genocide. I'm still confused whether it really is genocide or whether it's still considered a war.
Get a dictionary.
And the dictionary will not help clarify that because it's still a war. The same characteristics of a genocide, especially this one, fits the same definition of what occurs naturally in a war. Get a definition and tell me the difference between the war and the genocide. You got the dictionary.
How do you become a genocide studies scholar?
Have you?
No, how do you become one?
I don't know.
Okay. Is Omar Bartha a genocide studies scholar?
The scholars don't give me any credibility of anything.
Okay,
you can find a scholar for everything.
Hold on. Genocide studies scholar, somebody, his studies were accepted at the Nuremberg trial. Do you know what a Nuremberg trial was?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So if somebody, a known scholar that has studied genocide for a decade or more longer, right? You and me, we're both laymen. We can sit here and go back and forth, look at the definition, but if it's not just one, there's actually more than 1,100 scholars came out and said it's a genocide.
Intellectuals don't get it right all the time.
Hold on. So 800 to 1,100, they lie. You have an Israeli lawyer inside Israel. According to Haaretz, he has filed a lawsuit for Netanyahu committing genocide. You have the former Israeli defense minister, Boogie Alon. He was a defense minister in 2016. Go look him up. His name is Moshe Alon. And you know what he said? Netanyahu is ethnically cleansing Gazans. And he said IDF is not the most powerful army in the world. And if you want the intent, there's so many statements that these officials have made against the Gazans, the Gazan population, the Smotrich, Ben Gvir, you have the Netanyahu about the Amalek, and a whole bunch of genocidal maniacs have said, even right now, Ben Gvir has said we should not be sending aid, we should be sending bombs and rockets. So the intent is the most hard part to prove if it's a genocide or not.
Correct.
And intent is like out, it's out in the open. ICJ collected all of this, and they said to remove the occupation. The ICJ agrees it's occupation. U.S. government says it's an occupation. You have the Amnesty International says it's under occupation for over 50 years. You have the Human Rights Watch that says it's under occupation. UN says it's the occupation. I mean, I don't know. Are you a professional? Do you know how UN and all of these organizations are? Do you have any?
I am no more a professional than you are. I am no more professional than you are. But I don't make the same claims that you do. So I have to give you a scholar and then
provide me evidence.
The opinion is if someone is an evidence to you?
No, I need not opinion.
That's not evidence. You don't have evidence. You give me the evidence. You're giving me an opinion from somebody else. Give me evidence, Amir. That's not evidence. Give me evidence, not someone else's opinion.
Stay muted, please. At the Nuremberg trial, his study was accepted, right? A genocide study scholar.
That's not evidence.
Hold on. If this case goes on with the ICJ, you don't think all of these scholars that have came out and said it's a genocide, they won't show up at the ICJ? Their testimonies won't be accepted?
Not evidence.
And you're going to be on the wrong side of history. And all of the people like you and all these what is the please? People like you and all the Zionists are complicit. When they deny the genocide, you're basically denying the fucking Holocaust as well.
I'm not denying anything. I'm just telling you, how do you qualify?
How do you know Holocaust happened?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're a Holocaust denier as well, then?
No, I don't know. Denying is not saying I don't know. Denying is saying it never happened.
Are you denying the Holocaust?
I don't know.
Okay, the rest of the world agrees that the Holocaust did happen, but you
The
said
rest of the world can believe.
so you're a Holocaust denier. Okay, we have a Holocaust denier on your stage. Thank you.
This is where no, absolutely not. You are still no, you're not, Amir.
You're a Holocaust denier.
Amir, not at all. You're not even listening anymore. You're so wrapped up in your emotions. You're not even listening anymore.
With your privilege, right? You're a Holocaust denier. You just denied fucking Holocaust.
I did not deny. That's not denying. That's not denying. That's not denying. Amir, that's not denying. If you think that's denying, you need to take a different. Let me explain to you, and I can explain to you.
Coming from American privilege, a dumbass American, we come across so many of dumbass Americans on this.
If that's the only way you can win an argument, Amir, then keep going. But that's really sad. No, that's the way you think you win an argument. No, that's what you're doing, because the only thing you can do is.
Somebody that doesn't know about Holocaust, that it happened or not. That says, I don't know.
How about at least wait for me to explain so I can.
Are you going to agree that Holocaust did happen?
Are you going to let me explain?
Yes, I want you to tell me if the Holocaust happened. Yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
No, I'm explaining.
I don't want your stupid explanation.
Well, then you don't actually understand anything. Then you don't actually want to. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen.
I want to know yes or no. I want to know yes or no. Did it happen? Did it happen?
The only opinion in the world that matters is yours. Just go for it. Just go for it.
Happen? Yes or no?
Whatever opinion is you.
Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no? Did the Holocaust happen? Yes or no?
Am I gonna speak?
Like such a fucking ignorant piece of shit, man.
You can't even. All right.
I
now,
want to
what
hear
I'm saying
an
is.
explanation.
Oh my God! Can I say something?
Sure. No.
By you saying you don't know that the Holocaust, you don't know. I mean, Amir literally asked you a question. Do you think the Holocaust happened? You saying you don't know. You are denying the Holocaust. You are.
Not the same. Not at all. It's not the same. Let me explain why it's not the same.
No, I'm not finished. You were talking for a minute. It's called denialism. It's called denialism and historical revelation. This is a classic form of Holocaust denial, even when it's phased as just asking a question or pretending uncertainty. It is meant to stow doubt about an event that has.
If you hear my explanation, you'll see that that's not at all applicable.
Overwhelmingly evidence, survivors' testimony, documentation, and global recognition. It often hides behind neutrality or fake skepticism, but it is a disinformation tactic.
I make one claim, and yet you guys don't even care to hear exactly where I'm coming from.
The other thing is what you do is gaslighting.
I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you. So the reason, and to be honest, I didn't even get so far. I don't know if it happened. And now I believe it happened. Whether or not I know for a fact that it happened, I don't know. I cannot say for certain. I wasn't freaking there. I can tell you what American history.
Get the fuck out of here.
Come on. Am I not allowed to finish?
You are so disingenuous, bro.
No. I'm not even done with it.
Actually, let him speak. Let him speak. He's exposing himself.
So, definitionally of Holocaust, from what I understand, is when the persecution of Jews during the German occupation. We're not going to mix it up with our topics now, but I believe there was a Holocaust. Whether I know the intent, I cannot say for certain. I cannot know a lot of the things in history. I cannot know. I can believe and infer, and yes, I believe there was. Believe. No, I don't know. That's it.
So emotionally, your instinct tells you something, but the facts that are presented in front of you by multiple people who are, this Holocaust survivors, right? There's documentation. IBM kept records of this.
Oh, I believe they did hold the thing.
One second. Wait, hold on. The facts that are presented numerous times over and over again and verifiable, that you don't take into consideration, but you go by your feelings, because you believe. We don't know.
I'm not saying I feel that it didn't happen. I said I believe.
You said believe. Yeah, you believe that's your gut instinct. It's based on your gut instinct, not based upon.
I believe there is.
It's not.
How does you know anything?
It's not. Where does that come from? Does that come from the evidence that's been presented to you? that you believe it?
If we're going with the term Holocaust as a
No, listen, isn't your belief of it happened, did it come from evidence that's been presented to you?
Correct.
And I go after Ace.
So you know, so factually you know it's occurring.
No, I believe based on the evidence.
Okay, so then that's fine. You believe evidence, and you know there was many scholars who put together all this evidence and brought the Nazis to trial, and they were able to actually genocide. That term was coined at that time. So with that being said, if other scholars of the same merit bring forth their findings based upon evidence, not based upon feelings, would you believe it in terms of what's happening in Palestine? Would you have belief that's happening?
Hold on, am I muted?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if I muted myself when I was answering. I believe, yes, if there was evidence. However, I need to be able to distinguish this evidence, whether it's evidence of war or evidence of a genocide. And it's very hard to be able to determine at what point it becomes a genocide. And that's where I'm at. So I cannot know. Well, based on what a scholar, and that's nothing to me.
What is your expertise that allows you
That's what you're using? That's what you're using?
I'm not using that.
What is your expertise that allows you to break down the arguments of very well learned historians, people that are pretty much have spent their entire life investigating these types of things, and they're very credible. So what gives you a higher authority to break down their arguments and maybe dismiss them?
I would only be doing what you're accusing me of doing if I said I know that it's not. If I was claiming that it's not, I never once made the claim that it's not.
You said it's
if I was making that claim, then I would totally agree.
Ace, you're going to keep on going around in circles with him. Because what he's doing is, this is a philosophy smokescreen. He's pretending that not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable, even when it's historically proven and documented beyond doubt. That's what he's doing. So by you asking questions, you're going to just be going around in circles.
We're witnessing right now. We're witnessing it. We're witnessing it as we speak.
So the thing, some aspect of the Holocaust, like the official numbers, which did change.
Okay, let's not do this conspiracy shit. Let's not move the goalposts.
And then also the death, like Hitler
This
committed suicide.
is the shit. This is
that
the
wasn't
shit.
True.
This is the shit that opens up a smoke screen. This is what he just opened up.
It's no different from the casting out into what's happening.
No. This is exactly what you're doing. I believe it happened, but I don't know because I wasn't there. This is a philosophical smokescreen. It is pretending he is not witnessing something personally makes it unknowable.
Have you witnessed it?
Historically proven.
Have you witnessed
and
it?
Documented.
Did you witness it?
Documented beyond doubt.
Did you witness it?
Documented beyond doubt.
You did not witness it.
Documented beyond doubt.
And that's my point. You
Documented
did not
beyond
witness
doubt.
it.
You are completely disingenuous. You are completely disingenuous. Your arguments are disingenuous.
Okay, hold on. So when we see U.S. military personnel get killed in battle,
plausibility, deniability, gaslighting.
Hold on. When we see the numbers, when we see U.S. military die, right? These numbers come out. Do you believe those numbers, or do you have to see their dead bodies and count every single one to be able to ascertain yes, these many died?
Who was that question directed to?
To you, Chris.
Are you talking about the Palestinian numbers?
No, I'm talking about the U.S. military personnel that go to war in various countries like Iraq, Afghanistan. There's numbers that the U.S. government comes up with, these many died. Do you believe those numbers, or do you need to see evidence, every single body in front of your eyes, and count them to
the last time I checked the numbers, supposedly, 5% of the entire population, again, I have to go by numbers that I'm not sure how they're different.
No, I'm asking you, one or the other. Do you believe the numbers presented to you by the U.S. government, or do you need to verify each and every fallen soldier?
I believe that they're correct. No, I believe they're correct. I can only go by that. I could be wrong, too, because of that. But if this is a genocide, why is it that only 5% of people have theoretically died in the conflict?
Okay, can we go back to we're moving the goalpost again. We were talking about the Holocaust, right? And how you're gaslighting your screen and
we were making the comparison to what's happening.
And you're using plausibility, deniability, gaslighting. He's trying to sound reasonable by saying he believes it by following up with I don't know.
Yes, you said that already.
Without fully committing, yeah, because you're disingenuous.
Yes, you said that already.
Don't listen to deniers. He's using coded skepticism that deniers recognize.
The same argument.
Yeah, because you're a Nazi.
Whatever you feel.
You're a Nazi.
If you say so.
You know what?
I wanted to hear his explanation because I thought he might say something that had some substance to it.
Selective rational skepticism, plausibility, deniability, intellect cast down.
Really good at parroting.
He doesn't want to go.
Wednesday, we heard you.
Because you're a fucking disingenuous bitch.
You're a great
and you're a Nazi.
A great parrot.
Wednesday, we heard you.
You're a Nazi.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody stay muted, please.
Great parrot.
Come on,
Great parrot.
mute up, Chris. Mute up. Thank you.
Can I just say wa alaikum salam to
No, you already said whether the... Okay.
I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
No, can you stop shouting? Stop shouting.
Okay. Well, wa alaikum salam. Bias. And Chris is a bitch and a Nazi.
Parrot.
Chris, you work for the military-industrial complex, you said.
Welcome, brother Farrell. Assalamu alaikum. We have Chris here. He's literally a Holocaust denier. I can't believe it.
Chris, did you
If you don't understand, then I guess never once did I deny it.
Chris, mute up, thank you, mute up. Just because he wasn't present while they were putting Jews in the ovens and turning them into soap, so he said, I wasn't there.
I said I believe it happened to me.
No, Chris. These are your words. Just because he wasn't there, basically, he's literally a fucking denial. He's going with, oh yeah, it did happen. I wasn't there. I don't know. He's acting like an innocent person. And same thing when they relate to the genocide that's going on in Gaza. He doesn't believe
I don't believe the narrative in anything.
Hold on, Chris. And this is why, and he's the one that's giving them weapons and whatnot, so this is why he has to justify it. Go on.
Not at all. I can justify him anyway.
Well, you know what? At least ChatGPT says it's not.
If we have to, verify everything with our own eyes to believe it, then I don't think we can call any murder of a single person also as a murder because we haven't witnessed. So I think O.J. Simpson is not guilty because we did not see him kill anybody. So that's the argument. If that's the argument of Grizz, then we don't have an argument.
That wasn't my argument.
Well,
one second. Chris. Philosophically, you're in this Rene Descartes sort of, world where it's like, I think, therefore I am, therefore I think. You're literally throwing everything to, it might be true, but I don't know if it's true. It's like you're denying everything. You're pretty much saying anything that is real may not be real. You're getting into this philosophical point of view that does not need to be equated to our political conversation. It's completely different. Because we can sit here and be like, are you real? Are you real? I don't know. Is this real? Is that real? I don't know. Is gravity here or not? That's a level of conversation you're going to. For us to exist on this planet, we have to have some basis of understanding and trust something. When you wake up in the morning, I'm sure you believe there's going to be gravity here. I'm sure you believe there's water, sun, etc., etc. Those are the basics.
Evidence.
You deny the basics. And then there's evidence. Hold on. But then there's evidence to other things that people I have a friend whose grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. He's passed now.
Would it help if I said I strongly believe?
No, you.
I think I know why some people nowadays think it's fashionable to deny the Holocaust. Because when they deny the Holocaust, or the German Holocaust, they can also deny the Gaza Holocaust. That's probably the strategy.
That's exactly what
they cannot.
Exactly.
I strongly believe it.
So they cannot deny what's happening in Gaza is a genocide when they accept what happened in Germany and Europe was a Holocaust. So this is probably just a strategy. These people are confused, and I don't think we should be giving too much space to them.
Yeah, he's disingenuous. It's more of
So
a
you really believe means deny now?
Because, for
is that what we're
example,
doing?
because for example, in Israel says that close to 1,000 of its IDF soldiers are dead. Since I did not see even one IDF soldier dead, I think I shouldn't believe it. So the same goes for everything.
You guys all keep saying the same thing over and over and over.
Yes,
we get it.
Yeah, but you're on some fucking other shit with your conspiracy.
Habib, if you don't like the argument, you're welcome to leave quietly.
What is the point, Habib? There's no point.
Yeah, because he's doing a disingenuous trick.
He was trying to beat the Holocaust, the level of it, which we don't want to get into. That's not the conversation we need to have at all.
Yeah, so Gaza is starving. Let me address the title of the room. Gaza is starving, and Israel says it's not a problem. Yes, it is. It is the problem of Israel because Israel is the occupying force, and it's the responsibility of the occupying country to feed the occupied populace. And denying that under any circumstances is not acceptable. That's what the Geneva Convention 4 says. Article 55 of Geneva Convention 4 says that any occupying force or an occupation cannot deny food to the occupied people, and they cannot cite any reasons whatsoever to deny aid and food to the occupied people. So Israel is a signatory to the Geneva Convention.
When I read it,
Israel is bound to obey by it.
When I read it, I thought it to mean America's responsibility. It's not America's responsibility. That's what I misinterpreted. But would you?
So you don't
say
know how
that
to read it? You don't know how to read.
Okay, ignoring the ridiculous comments. So
No. I mean, it says Gaza is starving, and Israel says it's not
When is this conversation between Chris and the other players?
So
Please open up the mic.
do you believe it extends to the U.S.? Is it the U.S.'s problem or responsibility for what's happening with Gaza and Israel's involvement with that?
It's a unique situation because U.S. is complicit in enforcing the starvation. As per the law, so look, I am not a law expert, so I cannot interpret it legally. But from the reading of it, U.S. is not responsible for it. Only Israel is responsible for it. But if you ask me if U.S. is responsible for it morally, I would say yes, because U.S. is the one that's carrying out the starvation, that's allowing Israel to carry out the starvation, to force the people. U.S. is the one that's bombing the civilians. U.S. is the one that got involved in feeding the people. GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is a U.S. entity. It's not an Israeli entity. Okay? Now, when you get involved, and in spite of your involvement, if people are dying, then you are going to be held accountable for it. So yes, US has to take accountability on this because they got involved. Nobody asked US to get involved. Okay? Nobody asked US to get involved. US could have said that a couple of countries. No. Morty, let me complete, Morty. US could have said, okay, let's let 10 to 15 of these countries, let's say Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, US, Germany, UK, let's all get together and create something which can feed the people of Gaza. That's not what US did. US and Israel collaborated to create an organization so that to supposedly feed the people in Gaza. And now they are saying we are not responsible. How is it? Now they are saying that UN is not doing its job. UN was not allowed to do its job. Don't you remember how UNRWA was kicked out? How UN agencies were always kind of discredited? They said UN is not doing its job previously. Now they are saying the apex are waiting, but US is not, it's not US. It's no longer UN's job. You kicked them out. You said they are unfit, they are pro-Hamas, they are this, they are that.
You kicked them out and you said you are taking responsibility for by creating this GHF. Now that you are failing and the world is criticizing you, you are saying UN is failing in its duty. It's no longer UN's duty because UN was not allowed to carry out its duty, fulfill its duty. You kicked them out, US and Israel. Yes, legally it is Israel as per the Geneva Convention, Article 55, but morally it is US and Israel.
That was a great answer.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, there are also reports, incidentally, sorry, Amir, just 30 seconds. There are also reports, these are coming out that Israel buried, or the idea of destroyed 1,000 truckloads of aid going into Gaza, and in fact went to the extent of burying what they destroyed in large pits. So these things, somebody says it, we say it, and somebody else will come and say, no, it did not happen. What is the proof? What is the source? See, Morty is always there to ask for source.
Say he wasn't there, so.
Yeah. So the point is, Israel even now is not allowing international media and international human rights organizations to go into Gaza and take stock of the situation firsthand. If Israel did that, we would believe what Israel is saying. But Israel still refuses to do. There was, in fact, I forget his name, an influencer, a very strong Zionist, who actually tweeted and requested the Israeli government that they should at least allow select journalists from abroad. Like he even mentioned Piers Morgan and one more person. They should be allowed to go and see for themselves what we are doing. But even then Israel doesn't agree. So that means Israel has something to hide.
Can I just correct one thing? I don't think Israel is denying that the trucks go in. Every video I see, it's the settlers that are blocking the trucks from going in, not Israel. And the settlers are not recognized by Israel as part of the movement. They're not acknowledged as Israeli citizens or part of Israel. They're actually, the official stance of Israel on the settlers is that they shouldn't be there. So I don't think we can.
But they're not doing it. But Israel's not doing anything to kick them out.
It's not their responsibility because these people aren't Israel's.
So whose responsibility is it?
Not Israel's, certainly.
Whose responsibility is it?
Probably the UN or maybe Jordan.
But Morty, what do we do about the
Morty, you sound like freaking. Don't you get tired of acting like a Zionist?
Yeah, but brother Amir,
hang on, one second. Morty, what do we do? Who's responsible for the killing at these sites? They came out and they confirmed they did kill people at these sites.
Oh,
Is it Israel?
No one did. The lawyers.
No, Israel did it. Israel did it.
No, nobody's responsible.
I did confirm it according to the.
No, it's in a militarized zone and it's contractors. Don't you remember the torture, the Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo? Did anyone get punished for that? No, because it was contractors on foreign soil. See, the law and the legalities are already sorted out. No one's going to get in trouble for this. No one is responsible. Do you think Israel and the United States would collaborate and kill hundreds of thousands of people if their leaders were going to get in trouble?
Hey, Amir, question for Morty. These settlers who are blocking the trucks,
right.
Are they blocking them are these settlers on the Egyptian side of the Rafah crossing, or are they in Rafah? Where are these settlers blocking these trucks coming in from? No, where are these settlers who are blocking these trucks coming in through Egypt? Are they in Egypt?
No.
No, Egypt is not going to allow them there. Are they in the Rafah? They must be down in Rafah. They're not in fucking Rafah.
No, zero. Let me correct you. No aid truck is being allowed to come through Egypt by Israel. All the trucks are.
No, they're coming through. They just let 300 through yesterday. But what I'm saying is,
no, these
settlers, Morty is he's claiming that settlers are blocking. He's claiming settlers are blocking trucks, which is bullshit. Because what I'm saying is, if the settlers are blocking the trucks, they have to either be on the Egyptian side of the entrance to Rafah, which we know they're not, or they have to be down in Rafah, standing there in Rafah, blocking them, which we know they're not. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Zero, Morty is partially right. These trucks that come via Jordan and West Bank.
Not Jordan. Fuck that. I'm talking about the trucks coming through. Right now, 300 and something trucks came through Egypt. If you just only open the Egypt crossing, you can have 500 or 600 trucks a day.
Yeah,
but it's the government. The Zionist government is the one that's doing this, not the settlers.
No, not this. No,
not America.
Yes, Zero, you are right. Israel, there are 2 points. Settlers are also blocking, as well as normal Israeli citizens are blocking the trucks. So Morty is partially right about the settlers, but he is trying to say only settlers because he doesn't want to acknowledge that the Israeli citizens who are not settlers, who are citizens of Israel proper, they are also blocking the trucks. There are videos, there are news reports and all that, okay? And as far as the settlers are concerned in the West Bank, because West Bank does not, this is the official position of Israel, that they do not recognize the settlers.
Yes.
But then Israel provides security forces to take, to give protection to the settlers.
They also provide weapons.
Yeah, they provide weapons, they provide everything.
Well, that was,
I mean,
hold on. Ben Gvir gave them weapons, and this was not an official policy. This was Ben Gvir acting on his own.
But it happens.
And similarly, as Baez accurately pointed out, it's the settlers and the citizens blocking the aid trucks. This is not Israeli policy. This is not Israeli
Dude, you keep fucking saying that, man. Listen, you can get 600, 700 trucks through that fucking Egyptian Rafah crossing every day, and they have prevented it for over, 60 fucking days?
Yeah,
No fucking truck at all. That's not the settlers. That's not allowing those trucks to come in through the Rafah crossing.
Does this guy think that the settlers are more powerful than the Israeli government? So the Israeli government wanted those trucks, and they moved those houses on the way. Come on now.
You know what your guys' problem is? You don't understand legality. You have no idea. You're making all these
Fuck legality. What the fuck is legality? If you're a fucking police force, listen, dude, in Tel Aviv right now, the people are fucking protesting. The police are on horses. They're using water cannons, right? They're fucking arresting fucking fellow Zionist people who are protesting in Tel Aviv. You tell me they can't do that shit at the fucking border? Bullshit. The fucking military, the police, the Zionist police, listen, in Tel Aviv, look, in Tel Aviv, today, they have water cannons, mace, they're fucking beating people over the head. They're stomping them with horses because they want to protest in Tel Aviv. But you're telling me they can't do the same thing to the people at the gates where the trucks are going through?
I am acknowledging that they can, but the question is, are they legally obligated?
That's the dumbest fucking answer I've ever heard in my life.
I was about to say right now, but Marty, you're not on your A game.
Legally obligated by who? By Israeli law or by international law?
Who knows? Exactly, thank you.
They're obligated to make sure that people aren't starving. Yeah, they're obligated as an occupying force.
Right, it's Netanyahu's government. All they have to say is, listen, whoever tries to block those trucks, do to them what you're doing to them in Tel Aviv for protesting. You beat them over the fucking head, stomp them with the horses, hit them with the hoses, get them the fuck out of the way, and let the trucks through. That's what you do.
You know what? We're having this argument, and it reminds me of like an argument about whether Bitcoin or Ethereum is going to win. I mean, we'll see what happens in the trial, if there's even a trial when this is over.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. What are you talking about?
Thoughts and arguments, and we just had your own.
I'm undefeated on the stage. You see what I have to deal with, Chris. I deal with very emotional people.
What are you talking about, dude? What? Yeah, what kind of fucking trial? What fucking trial? We're talking about feeding the people, and he's
some kind of fucking trial.
They keep saying Israel's guilty. In what court? On what trial were they found guilty? Are they gonna be found?
People are starving to death, and you think people shouldn't be emotionally charged?
I was just pointing out to Chris what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Everyone in the world, right, has a right to set up a court and try these people. And that's what they're starting to do. They're doing it in Barbados. They're doing it in the fucking ICJ. Other countries are going to start setting up courts. Fucking Belgium arrested a couple of these fucking people, these Zionist people who were there at the Glastonbury, not Glastonbury, but whatever the fuck that carnival was over there in Belgium. They arrested 2 of them. And one of the IDF said, oh, he hit me and he beat me up. The policeman beat me up. Fuck you, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're right, and Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and all
No. Keep going. The IDF soldiers are the ones being arrested. They're the ones being chased out of countries because they have a warrant for their arrest, and so they tell them, okay, get out of there, guys. Get on the plane. Hurry up. Come back. Those are the people that we want as well. This is just like the fucking Nazi. Listen, after the Nazi war, okay, after the war with the Nazis, it took 20, 30 years to track these fucking people down and prosecute them.
You think they'll track them?
It's going to be the same here. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same with this. Tell you, these IDF soldiers know. That's when they fucking started to commit fucking suicide and shit.
Marty, it's going to be a lot faster than 40 years.
Marty, the tide can change anytime. Don't be under the impression that all the IDF soldiers are safe. Okay, yesterday 2 of the Israeli human rights organizations, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, came out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Now, this is the first time any Israeli organization has called it as genocide. There have been scholars, Jewish scholars of genocide, Israeli scholars of Holocaust studies who have called it as a genocide. There have been universities that have called it as a genocide. Like, for example, Boston University's Human Rights Division, or the School of Human Rights in Boston University, they came out with a statement saying that it fits the definition of a genocide. So we cannot deny that it's a genocide anymore. So now for the first time, 2 Israeli organizations based in Israel, made up of people who are Israelis, Jewish people, they have come out, B'Tselem and Physicians for Human Rights, they have come out and said that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. So what is happening in Gaza is a genocide. I know some people will still say, no, it's not a genocide, then they will go into definitions and this and that. But the fact remains that most of the world's scholars of genocide are now speaking out and saying that it is a genocide, and we are all watching it. We are all, I guess the Zionists must have thought that, look, the world, today's generation, or those who were born after 1948, they didn't have an opportunity to see what the genocide looks like. So let's commit a genocide and show the world how a genocide looks like. So they're literally streaming it 24/7 into our TV screens. So I can see, sitting on my bed, how children usually starve to death, how bombs kill people. I can literally see munching popcorn and see how the death takes place, literally. Thank you, Israelis, for bringing it into my bedroom and into my, literally everywhere.
Have you seen the scenes of the truck coming in and all of the dust and the Israeli soldiers pepper spraying and shooting, right? Well, and everybody just, oh my God, man. I haven't even seen scenes like this from World War II,
Not only that, they're using their kids as human shields. I don't know if you know about this, Brother Faust. They're using their kids as human shields to block the trucks that are coming, that are going towards Gaza, to block the aid. And it's a very disturbing and disgusting society. If
The Israelis are doing that.
Happened. Yeah. There's videos on Twitter.
They're doing what exactly?
So they're getting their kids to lay on the floor on the road as the trucks so that the trucks can't pass, and they have the aid in the trucks that's going towards Gaza. This is how disgusting and disturbing community this Israeli community is. So that's where we're at right now. Let me see.
I had a question.
You have a question for who?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. What is your estimate of the total KIA of Gaza and the total
I'm not sure about the total number killed, but I go by the IDF spokeswoman, and I think she said half of the.
Is it me or is this Mike?
His mic is low, and he's actually a Sunni, by the way. He doesn't believe it's a genocide. He thinks Muslims support Modi government. Brother Faz, can you believe it? His claim is that Muslims in India, they support Modi. And he's pro-Sikh. That's what he claims, even though the Constitution of India discriminates against the Sikh. Yeah, he discriminates against the Sikh community in the Constitution of India. This idiot doesn't know anything about it.
So to answer your question, according to an IDF spokeswoman on Piers Morgan, half of the deaths are Hamas terrorists, and the other half are unfortunately innocent civilians, which is a very good ratio in modern warfare.
Come close to your mic, please. Come close to your mic. Come close to your mic.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me now. I would say Hamas soldiers, not Hamas terrorists. Some portion may be Hamas terrorists, but most of them are Hamas soldiers.
I don't know what you meant there. I don't get his point.
So he originally came in, he said there's some rich areas, why can't the Gaza and the West Bank live in the, the rich, why can't they live like rich folks area, whatever, in the West Bank? I'm like, how many checkpoints are there in the West Bank? He didn't have an answer for it. And then I told him it's 920 fucking checkpoints. It literally takes to cross 20 kilometers like fucking 3-4 hours. There's been about more than 60 women that have delivered babies at these checkpoints in the last year. Because of the wait time, because of what they do at the checkpoints, they check you, they detain you, they fucking, interrogate you while you're traveling. And if they find Telegram on your fucking phone and they go through your phone, you're gonna get your ass whooped. And they'll keep your phone. So they have to delete Telegram before, traveling through those checkpoints. And checkpoints are only for the Palestinians. If this guy comes up here and makes the claim, why can't they live like this in the rich area? Bro, fucker, literally this flattened.
They build it up.
This idiot, man. Sangis are just mentally.
Okay, just quickly, something that Chris said, I think I didn't get a chance to really. But he said that if they wanted genocide, they could have just wiped all of Gaza clean, that they had the weapon to do so. Why is only 5%, according to him, of the population dead right now?
Who said that?
Argument is the most this is what Chris said earlier. That's the most disingenuous bullshit argument ever.
Who
gave that argument? Ben Shapiro. That was Ben Shapiro.
Sorry?
It's Chris said this.
No, but I'd have to agree. They do have the weapons to do so. They have the weapons to do so, and they failed to do so.
Hold on, let me finish, guys. Let me say. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. There's something called it being systematic. If you looked at Hitler, okay, he could have done a lot of damage immediately. This man started from 1931 to 1945, and we still call that what? A bloody genocide.
But he denies the Holocaust.
He denies the Holocaust. For the PR, I know, but this is wild. But for the PR, because remember, PR matters. Image matters a lot to Israel. For them to have the world be by their side, they have to make things look clean and make them look good as long as they could have. And for the world to continue to supply them with all these weapons and have sympathy, they had to make it look like, okay, you know what, we're doing everything possible. We're so moral. We're dropping these flyers everywhere, but you're trying to catch Hamas. And warning them prior to makes no sense. All of this narrative that they try to create, the smoke and mirrors, fell apart. because their crimes became so egregious it was hard to hide. So if your argument is if they wanted to, they could have immediately, of course.
Hey, I'd like to address the numbers because if half. Oh, go ahead.
Even in this type of way. And when you say 5% of the population, that's all we know so far. Well, there's more people. There's far more people that have died. And again, genocide is not based upon exact numbers. It's intent and action. Both of those things are playing a part. You don't have to kill 70% of the population for it to then be defined as a genocide. So, girls, never use an argument ever again. It's probably the worst argument you could have used on this stage today. It was absolutely horrific.
If you kill in a war, you're killing a lot of people. So what percentage is enough to be a genocide?
Hold on. Let zero speak.
Now,
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, now earlier somebody gave some number and said that half of the amount was Hamas fighters. Now I'm sitting here reading a report from Haaretz, okay, and it says here Hamas still has significant military capabilities despite 18 months of fighting in the Strip. It says before October 7, okay, Hamas was estimated to have between 20 and 30,000 fighters. That means that if you killed half of the ones that you estimated have been killed, that means that there's now no more Hamas, right? 20 or 30,000 are gone because there's like 60,000 that are dead. However, Haaretz is reporting that now, today, Hamas, 75% of the tunnels are intact and they have 40,000 fighters and also do their own rocket production. They still have their rocket production facilities. So if there was, if half of that number was killed, that was Hamas fighters. That means there should be no more Hamas fighters, right? Because Haaretz is saying there was only 20 to 30,000. But now today they're claiming that there's 40,000 Hamas fighters. So that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that number could have grown. Everybody could have joined Hamas. Like while the genocide was starting, everybody could have been like, okay, I want to be Hamas now. You know, so it could have increased.
There was a report earlier on. Palantir, the American tech company, AI company, they did the study and they presented a report. Palantir developed what is known as the Lavender system, in which they identified precisely about 37,000 Palestinians in Gaza as Hamas are related to Hamas. So let's say 40,000, okay? And Israel kept giving these numbers, every time they would go and say that we have killed up to 17,000, 20,000, 23,000. And after 23,000, Israel did not put out any statement regarding how many Hamas were killed, okay? Because every time they said Hamas, they would also have to give how many civilians were killed. So they were actually, putting themselves into a spot. So they stopped giving out the numbers of Hamas killed by them. But according to Palantir's Lavender program, it was supposed to be about 37,000. And now, there was a Harvard study based on the military data that was given out by IDF, that up to 400, Harvard study says, based on the military data, that up to 400 Gazans are supposed to have been killed up to now, including those who were caught in the rubble, who got caught in the crossfires, who got caught, who starved to death and so on. Of course, this Harvard report has been disappeared now. You cannot find it anywhere on the internet. It's nowhere there. I spent a lot of time looking for it. You can have, you will see a link, but when you click on the link, you don't see the report anymore. Anyway, this has been disappeared. When Israel can disappear children, why won't it disappear a Harvard report? It's just an inanimate object. So basically what Israel is doing is they are just killing people and putting a label on them as Hamas. That's it. That's it. There's no accountability, there is nothing. It's just that. And as far as the genocide definition is concerned, like Ace was saying, numbers do not determine genocide. Intention does. Intent and the actions taken on that does. Even if, for example, in the Holocaust, in the Jewish Holocaust, even if only one Jew was killed, not 6 million, it would still be considered as a Holocaust, as a genocide, because the intent of Hitler
was to wipe out this group of people. Okay, and similarly in Gaza, the intent of Israelis have been very clear. Almost all the ministers have clearly stated that they want to wipe out the Palestinians from Gaza. They want to wipe out, the defense minister, former defense minister clearly said that we will stop food, medicine, electricity, and food, literally everything to Gazans. This he said on 9th of October. And as early as last week, just give me a few more seconds. As early as last week, Israel's heritage minister Amichai Eliyahu, he went on TV. He didn't make a statement, behind everybody's back. No, he went on Israeli TV to announce that our aim is to speed up the process of getting rid of the Palestinians from Gaza. We want to have Gaza for ourselves as soon as possible. And we will not listen to anybody in the world in our goal to achieve that. So here is somebody, Amichai Eliyahu, a senior minister in Israeli cabinet, who openly says on TV that we want to get rid of Gazans. That is intent. That is intent. And that intent is enough to say that a genocide is being carried out over there. Yes, Habib.
I think it would be genocide, but not Holocaust, with what you said about the Jews. Like, it would become, if it's one person with the intent and action, it's a genocide. But Holocaust is referring to like a massive destruction by fire, is really what it means. But it's only called Holocaust because of the scale of the destruction. That's why they call it the Holocaust,
Okay, you want to go into the literal meaning of that? Fine, I agree with that. But I do not agree to the definition. What is happening in Gaza, for me, is a Holocaust. Whether people like it or not.
No, I agree with that. I was just saying what you said about it being one person. It's not genocide and Holocaust. It would just be technically genocide.
Yeah, I agree with you. Technically, literally, yes. What I meant was genocide. But the word Holocaust is no longer applicable only to the genocide of the Jewish people in Europe. It is now applicable to the Palestinians in Gaza as well.
Yeah, and genocide can go on the same time that there's fighting. I mean, if that's what they're trying to insinuate, well, if they're fighting, that's not a genocide; it's a war. That's not true, because they had all of the concentration camps set up in Poland, but the Polish army was still fighting the Nazis. See, so you have the armies are fighting while the government is still trying to commit a genocide against the civilians, and that's what we have here. We have the Zionist state trying to commit genocide against the civilians while they're fighting Hamas and Al-Quds and the rest of them, and PFLP.
They've completed. They've done it.
Well, no, not yet.
Successfully. I've heard that the famine is stage 5, which is not reversible.
No, everything's reversible. Believe me, everything's reversible. And it starts to reverse. I thought so too, but it is. No, you're not going to have 2 million people die. It's not going to happen.
No, zero. There's an element of truth to what Habib is saying. Okay, the starvation, the malnutrition stage 5, and starvation, they call it as stage 3 starvation, which is what Gazans are facing right now. After the third stage of starvation, at which stage our body starts eating up the muscles, including the heart, to sustain itself, to remain alive, because heart is a muscle. At the end of the day, heart is a muscle. So the body starts eating up our muscles. It starts eating up the gut lining. For example, our gut has a gut lining through which food pass and so many actions take place. The gut lining starts, gets eaten up by the gut. Okay, so literally what happens after stage 3 of starvation is that the body's muscles are so weak and so undernumbered that they are not able to perform their duty. So you may be able to feed somebody, he may be able to take a morsel of food and put it in his mouth, but his mouth's muscles will not be able to push it down his throat. You get my point? So at this stage, there was a report earlier on by one of the experts from the Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Medicine, NGO. They said that after starvation level 3, Palestinians in Gaza will need medical help to get the food inside. Number one, they will need intravenously injected food into their body, which means a lot of medical staff have to be available to do that. Number two, the food itself cannot be the same as that is probably being supplied now. It has to be a specialized food full of nutrients, full of stuff that will redevelop their bodies, their muscles and so on. So yes, it's going to be and they gave, I think this report came out about 10 days back, okay? And at that point they said that the window to stop this from happening is between 4 to 8 weeks, meaning after 4 to 8 weeks, nothing much can be done about it. Even if you give them food, they may not be able to survive. Because that's exactly what Israel has been aiming. Why is Israel denying food?
That's exactly what happened to the Jews after they were released from the death camps. They were given food, but they just died anyway, even after they were freed.
So basically, that's exactly what Israel is aiming. That's why they block the aid. They will block it for 4 days and release it on the 5th. They're just waiting for the time gaining for time, literally waiting the 8 weeks period to get over, which is the period medically declared as the period beyond which nothing much can be done to rescue the people. So it's all a strategy, Zero. It's all a strategy.
It's going to be more than these 2 million people.
It's not 2 million people are not fucking starving. You see the people, you see the trucks that are coming in, you see the people that are going after the food that's being dropped from the aircraft. Those are live people running, grabbing. Sure, they're weak, but they can eat, and they're taking the stuff with them. You see them with the big 100-pound sacks or 50-pound sacks on their backs, and they're taking them home right now.
I think the only ones that are going to survive are the ones who escape. The only ones that will survive are whoever escapes from that land.
If you watch a battle, like if you watch like a Vietnam or a World War II battle, you'll say, man, must have been like 10,000 people died. And at the end of the battle, they'll do a research. They'll say, okay, well, 300 died and 200 wounded. You're like, what the fuck, man? I thought it was like thousands. The same thing you're looking at here. You think that you see 2 million people starving. You don't see 2 million people starving. You might see maybe like 10,000 starving to that point, to that level 5 you're talking about. But that's not 2 million people.
I've heard that it's over 400,000 are starving or something.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we could hear something all the time. I can hear somebody tell me 400,000.
But I know the intent of Israel. So I believe that no one is going to survive except the ones who escape.
Escape what?
Whether they have a program.
What the fuck is escape?
Whether they have some deportation program.
Where are you getting this from? Why? Why? Why the fuck are they gonna do that? Dude, you're fucked up in the head. You're totally fucked. This is fucking Hasbara fucking propaganda that you're throwing at me, man. Stop throwing that shit at me. If I was with you right now, right in your fucking face. That's what the fuck you would get from me.
Oh God. So yeah, I think
right in your fucking face.
I can pick you up with one hand and put you through a wall.
Beat the fucking shit out of you. You fucking stupid white fucking bastard who pretends that you're fucking black. I'll kick the shit out of you. I'll take my gun and I'll shove it up your fucking ass and I'll pull the trigger 3 times.
Come on.
I'll shove my gun right up your ass.
Come on, Zero. Can we all do it? Let's take a pause, guys.
Because you're bullshitting everybody. You're on this fucking stage. You know you're fucking for the Hasbara. No. Listen, I'm talking very calmly, Fayez. I'm talking very calmly here. He's on this fucking stage talking that fucking Hasbara bullshit. That's what you're doing, dude. And if Wednesday was awake, she'd get on your fucking ass too.
Because you're on this fucking stage bullshitting everybody. Oh, it's all over, and the people have to be deported. Get the fuck out of here.
I accept that, Beard Wise.
Shut
The only ones
I piece of shit.
are going to survive are the ones who escape or somehow. Because Israel plans on killing everybody.
Oh, of course they are. That's what the white devil does. That don't mean he's going to succeed.
Yeah, one second.
The white devil ain't going to succeed. He's fucking dying.
Hang on.
They're
So,
killing.
Habib, how would they escape? Can you tell us?
No, I'm not saying like they. I mean, if anyone, the only way to survive what Israel's doing is if they have some program like they've talked about deporting them to other lands or stuff like that. Otherwise, Israel's going to kill everybody.
So Habib, there's a lot of people inside Gaza. They do not want to leave their land. They tried that before. Some of them did leave, but then they're not allowed to come back. So there's a lot of these issues. Once you leave, you don't get to come back. And the Egyptian narrative is that if they allow Gazans into Egypt, then after they're done with after they're done with Gaza, they're coming to attack us. That's the Egyptian narrative, right? And they won't be allowed back into Gaza again. And there's going to be safety risk as well if they want to open up that Rafah crossing border. Now, all I'm saying is I think we should. Inshallah, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they'll be okay, inshallah.
Yeah, because the IDF is trying to hide their numbers. They just came out with 18,000 wounded, right? They admitted to at least 18,000 permanently wounded, 12,000 have PTSD, and they have not gone back to. They cannot go back to work. Okay, they admit that like 10 soldiers or something like that this month alone have committed suicide. Okay, so they can't keep doing this. The IDF general, the past one, and now this one, Zamir, has said, we cannot defeat Hamas. We cannot win. What the fuck are you doing, Netanyahu? Do some kind of deal. We cannot win this war. But this guy, Habib, is like, oh, they're going to kill everybody. No, they're not. They're killing themselves. They're fucking dying themselves. They're killing themselves now.
You're not understanding that it's a bigger war coming. Like, this is just like something small compared to what's going to happen when Russia and America increase the war against each other. Israel is part of that. They're going to kill, like, these people. A lot of people are going to be, a lot of people. I think this war is about 1 billion people are going to die from what's about to happen.
You don't know that. That's what you hope. Hey, by the way, I'm posting right now a website. I don't know if you guys are aware of the Canadian website. It's called, let me get the name of it. It's called findidfsoldiers.net. It's a Canadian website, and they list all of their citizens that they know of. So far, they have like 200 that went to fight for the IDF. And now the IDF soldiers that are there are afraid to come back to Canada because Canada says that they're going to investigate each and every one of them to see if they are complicit in war crimes. And this is in Canada, so I'm going to go ahead and post that for you guys, the website.
Which countries will fight each other in this?
Would you say and
Which countries will fight each other in this big war? Can you say major which countries will fight each other?
I think Iran and they're going to attack Iran again because that's what Netanyahu said to Trump, and Trump said, I'm not going to allow it, but then one of the officials from the Knesset said, we're not going to ask America for permission, so they will do another attack on Iran. It's just a matter of time. And this nuclear thing, Iran does not want to negotiate with Europe or whatever because their whole argument is IAEA gave out information related to the scientists that the names were exposed to the Zionist entity, and they killed a bunch of their scientists. They were connected to the nuclear program inside Iran, and it was done through IAEA. So that's why they said, "Fuck you! We're not going to allow IAEA to, come in and inspect our shit anymore."
Right, and Iran right now is fighting and arresting. They just arrested like 400 Mossad, CIA spies in Iran, because that's right now. Iran and America are fighting Iran still, but they're fighting with these people inside the country, and they got a big stash of weapons that they just confiscated, and they arrested like 400 of these Mossad CIA people in Iran. So yeah, CIA and Mossad are in Iran right now, trying to create havoc within the country. They had a list of 35 leaders, Iranian leaders, that they were supposed to try to assassinate. So Iran got that. They got the list, they got the people, they got the weaponry. So right now, the war is going on in Iran, clandestine. It's a clandestine war right now.
Yeah. Let's see, man. We have Rabbi down there. Want to come up?
I'm gonna let Habib know. Look, man. New York, we're all gangsters, man. We're born and raised gangsters. Everybody, from Trump down to who knows what. We're all fucking gangsters. Don't fuck with us.
Hey, welcome, Omni. How you doing?
How you doing, Amir?
Doing right. Are you coming from the Pro side for Israel?
A balanced opinion, but definitely more pro-Palestine, for sure.
I mean, this is what I don't get, right? If somebody has a pro-humanity position,
Yeah, that's pretty much my thing.
yeah, but the issue with the pro-humanity position is, let's say, so tomorrow, if Hamas ends up killing the Israelis, right? Then your pro-humanity side will go over to the Israeli side. And then if IDF kills the Palestinians, it goes over to the Palestinians. It's like a shapeshifter, right? It's never consistent. It doesn't stay on one side. But the big issue is, how do we come to this conclusion? Who's the oppressor and who are the oppressed? Who's the killer and who's getting killed, right? When we look at all of these facts, even from 1947 up till now, it's always one side. That's Israel, and they're the one, literally butchering, slaughtering, killing them, occupying their land, doing a whole bunch of crazy shit with the Palestinians.
I think what's putting a bad taste in people's mouth is the visuals of civilians being killed, and that's on both sides. So I think it's why, I'll preemptively just say October 7th was awful, but it's lost its emotional, how do I say, grab or hold on me at least. I think it's something they like to point to. A lot of Zionists like to point to October 7th, therefore everything after that is justified. And I was like, no, that's completely crazy. You're waging an uneven war and killing civilians by the thousands, by the tens of thousands. It's ridiculous.
So what are you talking about? Balance. What does that mean?
You said you're balanced between Israel and Palestine. What do you mean?
I don't, like I said, I'm not,
Europeans that have no,
I'm not one of these
like,
people
connection
who,
to this land
what was
should be
it?
there in any way? Do you think the
You didn't say any of this, Habib. You're putting words.
No, I'm asking him what he means. I'm trying to understand what he means.
Right, like I think the Palestinians have the moral the moral high ground in this conflict from its inception from 1948, where like a bunch of European Jews were like you said, like kind of just forced in, and sometimes, for the most part, like it didn't mesh well, right? A lot of Palestinians were kicked out of their homes. The narrative is spread a lot that, oh, no, they sold their homes and they peacefully left or whatever. No, a lot of these people were left at gunpoint. It was completely fun.
We know all this. I'm just saying, what do you mean? What you said, balance between Israel and Palestine. What does that mean? What do you mean?
I think it's unrealistic if we're having a conversation and talking about like, you know, this river to the sea stuff. I think it's unrealistic when we're talking about a nation of what, like 7 million people.
But
it gets a little unrealistic, and it's like approaching like. I don't think the answer to genocide is genocide. I think the genocide should stop, but I don't think. That's why I think like people who are like I think people are super invested on one side, so where they start saying things like, you know, like there should be no Jews, like wipe the Jews out of like
the problem, the pro-Pallies, they never say wipe the Jews. Even Hamas charter says 67 borders. That means two-state solution. Now there are people that are white supremacists that are like they glorify Nazi. We had a Nazi in here right now earlier, right? He denied the Holocaust. He said I wasn't there, so I don't know. Which means he's implying I don't know.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, preposterous.
So we're not Holocaust denier here. What my whole thing is.
Right.
When you say that the victims on both sides, it's only one side that's getting butchered and slaughtered. Like the 7th of October, if you look at that deep enough, right? They came up with the number 1395, then they went down to 1195, and then they went down from 1195 to 695 with the civilians, the 500 were IDF soldiers, and then the other 200 that they first went from 14 to 12, and those were Palestinians. Who killed those Palestinians? And the bodies were so burned up so badly thanks to their Hannibal directive, because you had a chopper, right, Apache helicopter shooting bullets from automatic, the rifle or whatever they had. And
even now, like refugee sites are getting bombed, like sites where people are going to get food. You know, are getting bombed. It's like, what is this? I probably agree with you more than you think.
I know you agree with me. Just I'm just trying to clarify maybe some of the things maybe you're not aware of, right? In relation to 7th of October.
Right.
Because look, the Zionists always bring up this point about 7th of October. I'm like, next time when you talk to them in real life or something, you could always mention this that. Okay, let's go with the 7th of October. What do we do about Hannibal Directive? You know about Hannibal Directive, right, Dominic?
You said Hannibal Directive?
Yeah, Hannibal Directive. What it means is shoot anything, including your own, that moves. So don't let the kidnapper kidnap your people, but shoot everybody. Kill everybody. That was applied according to, we had a testimony from Yoav Galant. Yoav Galant was a defense minister at the time from the same party, and he was working under Netanyahu. He said it on national television, yes, Hannibal Directive was applied. So the first time Hannibal Directive was applied in 1986, and then they didn't, it was like a secret thing. They kept it secret, up till 2005. They had a reservist, IDF, doctor. He wanted to serve in the IDF. He found out about Hannibal Directive, and he exposed them to Haaretz. You know the Haaretz Israeli newspaper?
Yeah.
He exposed it to them. Haaretz did a whole story on the Hannibal Directive. If you want to look for it, you can look at the article. And these, when the news came out, everybody was like, what is Hannibal Directive? Why kill your own people? And then they all agreed on it. And this is the type of society you live in. I mean, who would agree on a Hannibal fucking Directive? It's my way of thinking is to save my people, right? Let's say if Americans are getting kidnapped at, banks or whatever, we'll do everything to save the hostages, correct? We're not going to kill everybody, right? But the Hannibal Directive means kill everybody.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So you should, when you talk to Zionists and you
realize, I mean, it's apparent that like how they're waging war right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Look into Hannibal Directive that was applied on 7th of October, and you're going to be amazed. And there's a lot of stories out there that says the majority of the people were killed by Hannibal Directive. And the Hannibal Directive, which means an Apache helicopter, had about it has a capacity of 1,200 rounds on that you've seen the automatic one, right? On the Apache helicopter, the automatic, what is it called? The weapon that they have in the chopper.
Torrent? It's like a torrent.
Yeah. It shoots so fucking fast, and these bullets are very big.
Jeez.
So you should look into it, and you're gonna be in a shock. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck? They killed their own people as well."
No, I'm already like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "What the fuck?" when there was footage of a Palestinian soldier getting raped by 5 IDF soldiers.
Oh yeah.
And then the Israeli news cycle is just like, yeah, that happens. I'm just like, yo, these people are. Their hearts are hardened.
So what's the solution?
It's like kind of baffling.
So what's the solution? Because I'm still baffled a little bit by what you said. When you said balance. Like when you said balance, the UK said, okay, there shouldn't be genocide. There shouldn't be genocide for all of them. Okay.
Relax, buddy. What do you think the solution is? Because it seems like if I were to guess, you'd say just expel the Jews from the land, right?
So the solution would be for all of the people responsible for all of the murder and genocide, all of the robbery, right, of property. All of them have to be taken to court and punished properly. All of them. Right, and all of the people who are left would have to, get their property back that their family had. Then restitution, of course, would have to be paid to everybody, financial restitution. Then all these people who have gone there illegally and come into this land without buying property from somebody, all of them have to go back to where they're from. Right, all of them have to go back to where they're from, and then from there, there has to be something set up for everyone responsible, all nations responsible, that provided any finances towards Israel, any weaponry to Israel. They all have to now rebuild Palestine financially. They have to contribute.
That sounds fantastic, and
Okay, so brother, let me finish. Let me finish by saying this.
Rains, Mountain Dew, and the clouds.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's going to happen. You asked me the solution.
Realistic solution.
Yeah. So what's the realistic? Yeah, the realistic solution is what's going to actually happen, which is the complete and absolute annihilation of Israel as an establishment, and death and destruction upon the Israelis beyond anything that's ever happened to the Jews before. Unfortunately, Israel is the worst thing that's ever happened for Jewish people.
Hey man, that's fine.
Because that's going to be the actual result.
Hey, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You have the right to hold your beliefs, but I think there's pro-Pallies who are like you, and then there's pro-Pallies who actually are trying to actually get things forward. They can get conceive the idea that Jews are going to
like spill out of Israel after they have like the support of the United States and Britain, like they have the support of major like world powers. They're like, I don't think that's ever going to happen. So like,
What's not gonna happen?
I was with you, like just like the expulsion, just like saying whoever you said like something to the effect of like all the other people have to go back to where they come from or something. Did I not hear you right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic. How many people do you think that is? We're talking millions of people.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying I said that would be.
All right. If you're just saying, okay, I thought we were talking about actual like an actual like feasible.
No, you asked the solution. You asked the solution. Like that would be a solution. But what's actually going to happen is not that.
No, like when I say solution, when someone says, give me a solution, what I think is something that's practical, that's realistic, like could be implemented. I wouldn't start just like rifling like my fantasy.
That's practical and could be implemented, but it's not going to be. What's going to happen?
No,
this is God.
It's not practical because we understand the ties that Israel has. We understand the power they have. We understand they've been dodging ICE. They've been dodging ICE. They've been dodging with impunity.
As a solution, they can make it happen.
International law after international law with impunity, and it's because of the people who back them. It's because the United States has veto power in the on the Security Council, right? Like look who backs them. Like we have to be realistic about solutions. It can't.
Okay, so what do you think is going to happen?
I don't know. I was kind of with you when you talked about trials for the settlements for the settlers. I mean, they are breaking ICJ law, like international law, when they allow more settlers to camp set up in the West Bank and stuff. Like they are breaking laws, so I mean, I don't think it's that far-fetched to say that maybe these people should be tried, or like leave, or be tried.
They should be, but I'm saying like my
that's the West Bank.
My opinion, what I believe is that it's not going to happen. That the biggest war that they're making it now, and that Israel as an establishment is going to be destroyed. Right, and whoever survives of the Jews, will be scattered here and there. Maybe they'll be tried at that point in the different places they scattered, to. I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah, it's tough stuff. It's even hard, and it's not like a small group of Europeans anymore. It's a nation, whether we like it or not. I'm just trying to be realistic. Trust me, I'm for I hear you. I'm for the Palestinian cause. I
still don't know what you meant though by balance. Like still don't
I'm
understand.
saying realistic. I'm saying like post 19th century where like we don't like just kill a bunch of people, and we try to come about solutions in a like diplomatic way. That's what I mean.
So you want solutions diplomatically, and you think that's practical? If you think that's practical, and you don't understand Israel and their Zionism.
Okay, if you want to wage a holy war, how you gonna wage that? Where first of all the numbers, like where's the support? I'm like honestly,
if I want to wage a holy war.
Listen, man, if you just want to pontificate about like how you wish things could be, I'm down to listen. But
no, I have a certain idea about how things are going, and that's based on my, my knowledge.
Everybody,
it's coming from a different place.
If you wanna come on up, guys. Send what's up with you, man? How you doing today? Assalamu alaikum. But I think Habib, I don't think he's on our side. I don't think he's saying anything wrong there. You see what I'm saying? Because according to Hamas Charter, 67 borders is the realistic way to go about, because these people are here now, right? And they ain't going anywhere, right? And who wants to live with a rapist? These people are rapists. They literally rape Palestinians every single day and kill them, butcher them, slaughter them. They're thirsty for fucking blood. 82% of them, they want to, ethnically cleanse the Gazans out of Gaza. There was a survey done, and then 56% Israeli Jews, they want to kick the Arab Israelis out of Israel. So who wants to live with these demonic people? I think I'd rather have them, start off with a two-state, right? And then down the road, when it becomes Arabized, right, when there's no more threats or whatever, I think then, inshallah, probably turn into one state. But for the time being, we need peace. We need that, start off with two-state. We can agree to disagree. I know you want one state, Habib. You want to move them back to wherever the hell they came from. I'm with you on that, but we have to be realistic, logically speaking. I think this is the best way to go about for right now, because all the countries, they agreed to the 67 borders. The European countries, GCC countries, Saudi Arabia literally said that all countries should recognize. Hey, what's up, Sam? Walaikum salam. All countries should recognize, the Palestine as a state. And if that happens, right, that would be a good move in the right direction, and there will be no more animosity, and they'll have their autonomy and whatnot, and they can run their own shit until, inshallah, in the future, with the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they'll probably turn into one state solution, because as Muslims we can marry Jewish women. So the Palestinians, a lot of them are Muslims, so they can, maybe if they were to, the more threats, and they might become buddy, and they might marry women, do whatever. If they do that, their whole thing, will be done. Like their demographics and all of that shit will be gone, will be done. Hey, welcome, Chad.
What were you talking about?
Habib said they need to go one state, and I said, but Omni here, he's making the argument realistic. We have to be realistic, right? They're here now, these white Europeans, right? They ain't going anywhere, right? And the only way to solve this is to start off with the 60-some borders, just like Hamas Charter says, and then slowly it eventually will turn into two states. I mean, a one-state solution down the road.
Well, so I reject that idea. Reason being is that when you do something like that, you're still inviting proxy wars to happen. Meaning, look at North and South Korea. China arms and makes a proxy out of North Korea, while the United States arms and makes a proxy out of South Korea. And that conflict has been going on for how many years now? So what that would do is create the same tension and same divide. And you basically open it up to another, occupation of Palestine again, because they even tried to do this earlier in the 1930s or whatever. Now, I am fully on the camp of there will only be a one-state solution. It should not be a 60-40 split or anything like that. Completely eradicate the entire existence or idea of an Israel or a Palestine, and just make a new state altogether, where it is based on a fundamental value of, everyone's equal, no matter where they're from. Have Christian, Jewish, and Muslim, leaders, and they're kind of like Christian, Jewish, Muslim leaders that basically control each of the three sects, and then a representative that represents each of the sects, and then a prime minister, right, or a president or whatever, right? If they want to get away from the democratic system, the people can choose to do that all on its own. But whatever this new state is, now no one can say, oh, but what happened to Israel, or the Palestinians don't have to be like, what happened to Palestine? It would just be a new nation for all of one to live under it. And if they try to start this bullshit again, well, they're attacking themselves. And they can't have that.
I don't think well, I think that's a little more or less like fucking like crazy. I still think it's a little. I still think it's a little unrealistic. I don't see Israel ceding, like not being Israel anymore. But the idea of like the one state being like, like everyone's there, but they're governed by like this tiered level of government where like there's representation of the people in the government. That's fine. Yeah, but yeah, I don't.
Can I jump in? Yeah. Sure, you want to jump in? Just let him finish and then you can jump in.
Please. No, he's cool.
Assalamu alaikum. Sure.
No, I wanted to maybe like help the person talking that the idea sample whether it's just super idea is, just it's like saying, okay, we all prefer to live in a world which there's like one state there or like whatever, like the leaders actually gather from all groups and everyone can live with each other happily ever after without fighting, right? So the idealistic of that of this proposal is understandable, generally speaking, from a filter of normal people, right? It's understandable, but we also understand that we do not live in such world as that wishful thinking. We all know that because we've been living long enough in these political and geopolitical tensions that no such thing is beyond achievement at this moment, unless something extraordinary happens, similar to the level of some sort of Messiah coming in and do the job.
So what realistically is going to happen then?
What's realistic? Yeah. The realistic is here at this moment is for people around the world to push governments around the world and the UN to recognize the existence of Palestine without land. Just the idea. We need to push that idea to the head of people and to even UN and other countries. Just the idea. Palestine doesn't have any land, right? Kind of, to some extent. Because Israel has been even eating up its surrounding, let alone just lands there, right?
So you think if the world does that, Israel will bow down? Do you think if the world all does that, people around the world get that to happen, do you think Israel is going to bow down to that?
No, not necessarily, but we are giving everyone a fighting chance. That's what they're afraid of, a fighting chance for Palestine. That's why Zionists will try their best to just kill even the idea.
Okay, so what realistically do you think Israel will do if they have a fighting chance, or if the nations of the world turn against Israel? What do you realistically think how Israel will react? Do you know about the Samson? Do you know about the Samson option Israel has?
That's too far away. I understand. So it's not supposed to. So that's what I'm saying. So just the idea, dude, is not going to push them to something, whatever, because it's not. So they have other options to fight back. They have a divide and conquer options. They have other crazy options. They have act like a mad dog option. They have influence influence like hell, like a mad dog in US and in UK and in France, because now France is talking about the idea. So now they have to pour all of their resources inside political sphere of France and start fucking thing up. They have no other choice. And they have to also attack back US if US talks about two-state solution. They have no other options. They have to take their power and start fighting with the political sphere in US if US says two-state solution.
See,
So you need to understand what's going to happen if you push. If people around the world push their government toward two-state solution, even the idea of it, the Zionists will go do crazy shit in those countries. Because they have no other option. They have to influence the political and they will go into media, say crazy shit.
If you're advocating for a two-state solution, I still don't think it's possible because I just explained the proxy stuff. I understand. I'm sorry.
It's not possible. Oh no! It's not. Another thing. It is not possible, as I said it, because even now it's just become an idea, and the idea without a land can still become a proxy war. Much, I do try to understand that proxy war been with humanity since the dawn of mankind and will exist forever. It's not a new idea. So to some extent, the countries or the powers that are more united or more economically powerful are going to go fight each other outside their homeland. They've been doing this even during Roman Empire goes back. So.
Wait, I'm completely confused. How did we get to the Roman Empire just now?
Just telling you that whatever you do, the proxy war is not a good excuse to refuse an idea because proxy war is a new thing.
Yeah, 1 second, Sam. You said that it's not a good idea because the proxy war, right? Proxy attacks.
Yeah, proxy war, proxy attacks.
Yeah, but what if they don't happen? It doesn't happen. And let's say the Palestinians come to a table. No, but what if the Palestinians come to a table and they agree that they're not going to do the attack, and it turns into a two-state solution and whatnot? Because there's going to be election, right? People are going to elect on it, and Palestinians, if they agree on it, that would be, a two-state solution, and that would be it, and they wouldn't be part of it because they want to live. Hang on. They want to live freely, right? They don't want any of these, killings and genociding people. They're, and slowly, like I said, down the road, it can change from two-state to one state. But I don't think any proxy wars. Why would proxy wars would happen?
So wait, I'm gonna answer that on each other. I know you've been trying to talk. Sorry for all of the.
No, you're good. You guys are good. Dude.
Okay, so the reason I say it's gonna devolve into a proxy war, regardless of what anyone says, is like it just goes back to how the countries have been operating for the last 200-300 years, right? Not just Israel and Palestine, just the world in general. When China was in great dispute, what did the British do, and the Japanese do, and all that stuff? And what did the Chinese do to fight that? They even offered a quote-unquote bullshit two-state solution where you had German-controlled British-controlled areas within China itself, especially Hong Kong is one of the great hidden tensions. And it wasn't until the people uprooted and took back their land, took back power to go ahead and say, British America, Japan, F off, we don't want you, right? So that's one example. The USSR and America used, Germany, the Berlin Wall, the entire thing as an excuse for a proxy war. And we had the Cold War play all throughout America. Anytime there was a divide or border, every single time there was proxy war after proxy war after proxy war until the nations started to make treaty pacts with the superpower that was backing them, right? What ends up happening here is, if let's say, for example, that the Palestinians don't get a powerful backer, right, behind them, then America, if it's still on this whole Zionist regime bullshit and you have the two-state solution, will use that as a way of saying, okay, we're now going to conduct proxy wars with the new Palestinian state that we've already given. Just go back to what we were just doing, right? Now let's say Palestine does get a major backer, right? Maybe the Middle East unites under them and decides to completely back them, or China does, or whoever, right? Well, guess what? It's just the USSR and America playing footsies all over again, right? And that was devastating. North Korea and South Korea, right, has been a proxy war between China and America for this long.
What do you think is going on right now?
Aflaton, Sam, you're giving me examples that don't apply to this one.
No,
I'll tell you why. Because Hamas charter says 67 borders, so we have to go based on what the Hamas wants, right? Well, what is Hamas? Palestinian, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So if the Palestinian, leadership, and Hamas is the leadership of Gaza, right? And the PA, do you know that why they funded Hamas? It's because PA would have turned it into the two-state solution deal. Because Mahmoud Abbas wanted two-state for a long time, and this is why they kept on funding Hamas. And this was, done on purpose by Netanyahu. So all I'm saying to you is, if the Palestinians, and they've written it on their charter, right? Hamas has it on their charter, 67 borders. So I think, I think that means that they would be peaceful if they were to do that, right? And I don't think they want one state right now, and they could turn to one state down the road, and these proxies, they will stop it because they're promising it according to the charter. You get my point?
And to add on to that, if I could just tag on to what Amir just said, like the state that it's in right now is already a hotbed for proxy wars, right? When there's no sovereignty, when there hasn't been a state established for these people, there's no sovereignty. They don't have any economy, right? They're more vulnerable to external manipulation. People manipulate, like Iran manipulating them or whoever, whatever power, is going to you said there's going to be proxy wars. I assume it's the United States and Iran waging wars in that region, right? So that's what you're alluding to.
They would basically use the tensions already with a divided with the border, and use that as a way to start having minor attacks that.
Well, that's less likely to have. That's less likely to happen when you have two states that are sovereign and they actually their people are working towards the goal of developing their nation. It's less of a hotbed for these kinds of things to happen. You agree with that? At least it's more realistic because it's what the international community will support, is more likely to support.
So the problem here is that I understand the whole sovereign solution that you guys are talking about, right? You're making the assumption that Israel will be doing a proxy war on behalf of America. No, America's going to use the entire problem in and of itself. It doesn't matter about a sovereign nation. They'll use it as a way, as a contention for bombing out whoever opposes them, right? So that's my biggest fear out of everything here. And it doesn't matter if they're a sovereign nation or not. The reason why I advocate for an entire one state is because when you have, let's say, one sovereign state where it has all of these people together that are being governed equally and all that stuff, and the reason why I point to this being the best becomes something where they can't commit crimes on each other as a sovereign state, right? Again, Americans can't kill Americans. They will be punished, they'll be jailed, all that stuff, whatever. This equal representation
make sure that everyone is respected in regards to who they are, what their identity is, and who can come back, so on and so forth. I want to eliminate the Zionism out of it, the Jewish supremacy out of this entire equation. That's my entire point with this whole one-state solution.
Why I think that's unrealistic is it's bringing a knife to a gunfight. Israel has nukes. I don't think a country with nukes is going to forfeit its statehood. I just don't think that's realistic.
Yeah, but they will have to financially. Look what happened to South Africa.
You mentioned the Samson option. What's the Samson option? It's mutually assured destruction if you guys try to stop anything. It's mutually assured destruction. Hey, if you try to take us out, we're gonna just blow everything up. We're all gonna die.
It's not violence. It's not violence that's going to destroy them. Their economy. Okay, all of their tech people are leaving the country. 1,700 millionaires left the Zionist state this year alone. Okay, the war that they tried to fight with Iran cost them almost $1 billion a day. Okay, and also you said something about the bear, about the baby bear and the mama bear. Listen. During those 12 days, the United States used up all of the fucking air defense weapons they had. They went to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE to beg them to give them air defense weapons to help protect the Zionist state. And the Arab states tell them, go fuck yourself. You started this shit, you finish it. So finally, Trump had to go when Iran bombed the air base, the United States military air base. That's when the guy from Qatar said, the mediator said, Trump was on the phone with me like within an hour, asking me to tell Iran, let's stop this thing.
If I may...
You don't have the money. Okay, listen, Patriot missiles. I think it's Patriot missiles. They only can make 100 in a year. And already, and then in those 12 days, America used over 30% of their stock. And just in those 12 days. So now the United States military has to sit back, and I'll land here. The United States military has to sit back and say, you know what, guys, we don't have enough shit to fight this shit, to fight these kind of wars. We just don't have enough stuff. I mean, if we can do it for like maybe 3 weeks or a month. After that, we're fucked. Okay.
So when you say like, oh, what nation would go ahead and dissolve and it becomes something when they have nukes or whatever, you have to remember the most recent thing we've had in human history that basically was almost as belligerent as Israel, and they had their own Samson option and everything, was the USSR, which broke into Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and all of these other countries. And then you've also had Yugoslavia. Well, whether they had nukes or not has been a kind of contention, but they still dissolved, right? And then you've had many other kind of like countries break up, especially in South Africa, but they just will give up their nukes. What's going on is that when you force a one state, when you take out the Jewish supremacy and everything, the reason why I think it's still realistic is a country can't nuke itself, right? A country can't, overwhelmingly or overbear the citizens that basically rebel against it. Especially, and America has pointed this out many times, especially if the people are backed by militias of other countries as well. So what I genuinely think is, if the UN actually grows a spine, and the European Union also grows a spine, and they march in and completely ousted the entire Zionist regime as a whole, rebuilt the entire, Israel and Palestine as a new country with new laws, new governing, all of that stuff. Their Samson option is basically gone out the window. The people can have a sovereign state completely together. That would be recognized as whatever they wanted it to be. And there should be a equal rule for all of this.
Yeah, but Sam, if the Hamas service says they're okay with 67 borders, I think then we shouldn't have a problem, right? We can have opinions as an outsider, right?
Yeah, so yeah, and I completely hear you on that. That's why I didn't fight you on the Hamas charter. I was just saying, like, if we do have these borders, this is my fear. This is what I think would be better. But again, if Hamas charter does go ahead and say this, and I genuinely hope, Amir, they prove me wrong, and that the two-state is actually the better solution out of the two of this, right?
No,
Then
let me
I would be happy.
let me ask you this. Hang on. Let's say we do one state. Do you think that these Palestinians, right, these folks that have been genocided, have gotten raped multiple times, do you think that these people will actually, what you call it, they want to live with the rapists? Because these Israelis, right, especially the IDF and all of these psychopaths, majority of them have served in the IDF. Do you think that they actually want to live with the psychopaths that have killed their, brothers, sisters, and kids? Nobody would want to live with a rapist, man. These people are rapists.
But to that, I would answer, if we're gonna do even the one state, we should hold the same Nuremberg trials for the Israelis, right? So the IDF that done all this stuff or whatever, incarcerate them, put them to death. Don't let them be around in society. They don't deserve to be around in society anymore, right? So I would never ask the Palestinian people or any innocent citizen to live or breathe the same air as these disgusting little monsters, right? They have to serve their time. They have to serve their crime that they've committed, no matter if they claim that they were ordered to or not. I don't give a shit. But yeah, that's my answer to that.
So FTMS, what's up, Brother Faraz? Welcome. Brother Faraz, we're talking about, the Hamas charter, right? I was saying, I think they could start with a two-state solution, because that's what the charter says, right? 67 borders. Now, everyone, we're coming from an outsider perspective. Some people, they believe in one state, some people believe in two state. But the issue is, how do you live with the rapist? These IDF and these Israelis, they have raped the Palestinians for over 50 years, right? How do you live with the rapist? You can't.
Tel Aviv trials.
And where are you going to kick them out? You can't kick these people out. A lot of these people were born inside Israel. It's like a second or third generation. And some of them, maybe we could kick 20% out, 25%. The 75%, what do you do with that crowd?
So, Amir.
And, yes.
Yeah, I think that the people, I mean, if there was a two-state solution and then it moved towards taking into account the criminals, right? The people who are responsible for the rape, for the policies, and also the executioners of them that were in the IDF, just like they took people, to trial that were at the death camps, right? So, once this is done, then you have these other people, right? These Israelis who have this vicious type of mentality, but the Muslims have a certain resilience and a certain level of mercy that, the other people remaining would kind of like, as long as the Palestinians had, their sovereignty and, their property back and, had some power, right, had human rights. I think that they would be forgiving and a certain type of example. They would even maybe feel bad for these miscreant, scum, that they've lost their minds, lost their humanity to such an extent. I mean, they wouldn't feel bad for them to a certain extent,
I don't know, man. It's just, it's going to take at least 2, 3, 4 lineages of Palestinians to, maybe try to slowly forget about all of this, or move on from what has happened to these folks. It might take 4 or 5 generations.
I don't know, because the Vietnamese, okay, suffered very horrendously, and their population now, the majority of their population is under age 30. And these kids they're not even thinking about what happened in the 50s and 60s and early 70s. It's already out of their minds. And that's like, what, 1 generation, if not 2?
I was at a farm in the south. It was actually a watermelon farm, but one of the black guys that was there, was talking to me and telling me that descendants of the slave owners and the descendants of the slaves of those slave owners, they have an annual barbecue where they actually all get together as friends every year and like have a barbecue. So, you know, these aren't even, these are just like regular people. So, people have the ability to, do this type of thing. Like this is actually, they actually do this. I was very shocked when he told me this, but they.
Yeah, you're talking about down in Montgomery?
I have a question.
Florida?
No, it wasn't Florida. No, it wasn't Florida. It wasn't Georgia either. I think it was.
They no watermelons then. Yeah, the only good watermelons here in Georgia.
Okay, I have a question about.
Yeah, another thing related to that. Like my family, we own farms down here in Florida and North Carolina, and we have there's a road. There's a big field in the back. In order to get to it, you have to go through my property's road, my family's property road, and the KKK. They use this road to go back there to have their rituals. And we allow them to use the road to go back there. They wave to us, we wave to them, we know who they are, they know who we are. And they have to ask us black people to use our road to go to that field to do their KKK shit.
Okay, quickly, I have a question about the Israel-Palestine two states that you guys are talking about. I keep on forgetting what the brother's name in Arabic is, so forgive me. Amir Aflaton, thank you. Amir Aflaton and Ami, I really want to hear your opinion on this. So, okay, let's say we would have the two-state solution, right? And I just started thinking about this as well. How do you guarantee in this two-state solution of two sovereign states that you kicked out the main root of the problem here, and that's the Jewish supremacy or the Zionist regime? Because if you allow the same people to exist in a capacity where they still have this notion in their heads, they're going to rebuild it, right? So yeah.
We set up two separate states where they're both sovereign, so it doesn't there is no supremacy over Palestinians.
So the thing is that
are governed by their own.
So the thing is that let's say the Zionists, there's Lebanon that's a sovereign state, there's Syria there's a sovereign state, there's Egypt that's a sovereign state, but they don't care to go ahead and bomb the shit out of everyone, right? They don't care how many people they killed on quote unquote sovereign states, right? So again, now my contention is, let's say they exist in a smaller piece of land or whatever, but they're still doing the same shit. And what is the answer to that? I want to get rid of the entire Zionist regime. I want there to be no more Jewish supremacy, Zionist regime, whatever they want to call themselves. I want to completely cut out the cancer. There should be a Tel Aviv trial, like the Nuremberg trials. There should be a Tel Aviv trial that holds all of these people into account and basically cut out the cancer that they are.
Yeah, I understand, but that requires international support, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah. So again, great idea, Sam, but think of it as a startup or a company that you want to start. You have an idea, you have a perfect future that you want to arrive at 20 years from now, right? You cannot keep dreaming what you want to become 20 years from now because we are not omnipotent. I don't know what the word is. We are not God. We cannot dream and become reality, right?
Yeah, we're not.
So we need to come up. Yeah. What is the word?
Omnipotent.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my second language.
No, you're fine.
So you need. What we do normally, we come with a step by step. Step by step, what needs to be happen for that idea reality that you have to come to become reality. So for that to happen, the whole world needs to change first, for example. But you also need to have the idea of the resistance alive to what the or war. We need that. We need the actual resistance, at least in the mind and in the media. The idea of Palestine need to establish. That's the first step. The second step is UN and other countries. So you need to lay the steps. So even if we want to arrive at your ideas, which is still a little wishful thinking, by my worldview, but your worldview, of course, is seeing it achievable. Maybe you're seeing it achievable. I don't anymore. I was seeing it until I was 3-ish. Now I'm 40 and I saw shit in my life which I don't see that be able to happen because of the reality of the politics and how shitty the situation is, how Machiavellian or Orwellian the world is, working without our knowledge. So that's my view. Your view is positive. You see light at the end of the tunnel. You have an idea.
I don't see light at the end of the tunnel.
Steps.
If I may,
I don't want to see.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that at all. So the way I'm answering is specifically how I see how we've dealt with it in Germany, the entire idea of cutting out the cancer that was the Nazis, right? But to do also that with the Zionists. I know it won't be easy. I know this would be a huge thing of contention. But what I'm trying to ensure in all of this is, I don't want a new, I think I'll be blunt in this. I don't want any more Jewish gangs anymore. I don't want any more, terrorist gangs propping up from this. I don't want another Robert Maxwell. I don't want another Jeffrey Epstein. I don't want, these people who ran around doing all this bullshit for ethnic cleansing and campaign and having to revisit the same issue in the next 40, 50, 60 years, right? That's
what about all the puppet governments that have, all these tyrants that are only there for Israel's agenda?
In Palestine?
You're referring to like a new...
I see some view, but some view I think is like an American view that is like...
No, this
also,
yeah, it's sort of a Western perspective. It is, Sam. It's sort of a Western perspective. We understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But it's a new world order.
No,
but it's a new world order.
You're misunderstanding.
No, I know what you mean. Cut him out.
Yeah, I'm talking about cutting him out. But the reason why I'm speaking in a specific way I am is I'm speaking in terms of like a revised mini caliphate, right? Because in the caliphate, especially the Muslim caliphates and all that stuff, they had equal representations and they had a very good system of making sure that these stupid ass gangs never popped up in the first place, right? But they would still do proxy wars outside. That's just how countries are. But I'm talking about the internal struggles.
The caliphate is run by Sharia law.
Yeah, it is. It is. But the reason why I said it specifically the way it was is I was very particular about, making it to where people who are non-Muslims, because the EU, the UN, whatever, they're non-Muslims, right? For them to come to the table to agree. I'm basically trying to make it to where I can appease both sides and take two things or two constructs and make it one that makes more sense, allows for more equality and everything, but also make sure
you're trying to synthesize that, and that's fine. You're trying to synthesize, and that's fine. My issue is you're completely disregarding the Jewish with the Zionists. You can talk about the elimination of Zionist idea. That's fine. That's
right. And without Jewish people belonging themselves, right? They have to have the willingness to yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
right? They have to be willing to do it themselves.
So that's why I say Zionist idea. You need to turn on your media against Zionist ideology, and then Zionist ideology will diminish. That's all. That's all you need to do. You don't need to destroy them.
But that's the thing, though,
You
right?
attack,
That's why in my plan, I said I want a Jewish figurehead, specifically an Orthodox Jewish figurehead that has nothing and does not care for a Zionist regime. Basically, think of it like this, right? If you have,
I understand. I'm just trying to find the steps of achieving for you, because you want something. You need to tell me an actual, realistic thing that people can do to step by step achieve that.
And why does it have to be a religious person? I don't understand that either, Sam. Why does it have to be a religious person?
The reason it has to be a religious person, a religious Muslim, a religious Christian, a religious Jewish person, to represent these three faiths, is you're going to come into contention that this is a homeland for three separate Abrahamic religions, right? If one feels like they have been ostracized by any one of the other two, then it's going to huge another conflict. It's going to cause another problem, right?
Yeah, but you're not getting the point. Hang on. You're only Jewish is the Holy Land. The rest of it, there's nowhere near holy. I mean, look at Israel, what they're doing now.
Yeah, and the majority of these people are atheists.
Well,
I mean, not the majority, but a good amount of them are atheists anyway, so there's no
All I'm
religion.
saying is, I think the Palestinians can keep it under control, right? The proxy, if they're going to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, look at America. America props up proxies all the time, man. They freaking fund proxy. They shoot things into other countries on purpose, to start shit up. So it's a normal thing with America, and we don't know the future holds, right? But at this current moment, when you look at the charter, I mean, that's what it says, 67 border, and these are Palestinians, We're not saying any of this, because these people, the Palestinians, they want peace, right? Why do you think Hamas would put that 67 borders on there?
I thought
They put it on the charter for a reason, right?
Yeah, I thought it was
because it's reasonable, because it's something that they see that they could seem like in the
realistic. They have to be realistic. Yeah, they have to be realistic.
Yeah, but that's what people said when they went ahead and made the East and West Berlin, right? Like, oh, this is reasonable, all that stuff.
No, but people say whatever, but we have to support the people, right, Sam? So if the people that are living on that land, and they're saying that 67 borders is the way to go, even how it started, I think even according to the UN, 67 borders is the way to go for right now, and they could do land swaps or right of return or something, then I think we might have a deal like West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem to be part of it.
Okay, but they better put it. Yeah, but they better put it in position. They put in things that takes care of any Jewish gangs or militias, any gangs that could pop.
No. You know what I want to see, Sam, at the border? I want to see UN peacekeepers.
Yeah, the same here. But what I'm still worried is the fact that, again, you and I am here. We know the history of this. We remember how the British and the Europeans went ahead and said, "Oh, we're going to keep the peace. We're going to keep the peace." And what did they allow? The Nakba, right? What did they completely construct out of that? And I'm very, very adamant about the fact that I do not want to see a repeat of the same bullshit, trusting the UN and the EU of saying like, oh, we're not going to allow this to happen, but then they allow it to happen, right? I'm trying to stop another Robert Maxwell and another, Epstein, because of the fact that, again, they were able to smuggle these weapons in to completely genocide and ethnic cleanse the Palestinian people. That's the worry there, and they're not addressing that worry. And again, the people want something, right? Not denying that, right? But if you don't have things in place to stop what started this entire bullshit to begin with, then we're just redoing everything from the start.
That's the thing, so there's a lot. I think it also it comes down to having support of the international community. You mentioned the Berlin Wall being torn down. You mentioned the Nuremberg trials. The Nuremberg trials, they were established by the International Military Tribunal. That's you need international support. You need the consensus of the international community around, like all the nations around you, all the like supporting nations, United Nations, right? So a two-state solution, like having UN soldiers at the border, I like that idea. But like even this like Zio like Nuremberg trial thing, I don't think that's feasible. I don't think, like right now, like the United Nations are, they're bringing up trials, they're bringing up like, injunctions, and they're just getting tossed out because like it's not supported by the United States. Like if it doesn't, like if the United States can't back it, if there's a two-state solution, it has to be backed by the United States. The United States has to be enforced by the international community.
None of this is feasible.
Everybody is learning.
That's not true. I don't think that's true.
Everyone is learning from this process. Everyone sees that we're going into a new world order, and that the West is trying its best to stop from drowning. And you say that you need the United States. No, the most important thing is for the United States to be out of everything. Everything that you can, you push them out of it. Get them away from every idea. And the United Nations should be a whole new United Nations. Pick it up, move it somewhere else. I don't know, put it in, I don't know where, maybe, I don't know, fucking New Delhi or some shit. I don't know, Brazil or something. Because the new world order does not involve the United States. And that's what Trump is fighting for, because he knows they're drowning. He knows it's over. He knows that China, Russia, all these other countries are now going to be basically the quote-unquote rulers of the world.
I'm not sure.
Well, they're not going down without a bang.
Yeah, that's
exactly. For sure. That's what what's his name? Bob Marley said in his song, Natural Mystic. Since he says, don't ask me why, but more people are going to have to die.
Unfortunately, yeah.
But it's the new world order. This is it. That's why somebody like Trump and Netanyahu are there today. This is everybody has to accept why things are happening the way they are. Fucking Canada. I'm telling you, man. You should have heard me how bad I was against Canada 5 months ago. It says you put all of your eggs in one basket. You put all of your trust in one country, America, for your survival. But today, they totally fucking have started to diversify in a respect that they can just tell America today, go fuck yourself. We don't need you. That's what you're supposed to do. China only does 5% of their export business to America. China don't need fucking America. America, yeah, well, we got China. Dude, they only send 5% of their fucking exports to your country. Fuck that.
More with China, Chinese manufacturers have started accepting all the other currency than dollars at the moment. Even our own personal experience is that we do order aluminium and stainless steel from China, but that's then they ask for yen rather than dollars or rubles. We paid in yen, so I think it's the beginning of the end of the US.
Yep, the dollar, man, is fucking driving me crazy. I'm over here in Asia, and it's only a couple of dollars difference here or there. But, I mean, just before Trump came into office, the dollar was like fucking king, man. I tap my credit card and I look at my bill. I say, damn, man, I bought a meal for 4 people with everything on it and everything, and I only spent like $15 US. I mean, it's crazy, but now it's like $20 US. Pretty soon it'll be $30 fucking dollars. I mean, the dollar is gone. The dollar has fallen the most it has ever fallen since 1973. It's fucking over, man.
Just bringing back on talking about Gaza and Israel. I'm a little worried about the UN meeting, especially if it's going to happen in like a day or two. I don't know, it should be happening right now, right?
Yeah, they're there now. Yeah, America and the Zionists are the only ones who chose not to attend. 100 and something countries are there. and America and the Zionists are not there. Yeah, it's happening
Yeah,
right now.
which is one of my biggest worries, because if forget Zionists, thinking about that themselves, America not being at the table is a huge problem right now, because okay, I think it was Malta. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm remembering, it's Malta, Belgium, Spain, and France, I believe, that are going to recognize the Palestinian statehood. I think Ireland has one done it, and there may be one or two more countries I'm forgetting here. But they recognize the statehood. Okay, that's great, that's fine. But now I genuinely think that the Americans or the Israelis, especially Trump, is going to try and leverage his relationship with certain UN officials to cause a wrench to go into this entire mix. And I'm also kind of worried about Yair Lapid from Israel when it comes to this kind of this kind of talks going on, and they're trying to look for a quote-unquote rational Israeli. Because if you notice, Ben Gvir and Stonebridge have upped their bullshit about a full annexation of Gaza and the West Bank. And if, as they're spouting this nonsense, they're making Yair Lapid look more like a reasonable party there in Israel. So there are things that are going on that I'm noticing are getting increasingly concerning, but don't know what to make of it coming in the future. Well, what are your guys' thoughts?
To be honest, I think it's up to the people in that country. They have to make a decision amongst themselves. Because you're fucked.
Are you talking about Israel?
Yeah. The people, yeah. The whole country. They have to, like now, at first, you saw the people protesting because they're hostages. And I remember a lot of people commenting, how come not one of them is saying anything about Gaza? Now they're holding up pictures of starving kids. They're holding fake sex sacks of flour in the meeting in these protests, and they have signs "Stop the Genocide." This is their people. Now, if you get people to start thinking like this, more and more of them start realizing where their country is and what position that this government has put them in, and they want to get rid of that government. And then they get somebody, I don't know if it's going to be Lapid, it could be somebody we don't even know who's in the works somewhere. All of a sudden he comes in, or she, could be a she, comes into power, and then they say, listen, for us to get along with people, this is what we have to do. Otherwise, we will not be a country anymore. That's the position they're in today. It's not like 20 years ago, well, if we don't do something, who the fuck cares, man? We rule everybody. We have the bombs and the planes and the today it's like they have to realize there's a possibility that you can lose your country if you don't do the right thing. And then maybe, I don't know, and hopefully, like I said, but they have to be the ones. I mean, we could try, you can't force something on people. Like oh, well, we should get in there with guns and say, okay, no more, just like they want to do with Hamas, no more Hamas. We say, okay, no more Zionists. You can't do that. They have to be willing to say, okay, Zionism could be a party, just like socialism or communism, and they can vote, but they can't run the whole fucking country and like they did with Netanyahu and run us into the ground again. But it's up to them.
No, I understand it's up to them. My problem is the fact that the people they might elect us to go ahead with something reasonable are going to be even worse. Like, my main criticism and contention with him is the fact that, like, though he hates Netanyahu and, says that he is against, like, what Netanyahu is doing foreign policy-wise, he has basically, even though he says he's a centrist, he's also someone who has tendencies and inclinations for libertarianism, which is concerning to say the least. He also has a lot of ties with European members upper middle class members that have been, which makes him one of the Israelis that have a lot of prominent European connections, right? Let's say this guy gets into power. Yeah, sure, he technically be better than Netanyahu, but he's going to force a kind of like a aggression in Israel to completely rise up and boil over, and that will be directed towards the Palestinians. He doesn't care. And if people fall for that, that's problematic to say the least. If the UN starts saying like, hey, we need to back a person like Yair Lapid to get Netanyahu out of office, right? Okay, what's the UN's next step for it? This isn't just an Israeli issue anymore. It becomes more of the Middle Eastern issue. If Yair Lapid just kind of forces the IDF and the IOF to indoctrinate more soldiers by force and carry out his libertarianism ideals and views.
Yeah, but if that's the case, then they also need to find someone to replace Abbas of the PLO. You see, I mean, you start getting it. You start changing these governments.
Yeah, but Abbas is not respected in the slightest, right? Like, yeah. I think a lot of Palestinians would love to kick the shit out of him and get him out of there.
Yeah, but again, it has to be down to the people. You see, that's all I'm saying. If you're going to try to put in Lapid, then you're going to find somebody to put in for Abbas, because then you're going to have on the other side, there's still going to be problems.
No, I get the whole Abbas thing, but I'm trying to say, like, for specifically, like, this guy, like Yair Lapid, right? He is someone that has a lot of European ties and connections. The last time an Israeli had a quote-unquote a lot of ties to European connections or whatever to get their way and seemed more reasonable and more reasonable and progressive or whatever, was the same thing we said about Sharon. How did Sharon turn out, right? We said the same thing about, I'm forgetting the other Prime Minister, but we said the same thing about that guy, and what did he do? He made it worse for the Palestinians. So I think Yair Lapid, he's basically recooking that entire argument, saying, I would be better, I could do everything better, and still direct more forces and more motion towards Palestinians and say it's for peace. Then people are going to eat that shit up, saying, yeah, of course, it's Yair Lapid, the guy who's centrist but has libertarian views, which is bullshit.
Well, if they stick to their routine, it's not going to come out good for them. They should realize that right now. I mean, like I said, you have over 18,000, according to them, it's a lot more than that, I'm sure. It's probably double the amount of wounded soldiers. Most of them physically.
What team?
Huh?
What team?
I didn't understand what you said.
No, you said they had a certain team. What team did they have?
I didn't say team. I said 18. I said 18. 18,000. 18, 17, 18, 19. 18,000 they claim of wounded soldiers. But there's a lot more than that. There's like 40,000, 50,000 wounded soldiers. Because they've already, Haaretz didn't believe their numbers, and they went to every hospital in the country to count how many wounded soldiers, and it came out to a lot more than 18,000. So they have all of that. They have all these soldiers that can't go back to fight anymore. They can't go back to work. They don't want to go back to work anymore. They're claiming PTSD. You know, you have a lot of failure within your country, so you have to address your country's needs. Not just, well, I'm going to take over, and then, if we have to, we'll invade again, and I'm Lapid, but if I want to, no, you're going to have to stop fighting these wars. And again, all these missiles for air defense, like they lost, they almost lost the entire supply. They were down to into being discriminatory as to which missiles to let through, because they just didn't have enough defense. So they know they can't defend themselves physically. They thought maybe just a year ago, nobody's ever going to touch this. That's why it's called an Iron Dome. It should be called the Dome of God or whatever, because nobody can ever touch us. Now they know they can be touched.
Mhm.
You see what I mean? So then whoever comes into power, you're an idiot. How the fuck can you be some leader of a country if you don't realize that all these things have happened to you, and they can get a lot worse a lot faster.
Yeah.
So then you have to go down a different path.
Yeah.
I believe. I mean, that would be the intelligent thing to do, but these people haven't done anything intelligent yet.
Yeah. No, I get it. They lost their hand when the biggest person that we propped up say everything is restricted for. So I'm already there.
Who's that?
It's Honor there. I don't think he is.
I'm here. I'm here.
What? Yeah, okay. And this is also a question for you too, Zero. But you saw the whole thing about it doesn't going ahead and calling it the Our Genocide documents, right?
Yeah,
I didn't hear him. What did he say? I didn't hear you.
The Our Genocide report documents that Bit the Same just came out with. I'm gonna be.
I mean, that's a good thing. That's a good sign, right?
No,
Yeah,
it is.
SLM and the physicians, right? The two groups.
Yeah.
So, some of the Zionists, they don't take it. I think I spoke to, I forgot which one was it. They said the B'Tselem is like a pro-Palestine or something. B'Tselem is like, I think, run by some Arabs and some Jews.
Yeah, it is. But here's the problem. Okay, so I personally know what's going to happen next year. And I can speak to a lot more validity, but I can't go into detail because it is Clubhouse. But there are certain companies that deal with the Mossad in a very direct manner. And when they do, they refer to whatever operations they're doing with Mossad, specifically one company, they refer to it as the condo. Now, this condo has been collecting data information that specifically was revolved around the Slim, right? And a couple of other things. This is something you might have noticed, especially in Israel. And one thing we've also noticed is a very increasing hostile attitude coming out of Mossad, directed towards Americans and what do you say, Arabs. Now, this is only speculation what I'm about to say here, but a lot of the evidence is pointing, from my work especially, it's pointing especially towards a couple of things that I think we will have in the future now. The condo is going to find a way to basically seize all information and use the Palantir AI to classify people as a terrorist, quote unquote. And what they want to do is they want to make a bunch of, blackmail listing and filings to especially a lot of Americans and Arabs, especially those who work for Bit over this entire report and a couple of other things that have happened. How bad this is going to get, I have no idea. But they have ramped up completely, and it's going to get real bad real fast.
Yeah, but everyone's going to do it, man. Freaking Epstein gave a bunch of shit to Mossad.
No, the condo is worse.
Mossad does a lot of shit on a lot of people.
No, the condo is worse. The condo is worse because we're not talking about one person doing anything anymore, right? We're talking about a specific Mossad branch that uses a lot of companies as like. Think of Mossad as like the human that has a leash on multiple dogs.
Yeah, I mean, we know, the lady Albrisa, what's her name? Francine Albarisi from the UN, she listed a lot of the companies that are working with them. Meta,
Yeah,
Alphabet. Palantir,
Yeah, but
Palantir, all of these people are working with them. We know about it. But
you're not
it's a
getting
question.
zero
No, but it's a question of if somebody came to me and says, listen, I have some. What the fuck you got on? You don't have nothing on you. Get the fuck out.
No, the
problem is I have blackmail information on you. Man, get the fuck out of here. Who are you gonna tell? Who are you gonna tell?
Okay, Zero, the condo doesn't work like the way you're thinking. The condo is very specific in a lot of, we say, government espionage, and is also very good at, I would say, destabilizing how countries look at their citizens, right? When the condo does something specific like that, they're looking for destabilization for a very specific demographic or group of people. So whenever you see like random countries in the past, 3 or 4 decades that have randomly collapsed because their people went against them or something like that, right? The condo was behind a lot of that. So the condo
they can't get to Xi Jinping. They can't get to Putin. They can't get to Kim Jong-un. They can't get to those people.
Zero, I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about...
Well, that's the people that matter. That's the people that matter. That's the people that's going to end their civilization if they fuck with them.
That's not what the focus of the matter is. The focus of the matter is Americans and people who work at big business, especially after the genocide report came out. So I don't know how bad that's going to get, but America's about to go through a shit show if I feel like Condo's going to do what they're going to do.
Everyone looks at technology like it's some fucking monster. It ain't shit. It's just like anything else, man. It ain't shit, man. Technology ain't shit. It's just like anything else. Like I said, you ain't gonna get to Xi Jinping. You're not gonna get to Putin. You're not gonna get to... That's your fucking... You ain't gonna get to the fucking Iran. You're not gonna get through to Pakistan. You ain't gonna get through to these people. There's nothing that your technology can do that's gonna stop these people. That's what you need to worry about. How are you gonna stop these people? You can't. You go, oh, well, I got technology. I can do AI. I can do a false thing. It shows Netanyahu having sex with a donkey, and people will believe it. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody wants to hear that shit. It's the reality on the ground. I mean, all this technology shit. Bullshit. That's my personal opinion, Sam. What you're saying is fine on your side, but this is what I have to say.
No, I get it.
It's like everybody's sleeping, man. Wednesday's sleeping, General is sleeping. General, are you there?
I'm here, I'm not sleeping.
No, Assalamu alaikum. Wake up. Good morning. Good morning.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning. I was listening, I was just reading that when all you people were speculating on the shooter, and I was saying, no, it's not. People need to wait for facts to come out, and they were all like, oh, he's got a Free Palestine shirt on. The fucking cunt killed a Muslim police officer, and he's not a Muslim.
Wait, what is the shooting that happened in New York?
In New York.
Yeah, the guy was Bangladesh. He's from Bangladesh.
The police officer?
Yeah, from Bangladesh.
His name is something Islam, I believe.
Yeah.
And then literally the time they were smoking in the mouth. So, honestly, they were wishing that was, oh, it's a Free Palestine supporter. Fuck off.
Yeah, but in the meantime, some guy went to fucking... But in the meantime, some white guy went to Walmart a couple days ago and stabbed 11 people.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting is I was reading the article, and it goes, oh, he's got mental health issues. So I fucking knew it.
It is true. And that was actually something I was going to point out, because if you look at it, I think the shooter's name was like Tamura.
Yeah, Tamura, something Tamura.
Devin Tamara. It's called Tamara.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, people with the name Tamara are like white people that have come from a specific part of like Africa or Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But the thing is that the way they're chalking this all up to mental illness or whatever, is for both the cases is crazy to me. Because they're really playing to everyone's hand now. Hey, we're he's terrorist only if he's brown, but he was a mental illness if he's white.
Yeah.
The 9/11 pilots had mental health issues.
No, you're right, Zero. I think that when the Twin Towers collapsed, they were also going through like a therapy at that
They didn't take their meds that day, you know.
Exactly.
Meds. Yeah.
How could the Twin Towers not take their meds that day? That's crazy. Why would they do that? Freaking America and their, I would say, mental health issue.
Yeah, but see, you know, this kind of intentional policy of it's not even misinformation. It's kind of deception. It's like a conniving deception, where you're essentially, if someone's brown, you automatically, the media jumps on terrorism. But if it's white, they hold off on the word. They really hold off, and then they'll start going down the mental health route. It's a short-term win for them, because all these idiots around the world will jump on it. Their brains are not kind of wired to critically analyze it.
Are you talking about iPhone
They'll jump on information and start
iPhone
shouting.
users? iPhone users?
No, not iPhone users.
The iPhone people, yeah, right.
He's looking at the iPhone user. He's talking about iPhone
Zionists.
Yeah, iPhone is anti-Semitic.
General, I don't mind being calling. Look, I don't mind being called anything, Zionist, whatever. Try to be careful with the Palestinians. Some of them are very, very sensitive.
I couldn't really give a shit.
That one that opened the room, remember, long time ago.
If they understand, yeah, but listen, I say it in a joking way. If they take offense to that, they can sue me. They can make as many new rooms as they want, whatever they want.
There's one idiot that's a Palestinian, right? I told him, why are you interrupting me like a Zionist, right? I didn't even call him a Zionist. And then he goes, you're going to have to remove me down. I move him down because I was engaging with another with some Zionists. And then he leaves and opens a room on my name. And that was like the first room, and then he opened like 20 or 30 more rooms on my name.
Yeah, but if they don't understand the tone I'm talking in. What you saying, Sam?
No, I was just asking about the unhinged Palestinian dude.
Sam, I've been through a lot of drama, brother. A lot of drama on this app. They hate my guts. In the religious Dava room, they hate my fucking guts because I cursed them out. I called them mental retard on their face in the Dava room as well. I'm like, you're a mental retard. You know, get your facts straight instead of bullshitting. And they hate my guts. I'm very transparent when it comes down, and I have a disease called calling out disease. I call out all these Dawa boys and anybody that, you know, acts like, oh, I can give Dawa, I'm the best of the best, and then I call them out, and then they get butthurt. And some of them are crazy pedos, man, fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very honest. If anyone's like opening a room for drama or whatever, and immediately I've lost a lot of respect for the person involved in that, because you don't backbite people, like the people that are like.
It shows a lot about the character.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey guys. Hello.
Hey, how do you say your name, brother?
Aham.
Aham, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing great today. I just wanted to say something about that.
Do you support Israel?
I don't support both of them. I'm from Iraq. I don't support both of them.
Are you Muslim?
Yeah.
Are you Muslim? Then why would you not support the Palestinians?
Because the ones who started it weren't Palestinians. I think we
were. That started, it did not start October. You're just like a Zionist. It did not start 7th of October. Do you know 2022 to 2023 was the deadliest year for the Palestinians? Go look at the amount of kids that they killed.
Can I continue? Okay.
Continue, but I need to correct your narrative because you're coming up with a Zionist narrative and you claim to be a Muslim.
Well, let's hear him first. Let's hear him.
Sorry, go on.
I hate Israel. Yeah, they did a lot of fucked up things like killing kids. I know that, and I'm one of them. But don't you think that Iran was the problem?
Where did Iran come from?
What the? No.
Yeah, okay.
No, I think that the Polynesian islands are the problem.
Yeah, but listen, I think Iran definitely
Tahiti is the problem. Tahiti.
Let me continue.
Go on.
So, you got from the north, Hezbollah. You got from the south, it's Hamas, right? Hamas is with Hezbollah, right?
Bro, they don't like each other. What are you on about, man? SubhanAllah.
What do you mean? I know there's Hamas.
Hezbollah is a Shia. Hold on. Hezbollah is Shia. Was created to fight off the Israelis in 1982. Go look up the facts. Hamas was, Hamas was literally funded by Netanyahu to fight off the freaking, they use that money for military wing, even though Netanyahu was warned a couple times to not give them, money, whatever. And Hamas is fighting for their own people, for the right. To liberate their nation.
I don't think they're liberating.
I don't know, brother. Where do you get your facts? Are you in the UK?
Look, what I'm saying is they did a mistake.
Are you in the UK? Are you in the UK?
I mean, you know what's interesting, brother?
Let me answer that.
Aflatun, brother, Aflatun, hang on. We need to get some more answers from Ayham. Yes, General.
So, what's ironic is this brother is Iraqi, and from what the Iraqi people have gone through and what they did over the decades of occupation by Western powers, they fought back. So, are you saying that you shouldn't fight back and you shouldn't technically start something, you should just bend over and take it?
Not bend over and take it. The problem is all of our attacks as Iraqis were literally say that bullshit. Because let's say in which year was it? I think it was in the 90s. The 39 ballistic missiles that we launched.
The Scud missiles, yes.
Yeah, they were all anti-missiles, empty-headed missiles, and they went in a desert. I don't know. They dropped into a desert, and we.
Brother, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to the invasion in 2000 and was it 1 or 3?
Oh, the American invasion.
That was the occupation, yes. So why did the Iraqi people fight back against its occupiers?
Because they were brainwashed, to be honest. Because
what?
Yeah. Look.
So what should they have done instead?
I don't know. Like what I see, for me, I think that they should be with the Americans, because Saddam, actually, one of my uncles was not beheaded. What do you call it? Okay, was killed by
Saddam.
Yeah, by Saddam.
Okay.
Because he didn't vote for Saddam.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that. He obviously Saddam was no angel. I completely concede that point. The issue I have is, see, when Iraq was invaded, do you really think the Americans were there for Iraqi interests or American interests?
Of course, American interests.
So look where Iraq is now.
It's gone through shit. I'm living in a 50 degrees Celsius. Yeah, I'm living in a 50 degrees Celsius furnace. There is no electricity, not much electricity to open the AC. So we need to use a generator, literally a neighborhood generator.
Brother, you have a different kind of accent. Are you European as well?
What? No.
You're just Iraqi?
Yeah, I'm just Iraqi.
So where do you live right now? You live in Iraq? Do you live in Iraq?
Yeah, I live in Baghdad.
Okay. How sure are you? Would you say, Wallahi, you're in Iraq right now and you live in Iraq?
Wallah, I live in Baghdad.
Okay. Okay, my question to you, did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
Well,
million people died, remember this.
Yeah, just a yes or no question. Did the U.S. destroy Iraq?
Well, yeah. They did.
Okay. Did they use Mossad's intelligence to destroy Iraq?
No, they used the SAS and.
If I provide you data, then they use Mossad intelligence.
Mossad was an influence, yes.
Mossad did use the intelligence, and Netanyahu was vouching for it till we should go to war with Saddam Hussein. If you want that clip, there's a clip online. Just ask Twitter, Google Baba, you'll come across a clip. So my question to you, Ahab, is who's the party that's responsible? America. The second party, Israel. Third party, when you look at Hamas, Hamas is a resistant fighters for their own people. According to the international law, they have the right to resist. Hezbollah, in their own country, Lebanon, they have the right to resist. In 1982, these mofos, the Zionist entity, they took over Lebanon. They took over part of the Lebanon. And Lebanese military is not capable of handling anything. It's just very like soldiers. It's like they're not even prepared. They don't even have the right weaponry. Their whole weaponry is like freaking old. And the inflation inside the country is crazy. And Hezbollah was able to get rid of them because it's a fucking disease. They like to steal the land. So my question again to you: why would Hamas work with Hezbollah is a Shia group? Hamas is a Sunni group. Okay.
I know.
Why would they work together?
Well, Hezbollah, it's a propaganda. They have that propaganda of speaking with religion. They do that just to bigger their occupation. So
I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about what does Hezbollah has to do with Hamas?
Yeah.
What is Hamas? Okay, what was Hamas' objective for doing 7th October?
Liberating, killing as much Israelis as they want. I don't know.
No, they didn't kill. They wanted to go look at the objective, man. I think, brother, you're either I don't know. You're confused as hell. Their objective was to go grab IDF soldiers. They weren't even aware of the party, the Rave Party. They wanted to go in there, grab IDF soldiers, so they can exchange them for their own people. Because their own people are locked up inside Israeli prison without due process. It's called administrative detention. That was their objective. So when you know the objective, then why are you coming here and lying? Why did you lie?
Okay, then.
Why did you lie? I don't get it. Are you working for the Zionists? Are you working for Mossad?
No, right.
So if you are working for Mossad, let me know in advance.
I just wanted to ask a question to that podcast.
What is your question?
Why did they kill them?
Who killed who?
The whole fucking party. They killed all the.
Oh, okay. Did you hear the Yoav Gallant testimony? Did you hear the testimony from the defense minister of Israel?
Which one?
Okay, the testimony came out. This was about a few months ago. He said Hannibal Directive was applied. Do you know what a definition of Hannibal Directive is?
Can you explain that to me?
Okay, Hannibal Directive means kill Hamas and their own people. Don't let them, take any people. And it was applied according to Yoav Gallant. He's a defense minister. He was a defense minister. And he said yes, we did apply Hannibal Directive. There was a Apache helicopter in the area, and he got connected with the people on the floor on WhatsApp, and he started shooting at anything that moved. We had Shlomi in here in my room. Shlomi was a hostage under Hamas, and I actually let me see. Yeah, he's not here right now. He was in here. I went back and forth to Q&A with Shlomi. It was about 2 hours long, right? We went back and forth Q&A. And you know what he said? I asked him this question. I said, did you see Apache helicopter shooting bullets? He said, yes. I have another witness from Israeli side. It's a lady, old lady. She said, yes, she saw the Israeli Apache helicopter was shooting bullets. A lot of the people that was at the party, they walked over to their car to grab their weapon because they have an open carry law for the Israeli Jewish community, not for the Israeli Arab, for the Israeli Jewish community. Because a lot of these people, they serve in the military. So they're given a free pass. They even take weapons to the universities. Can you believe it?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, so my question again to you, if you know all of these facts, right, Did you know about Hannibal Directive?
The Hannibal. Sorry, well, I just was mistaken my. I've just mistaken my. How did you say?
Your views? Maybe you made a mistake?
Yeah, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. And I didn't know about
it's okay,
that.
brother. It's okay. It's okay. And look, Hannibal Directive, and on the 7th of October, they said it was 1395 people. Okay, 1395 were killed. Okay, and then about 3 days later, they go down to 1195. Out of the 1195, 695 were civilians. 500 of them were IDF soldiers. Okay, and the Hannibal Directive was applied. There was a lot of attacks, a lot of killings, and we even have testimony from some of the people. They were running away from IDF shooting at anything that moved. Some of the Hamas even saved some of these people, from getting killed. So we have that testimony as well. And apparently Netanyahu, prior to 7th of October, he received a whole bunch of warnings. And he was, Shin Bet Chief told Netanyahu we should take out Yahya Sinwar. Yahya Sinwar is a leader of Hamas. And what does Netanyahu do? He goes, no, we're not going to take him out. On the 7th of October, so there was 3 or 4 ladies. They were watching the monitors, the IDF, female IDF soldiers. They were watching the monitors. There was a lot of activities that was going on the Gaza side. Right, a lot of SIM cards got activated on Gaza side, and they reported back to the commander of IDF. Commander of IDF reported to the National Security NSC, National Security Council of Security of Israel, and they reported directly to Netanyahu's secretary. Netanyahu's secretary changed the time of the fucking call, and this is why he got interrogated by the local cops when they found out. And apparently Netanyahu knew about this, and it took them 5 to 6 hours to freaking respond. Isn't that crazy? Why would you, you have a perfect military. Freaking, even if a roach walks through the border, they know it right away because they have motion sensors and everything. How were they allowed to be in there? You see, and Yahya Sinwar, they kept him in jail, right, before. He had a brain tumor or whatever. They did a surgery on him. Then they let him out. They funded him $15 million, up to $1.4 billion total, right, according to the testimonies. And it was in cash. And then they let and then, prior to 7th October, did not want to kill him. And it makes you, if you connect all these dots, it makes you want to believe that Netanyahu was behind this attack. You see what I'm saying? So, brother, maybe get your facts straight. Look up Hannibal Directive. What happened on 7th of October? I'll see if I can find you an article from 7th of October, what took place, and hopefully you'll learn something new.
Well, actually, thanks for these things that you've told me, especially that one with Hamas leader.
Yeah, no problem, brother, no problem. All I'm saying is, brother, they want to liberate. They're tired of the occupation, blockade.
They just want to.
They want to live.
That's basically that's basically what you call. Sorry, my English is not that good. So yeah, that's why I'm mistaking a lot of words. So they needed something that gives them land. So they made an attack, as in Hamas, and then they started taking it, right? They made it up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They made it up. Anybody else want to speak? Stace, did you want to say something? Are you smoking?
Yeah.
What are you smoking? Shisha?
No, cigarettes, normal cigarettes.
Oh my god. Cigarettes. It's a killer, man. You gotta drop it. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I know that. I know that pretty well.
So that's where we're at right now, man.
Yeah. So, General, are you there?
I'm here, yes, go ahead.
Okay.
I smoke cigarettes too.
So about it, you know how we were basically saying like, oh, once they find out it's a white dude, they immediately say,
mental health.
Yeah, mental health. Rumors came out like an hour ago saying that was it the mental illness for the guy that shot up like in New York or whatever. He had an extensive background in mental illness and had a delusional trip all the way to New York.
Of course, I mean, I could have predicted that. Of course.
God, you know the best part? As I was reading the articles, they didn't say that he also had a delusion to like load the gun or like start firing at people. Just he had an extensive thing all the way back in like Las Vegas, and then he had a delusional trip up to New York. It's just so stupid at this point.
Yeah, they start covering for it. They start making excuses. The media and its supporters will start making excuses for the murder of, was it 5 people?
Yeah, 5 people.
Yeah, 5 people. One of them, of which was a police officer, New York City police officer, I believe. So they start making excuses. I mean, when I was listening to the conversation, that's why I left, because they were all foaming at the mouth. They were just spreading misinformation that says, oh, I've got this article, this, and then Noble was all, oh, it's a pro-Palestinian with a shirt on, and BB was foaming at the mouth, saying pro-Palestine. I was like, these people are not very intelligent.
Of course, Al Norma is not very intelligent. You know, Al Norma told me that Hamas was a jihadi group.
Yeah. So look, this is where they had a problem with, you know, Edward, right? That comes in here.
Yeah.
So apparently they think that Edward changed his position, right? Al Norma said it, Caliph said it, and they think that I am bad influence on Edward. And I am the one that, changed his mind. So, I don't know, man. It makes me sad that they're calling me terrorist, but I'm nowhere near terrorist. Who's calling you, man?
El Normo.
El Normo, I know what's
Please. You know the boat that, that's called the Freedom Flotilla?
Yeah, what about it?
The founder, Chris.
When did you wake up? Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir.
The founder, Chris Smalls, was beat up really, really bad. The only one who got captured got beat up really, really bad. And they won't give him back. Everyone else.
Israel has kidnapped someone. We should go ahead and invade Israel now.
Yeah, of course.
Well, it's an American citizen. This is a black American.
Okay.
America will do that.
To invade Israel.
Yeah, but America will do fuck all.
Yeah. The moment she mentioned it was black, Americans were like, oh, never mind.
No, the moment Israel does something to an American, America is no longer interested in the American people.
No, I know. But like, the joke I was trying to say was the fact that...
And then on top of that, she's black, or he's black.
Yeah. The only value America has for life is like, as long as they're white, there's value. Now with their black, never mind.
They said when his lawyers went to go see Chris Smalls, he was surrounded by 6 IDF soldiers. I kidnapped.
Can I ask you another question?
Go ahead.
So, okay, there's a lot of people that wants to stop the war and liberate Palestine, but how's the world gonna do that?
By destroying Israel.
And how they will destroy Israel if everyone is with Israel. I mean, Egypt.
You know how we dealt with Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Now do that times 10 on Tel Aviv.
I know, but as governments, they are all with Israel, right? Like,
so what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a very strongly worded letter to Donald Trump to drop 50 nukes on Netanyahu and Tel Aviv.
no, let's be real. I'm talking.
Okay, let's be real. I mean, brother, with regards to your question, I think there would have been many people that asked the same question when people were subjected to South African apartheid and very similar scenarios like the French occupation of Algeria and so on. People could not see a way out of the occupation, or people could not see a way out of the apartheid, the brutality of the apartheid, and the segregation of the apartheid with regards to the black people and white people in South Africa. Where is apartheid now? In South Africa, in the dustbin. Where's the French occupation of Algeria? It took decades, but they finally got there. They sacrificed, the Algerian people and its allies sacrificed thousands of people to liberate their land. Now, I'm not saying they have to sacrifice, but sacrifices, whether you're with people or with, words or academia, have to be made. Because you don't get something. Look at the Iraqi people. Look at Afghanistan. It's not this concept of freeing your land from occupation and brutality is nothing new. We look at our histories, brother, in the Middle East, in Africa, in Asia, and we see sacrifices being made to liberate their land. People have a right. If you belong to that land, you have a right to prevent it from falling into foreign hands. Right? So with regards to Israel, for example, Israeli occupation, if you look at how the world is reacting to Israeli occupation, more so now than it did 2 years ago, it's a rogue state. No one wants to do anything with the Israelis anymore. The governments, they may still have government support, but that's exactly like South African apartheid. Up until 2008 or 9, most Western governments recognized Nelson Mandela still as a terrorist. The government supported South African apartheid till the very end, until they could not, until it became political suicide or economically too expensive for them. And the same will happen to the Israelis. Most of the Western governments will support them till the very end, until it becomes political suicide and very expensive. And it's going in that direction.
Apparently, that idiot Artash sent me a follow request on a different account again. How many accounts does this idiot have, man?
They're sick of it.
Iraq.
Yeah, they clearly have a lot of numbers too.
Pahlavi supporter.
Yeah, prostitute. No self-respect.
Okay, well, I want to thank you guys for the information and the talks.
No problem, my brother. Just be on the right side of history, man, instead of go buying into the Zionist narrative.
No, actually, before I didn't care about all of them. Like now the Israelis or the Palestinians, neither the fucking Iranians. I fucking hate them.
Yeah, but brother, for example, with regards to when you said you didn't care, and I mean this with very much respect. If you were experiencing something, for example, if your country, your parents, if you have any kids, your brothers, your sisters in Iraq, in Baghdad, were going through something similar like the Palestinian people, would you not want other people to care about you?
Well,
would you want to be left alone?
Yeah, I would want, and
exactly for justice. There's millions of people around the world that are not Palestinians care about the Palestinian issue. There are millions of people around the world that care about the Uyghurs in China that aren't Chinese or Uyghur.
Yo, bro, I have a question.
And we were talking. If you don't mind, you can wait. So we should care about injustice around the world, even though we're not directly related to it. We can't start giving a shit when it comes to our doorstep, right?
Free Palestine, free Palestine, free.
So yeah, brother, carry on.
Hold on.
Any more questions?
No more questions.
Go ahead.
So, if you were the president of the United States, do you help Palestine?
Is that question to me?
No, it's to January.
So what was the question? If I was the president of the United States?
If you help free Palestine?
Of course.
Okay, what would...
And let me elaborate on that. Because I think it's far more nuanced than people realize. I think if you're a president of a country as powerful as the United States, a responsibility lies with you to prevent injustice and to make sure that American interests align with human rights and national rights of self-determination, because you're upholding the law as a global police force, essentially. You're not taking sides, you're impartial. So when there is injustice, for example, when the Bosnian genocide occurred, the Americans came in. But even if you look into that, they were looking after their own interest, east and west. But they came in and helped. Now the same thing needs to happen with regards to other issues around the world. They can't take sides, as in just because we're friends with someone, we have to take their side. You should be on the side of humanity where something is right or wrong. For example, when the Holocaust occurred against the Jewish people, Gypsies, disabled people, if you bear with me.
General, I had one question. You speaking too much.
Are you going
monologue, General?
Can you put my friend up?
So you're asking me.
I really admit you're a troll. That's why I don't.
So you're asking me to answer a question, and then you're saying you're telling me how to answer that question. So I might as well not answer the question. You can answer the question for me.
General,
the answer is simple. If I was a president of America,
yes,
I would do everything in my power to help the Palestinians. Okay, there you go. Yes.
Okay, this is a good question.
I would authorize a cruise missile strike on your location.
What's wrong with you? You saying I do this. Okay.
Why are you shouting?
Why are you gay, Abu? Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
Why you are gay? You are gay.
No, we're speaking with I am.
Why are you gay? Why are you gay?
You sound like you have an impressed.
We're speaking with me.
The general is speaking. General is calling you gay. Why are you gay?
I'm here, suck my dick and my 2 eggs.
Oh my God, you are gay.
Do you have any?
He is gay. General is gay.
Yo,
he
is gay. Oh my God.
Bro, put my bros back up.
Tell your mother to put it up.
Okay, if I don't bring him up, how much money you give me? How much?
I give you my dick. What's your money?
Oh my God, you're disgusting, man. I'm sorry.
Let's push him down.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bro, everything off the court.
Thanks for flying, Amir.
Thank you for flying, Amir. I need to make a slogan. I need to have a little sound effect.
What is it with these retards?
Well, I want to answer someone in the chat that said that without Iran I would be dead. Do you know that Iran has militias all around of Iraq? Did you know that 2 days ago, it wasn't like 2 years ago or something like that, 2 days ago, there was a militia raid on a police station and they killed like several people, citizens actually. So if Iran helped me, then I don't know.
No, I also disagree with that, with regards to whoever said that. I think if you look at, and you've got to be just. I mean, I may be a fan of Iran to some extent, with regards to what it does for justice and liberation, but I have an issue with what sometimes Iran does in countries like Iraq, Syria, and so on. So just with regards to Iraq is doing what is in its interests, right? So I will support the Iraqi people in determining their future. I won't support, and I think everyone should be on the same side, is Iran taking over Iraq or influencing Iraq. The Iranians will support what's in their interests and their long-term, geopolitical vision.
Yeah,
and that's obviously to do with their own beliefs.
Most of the Iranis, they don't, and that's surprising to me actually, because like they hate the government, they hate the whole Sharia thing, they hate it a lot.
I don't know about that. We've never really quantified it. Because if we look at people, there's, outside of Iran, there's this impression that everyone supports Pahlavi. But when we actually look into the stats, not many people in Iran support Pahlavi. Do they want reform in Iran from the Iranian government? Of course. Every government on this planet needs to reform, because there is some, there are disgruntled people from the UK. In the UK, for example, we don't like certain policies of the UK government. We want the reform. So everything around the world, governments are not really fulfilling the demands of the people. But that doesn't mean we support someone that's going to destroy the country or is in bed with the opposition or with the enemy. Pahlavi is in bed with the enemy of the Iranian people. Why would we support Pahlavi, essentially? Yeah, but brother, you mentioned something when we were having a conversation about Iraq, and when it was occupied. If you didn't want, for example, you said that you didn't want them to fight, essentially. What should the Iraqi people have done instead to get rid of the occupation?
Well, look, General.
Yes.
Iraq, when the States took Iraq, it was kind of better when they took control of all of Iraq. It was kind of better. They were they weren't acting as friends. They were friends. And my father was a translator.
Oh.
For 2005-06.
Okay.
So yeah, and they actually the people loved them and they loved the people. But there is.
Really?
Yeah, one time you showed me a picture. They were playing dominoes with the squad. An normal Iraqi family playing dominoes with the squad. So
if you ask, this is why I'm having an issue reconciling, brother. So you're saying that the American people were friends and they loved the Iraqi people, but then I can't reconcile that with them killing almost or being responsible for the murder of 1 million Iraqis.
Well, look, most of the million Iraqis were soldiers who had orders. Of course, you know that before the killing of Saddam Hussein, like in 2002, 2003. Before that, actually, when we took Kuwait, yeah. And
No, we're not referring to the time frame that we're referring to is post-Iraqi invasion, I believe 2003. So it's nothing to do with Kuwait.
Okay, if it's the 2000,
yes, stick to 2003 because that's the most recent.
Okay. When
Iraq was occupied, invaded, and obliterated. 1 million people died as a result of the Americans and the Western world invading it under false pretenses. Let's not forget that.
Well, I wouldn't say that the U.S. were angels. They did a bunch of shit, but most of the killings were people who held guns on them. That's why.
There's been an investigation. There's been an investigation by various organizations. I think Forensic Architecture, if you're aware of the organization, is one of them. The British Medical Journal has done another. which disagrees with what you're saying, that they weren't combatants. Majority of them were not combatants. So how do you reconcile with that position, or with your position, that they weren't holding guns?
Well, the things that happened that I saw.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that they were just actually normal citizens with no guns, because most of them had guns, and not only that, most of the million Iraqis that you're saying were Jaysh al-Mahdi. You know Jaysh al-Mahdi?
Hey, Ham,
Yes.
I'm posting a video for you. I'm posting a very famous video for you right now that shows the U.S. pilots deliberately murdering Iraqi civilians. I'm posting it in the chat now.
Yeah, the most dangerous weapon those civilians had was a camera.
Yeah, because they were fucking paranoid.
Pardon?
They were. That's nothing. I said.
Brother, I'm actually very interested with your position. You mentioned that your father was a translator for the Americans, I'm assuming, or the Western Coalition. Does that mean that during his lifetime he was given, I wouldn't say asylum, but was he given an American visa or anything like that?
Nothing.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
So the family weren't given a position in the US or in the Western world. So you've never left Iraq.
Yeah, because he made a mistake. Not because most of the translators they gave them visa but my father made a big mistake. He made what do you call it? Sorry, wait, let me translate it. Oh, sorry. He did a protest against the U.S. Embassy, and he was the leader then.
What was he protesting, if you don't mind me asking? You don't need to answer the question, obviously. I can understand the sensitivities, but you can.
He was protesting about there's been killings of the translators' families.
Okay.
A lot. And they wanted protection from the U.S. Embassy. They gave them protection, but my father didn't notice. He wanted to give protection to even his deep relative.
Extended family, okay.
Extended family, yeah. So yeah, he got angry for no reason, and he told me that he made a mistake.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why I think they put him in the blacklist, something like that. I think so. I don't know about that.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah.
So you've never personally left Iraq either?
I've left it, but not to the US. I want to go to the US.
Have you left it for Europe at all?
Me, no, but my mother did, because yeah, she is a PhD doctor.
Okay.
Yeah, she went to Holland, Germany, and France.
Did she ever teach you English? Because what you know what I'm trying to understand is you have your English is very Dutch, or your accent. It's honestly, you know, when you first came into the room, I thought you were actually from the Netherlands or somewhere like that, because your English is very similar to their accent. That's what I was trying to establish, as in, have you been to those countries? Oh, but it may be that your mother was there and she may have taught you English or something.
Well, no, I've been taught English from my dad, like normal English, but I don't know. I just noticed that speaking from you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if other people pick it up, but it's okay. And with regards to your family, what side would they say they're on? I understand you're not a fan of Iran. for what it's done in Iraq. But are you religious by any chance? Are you on the Shia or Sunni side? So what side? Because you mentioned that, was it your uncle that was killed by Saddam Hussein?
Sorry, the internet just cut off. The last thing that I've heard that speaking from your family, on which side they are.
Yes.
Right?
So because you mentioned that was it your uncle that was murdered by Saddam Hussein or his?
Yeah, there were two uncles that were murdered. One of them was from Jaish al-Mahdi, which is a AKA
It's a Shia group.
Yeah, Shia group.
Yeah.
And one of them was killed by Saddam, or vanished. Like they didn't even
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was an officer, and he didn't vote for Saddam. So he didn't even vote for anyone.
How are you with Iraq right now? So are you content with where Iraq is right now, or the trajectory it's on, or are you dissatisfied the direction the country is taking?
Well, there's a lot of corruption, a lot. Like since like 2006, 7 to 8. The corruption just started and it's not ending.
Yeah, but at one point, General, even the oil business, right? Like, they could do business with oil. The money would be held up in the bank of, I think, New York or something.
It still is. It's an account. So, actually, I was reading an article not so long ago that was actually touching on this. That until today, and this continues to be a policy, that when Iraq or the Iraqi government, so central government in Baghdad, sells Iraqi oil, it has to sell it in dollars. Then those funds are then deposited into an account in the US. I believe it's an account with the Treasury. So the American government has control of Iraqi money. Then when the Iraqi government wants to spend that money on its own services, public services, defense or whatever, it has to make an application to the American government and beg the American government that we've got this much we need to spend, can we have our money from the account?
No, but
and then the American
that was
government
old
say yes
news,
or no.
General. That was
Say again?
That was old news. That you.
No, but this is still in operation, this policy.
I don't think
this hasn't changed.
No, it's not.
Because
I checked it. See, it did exist back in the days, but they moved away from that policy.
Let me just double check.
Check it. Check the date on that article. They changed the because it happened during the war. It happened, other times, but then they moved away. Hey, welcome back, AC. I don't know what happened today. We got a lot of people in the office today. I don't know what happened. Apparently, EC proposes halting Israel's access to EU tech startup funds, so the European Union is trying to do something there. Maybe some sort of sanction. Let's see what happens, inshallah. And I wonder if Lozen is here. Lozen, are you there? No. I think she's sleeping. We had Shapeshifter was sleeping. He left as well. Things from very long time.
So just going back to the discussion we were having. So it says Washington. So this article is dated last year. Washington has maintained control over Iraq's revenues since its illegal occupation, a financial economic subjugation that undermines Iraqi sovereignty and denies it access to its national treasures. In July of 2024, the Iraqi central bank halted all foreign transactions in Chinese yuan, succumbing to intense pressure from the US Federal Reserve to do so. This shutdown followed a brief period during which Baghdad had allowed merchants to trade in the Chinese currency. An initiative intended to mitigate excessive U.S. restrictions.
Are you running?
No. On Iraq's access to U.S. dollars. So this policy is still in effect. It's still in operation, and it's Executive Order 13303.
And then how?
So this policy has not come to an end. It's still.
What's Executive Order 1003?
Executive Order. Hold on, let me just go back up. Yes, 13303. So it's essentially President Bush, 22nd of May 2003, all revenues from Iraq's oil sales have been funneled directly into an account at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
Well, you know what I see.
I mean, if you can provide me evidence to suggest otherwise, I'm still going to say that this is still in operation because there's nothing in this article to suggest that this policy is no longer in effect, that the Iraqi people are no longer, in control of the finances. According to this article, the Americans are.
I'll check it out. Thank you.
Well then, I don't know what to give you any evidence because no one leaves any evidence with here, especially politicians.
I pulled up this executive order. It says they removed a lot of the protections, but they still have some protections on there. So it's just a matter of time before they end it. So
I don't think they will end it because it gives them control and influence.
Well, it will not give us any control, you know why?
No, I'm talking about it gives America control and influence of Iraq and Iraqi policy.
Of course they will do that. They do have control. They're putting us on like hold or something like that. Like especially with the in a politic way. Like most of politicians are either dirty or can't speak.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Iraqi people and the Iraqi parliament cannot decide its own future because it's basically a hostage to American hegemony in the region. If the Iraqis do something that is not in the interest of the Americans can simply pressure the Iraqis with various things at their disposal, economic, political, and so on, and change the outcome. That's not a sovereign state. That's basically an occupied state.
So, we just in Smotrich, the Finance Ministry, he says Gaza is an integral part of Israel. The settlement there too is closer than ever before, and it is a realistic action plan. We did not make these great sacrifices under Gaza from one Arab to another Arab. This is Smotrich, the Finance Ministry. Netanyahu proposes Gaza annexation plan. Israeli PM authorized promotion annexing parts of Gaza. Hamas rejects the ceasefire. Plan details start with buffer zones in northern Gaza, claim to have Trump administration backing. And I wonder what will happen there, with the Trump backing up and the illegal occupation. we got an Irish singer. His name is singer Bob Geldof. He says, stock your cars full of food and drive through that border.
Yeah, he accused the Israelis of lying on Sky News.
No, it's true. This brother is in the right. Did you hear about the Bob Geldof? He's saying that these people. I got a minute-long clip. Let me play it for the room. I think it'll be good. I might as well, listen to something, some new content. Let's play it. Let's play it.
What's unfair is what's happening to these babies. What's unfair is that image that you showed us. That's unfair. 1 hour from I've been in Gaza, I've been in the West Bank, I've been in Israel many times. What's unfair is that 1 hour from the hunger, people are sitting down to their unthreatened dinners to turn on the next Netflix sub. 1 hour. So if Israelis want to protest, get in your cars. This is very Bob stuff, I know, sorry about that. Get in your cars, stuff your cars full of food and drive through that border and let your own army stop you. Stop it. You guys stop it. Shame on you.
So this was the we had the Irish Bob Geldof. He's a singer. Yep, and then helping Palestine is not about religion, it's about humanity. Some people, they're like, it's about religion, it's about this.
People, they have different agendas. When people start making it a religious issue, they have agendas behind that. Because this was never about religion in the first place with regards to where the Palestinians come from. It was, their land was occupied. They were brutalized, murdered on a daily basis for decades. That's not a religious thing. Where they use, when the Palestinians use religion, and this applies to both Christianity and Islam, is they use it to empower them, to give them strength at times of Israeli brutality. It's not a religious war.
Yeah, but some people think it's religious.
Yeah, but then you have to educate yourself. It's quite simple. I mean, the internet is free, Google is free, use it.
But if you go to the battle rooms, right, that's what they promote. It's a Muslim issue, it's this issue. But if you think outside the box, I don't think it's if it was a Muslim issue, then why don't we see Muslims lining up? If it was so-called Muslim issue, then why aren't they lining up?
I mean, see, this is where I think the language is very important, because you could see it as a Muslim issue because the majority of people subjected to this are Muslims. But you can apply that same issue to other conflict zones. For example, the Bosnian genocide, majority of those innocent people were Muslims, so that was a Muslim issue. Although it was humanity, as in innocent people dying, it wasn't a religious war again. Same thing you could say with regards to the Uyghurs, or in Myanmar with the Rohingya. But that doesn't mean that if it's not majority of Muslims dying, that it's not a Muslim issue. Muslims should be standing up, and they do stand up where there is injustice. around the world. It doesn't have to be Muslims dying for us to give a damn.
I see a video of these people vandalizing his store and whatever. That's crazy. That is crazy, my friend. My friend.
I think you need to, all the people sleeping in here, you need to start charging them rent.
No, it's okay, let it be. It's okay. Maybe some of their occasional followers might jump in here. They might sleep in this room as well. Everybody sleeps.
That's what Amos says. Amos comes in, he's like, all these people sleeping, you need to pay rent.
No, it's just, I think so I think it happens in every room. Right?
Of course,
it happens in every room.
Listening and
People, even the moderators sleep. Like if you go to that political correct room, freaking even the moderators sleeping. Even the other one.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
I was in. No, I know. So we have Brazil
in the audience.
So Brazil has pulled out of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance shortly after aligning with South Africa's lawsuit against Israel and ICC. So we got some good news there. They're filing a lawsuit against Israel. A lot of countries now.
See, at the end of this, when I don't know whether the Israelis will see sense, but the Israel and its allies and supporters will not be on the right side of history. They will not come out of this unscathed. We will wake up to a new world, because I think if you look slowly but surely, the world is waking up, governments are waking up, and they're actually making a stand. Now, long gone are the days when the Western world could pressure the global South into taking certain positions. And an example of that is small African countries, not to reduce their influence, but small African countries are starting to stand up against the Western powers. They're simply saying, get the fuck out of our land. So I think at the end of this, I think there will be, I won't say a complete new world, but people will be waking up to a new world where the old guard has completely shifted.
Yep. Hey, welcome, Captain. How you doing, Zebra?
Yeah.
What you been up to?
Royalty is the point. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine if I were to play that song, General? That some of these people are sleeping over the go.
Then have a heart attack.
Special national anthem in Israel.
Anyways, guys, thanks again for this. So,
thank you for your opinion, brother. Thank you, brother.
Keep coming and maybe we'll educated. Keep up to date with the news inside Israel. Okay? We talk about the news and stuff, and we debate the Zionists as well.
yeah, I will not forget to join that. That would be interesting. I'm gonna follow guys, just wait. Yeah. Anyways. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Salam.
Goodbye. We need people like that, people, values that don't have the knowledge, and we can educate them, bring them to the right side.
No, but even if they weren't pro-Palestinian, I think it's nice to have that conversation to see where they're coming from, because a lot of people are usually, they go down a path where they're either not interested in the conflict, because a lot of people are going through their own stuff, so it's too much for some people. But then sometimes you just need to inform someone of the facts.
Did you know that Gaza has become the most expensive place to eat in the world?
Yeah, because there's no supply of food. Plus, they're artificially inflated by the thugs. those images, honestly, I mentioned this last time, some of those images coming out of Gaza are exactly the same images I learnt about in school about the Holocaust. They literally put them side by side and exactly the same. Malnourished skeletons that are taking their last breaths, basically, if it's video. And I think that's the most scary thing, that in 2025, the world is incapable of stopping a televised genocide. Remember, the Holocaust was not televised, and the world didn't give a shit about it, because it was mostly either unaware or they were looking the other way. They were trying to appease Hitler. Most of the European powers were trying to appease him.
Alright. Welcome, Rex. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, everybody, from Czech Republic. Just wanted to I just put a note down on the chat. As always, Amir, you're the marathon man in Clubhouse, able to maintain this rhythm in your room. So there's always constant and very, very interesting. So I just wanted to compliment everybody, not only you, but everybody on the stage on this interesting topic that you guys are always discussing. So that's just about it.
Oh, thank you. And keep coming and, learning about it. And we're all in it together. We're learning about this, what's happening and whatnot, and what Israel is doing. And I think it's good to stay up to date with all of this. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. So kids and whatnot, what these demonic people are doing. It sucks.
What's amazing, though, if I may just slide it in, the mainstream media is just the mainstream and the general media in general, really misinformed what's going on, and what you're able to inspire and make other people in this community of yours investigate on is do your own research. Investigate. If you have questions, stop by this room. Sometimes there are certain kinds of characters, certain types of characters that adverbially just are not very, very coherent in their topics of discussion. But it's really interesting to come in. You enlighten me, and many, many people on the stage, especially General and Zero. They're able to enlighten me on quite a few topics of discussion. So, just keep it up. That's all I have to say. And just, I know you're in LA. I know what time it is in LA. I don't know how you are able to, once again, I repeat myself, to keep these rooms so inspiring. So, and as a matter of fact, I'm walking in the rain. So, thanks a lot. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Yeah, I try my best, man. I try my best. It's because, about 10, 11 months ago, I got pissed off by debating with these Zionists, and I'm like, should I debate these Zionist mofo's? And then I'm like, on this app, I was on Twitter Space as well. And then on this app, we didn't have like a permanent room. I'm like, I gotta do something to bring awareness to the to the people on this app, because there's a big crowd of people on this app, and a lot of people come to this room and they learn about this, what's going on and whatnot. And then we talk about other conflicts as well, not just Palestine, Israel. We talked about Iran, talk about Lebanon, talk about even African countries like Sudan and Congo and whatnot. And even American politics, because American politics, it affects the whole world. And right now with Epstein files, I don't know. It's going crazy.
Yeah, Amir, talking about wars, what is your take on what's happening between Cambodia and Thailand?
So I haven't read into it too much. I did try to go over it yesterday a little bit. There's about 30 people that got killed. I heard 30 plus people, and I could probably get back to it maybe tomorrow or something. I'll have to look into it a little bit more and, maybe educate myself. and I'll see how I can get back to you because I definitely don't want to give you wrong information. I read a little bit yesterday when the Brother Zero brought it up. I kind of, forgot about the rest of it, and then there was a lot on my mind. But inshallah, maybe tomorrow, I can get back to you on that. If you're in the room tomorrow, I'll see if I can try to cover it tomorrow.
I'm walking around the circumference. My wife is, she's hospitalized, so that's all I do is walk around for about 3. She has cancer. She's going through chemo.
Is it, what stage is it, if you don't mind me asking?
It's not good. It's not good.
Because I knew somebody who was stage 4 cancer, triple negative, and nothing worked. Radiation and chemo didn't work. And in the end, he passed away.
So rain, wind, shine, it doesn't really matter. I walk around the circumference of the hospital and, listening to you guys, sometimes even it's entertaining. There's a few fights going on in here, but, it cheers me up. Yeah. But especially you've got one guy in here that every once in a while you bitch and gripe against. It's some Zionist guy. I don't remember his name, but it's like he's got multiple accounts, and he's always the same guy, and he comes in, but anyhow.
There's plenty of those, actually.
Really?
Yeah, there's a few that have multiple accounts.
Okay, question. How can you have multiple accounts if you've only got one number?
I have no idea.
Okay, so Ranks, you originally from America, right, Ranks? You live in Czech Republic right now?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm originally from California. From LA, as a matter of fact, Santa Monica.
Oh, from LA? Oh, wow, you're close by. So you know about Google Voice, right, Ranks?
Yeah, but why cheat? I mean, it doesn't make these things that just don't connect in my brain. I mean, why do people have to cheat, lie, and manipulate to be? What is it? It's some kind of like megalomania, ego trip that's on this. I don't know. I just doesn't connect.
No, I agree with you. So what ends up happening? There's characters on this app. They get mass blocked by a whole bunch of rooms. So now how do they get into other rooms? Then they have to switch the number and change the account. They change the account and then they start coming into the rooms again. And then they do it again. I know somebody that went through, I think he's on his 110th account. You probably see it Prince.
That's him. That's him. That's the.
Yeah, but I don't fight with him. We're good. He's a Palestinian and he comes in here, he starts some drama. He's into drama, and he's on his 110th account, I think, or 100th account.
Yeah, but my question is, what's the purpose? They don't work. These people have nothing else better to do with their life. General, maybe General can fill me in because it just doesn't connect with me. I don't know.
Right, you know what I've discovered? I've not been on this app. I think I've probably been on this app for, probably say 6 months now. And what I've discovered, and I might be wrong, obviously, I'm not infallible. I think a lot of people come on here and they have other underlying conditions, mental health maybe, that they're coming on here to kind of relieve that pressure because they're not getting help anywhere else. And I think when some people are doing certain things that don't seem normal or are out of their normal characteristics, it's usually because they have other problems. They're using the platform to kind of, it's a form of escapism. And I've noticed a lot of people are coming out here lashing out, and they just go insane and crazy, and they're just full of drama. And it's something, I mean, I can't put my finger on it, but it's certainly something that's not very healthy. Like, people should get their, issues addressed rather than having to kind of go down a path of escapism.
Completely agree. Well, thank God I'm not in most of these eco chambers that you guys are talking about, but every once in a while I pop into one and it's just like, whoa, what the hell's going on? And I run for my life. But, thanks for the tip. That's why, I follow very, very few people. So.
Oh yeah, it's the so you joining other rooms and you see the drama, as an odd person from audience, right? But then think about the people that moderate the room. How much smoke they have to go through. I mean, I was talking to General about it earlier. There's about close to how many people have opened up about 90 or 100 rooms on my name. Slandering me and attacking me or whatever. But I don't even know because they're just trolls.
Really?
Yeah.
They have no. So there's an Amir, there's another. No.
Even a Palestinian got butthurt because he got moved down, and I told him, don't interrupt me like a Zionist or whatever, like the Zionists do. He got butthurt and opened up, I think, 20 or 25 rooms. He even opened up a room on my co-mod, as a shoot. And he recorded my voice, and he played my voice in his rooms to mock my voice. So there's people like that, and even copy the name of my house to confuse the people. And then there's other people that have opened up rooms in my name as well. I would say they're very sensitive on this people.
I'm sorry about this, but this is schizophrenia. I mean, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense.
I got removed out of the room, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. I went into a smaller room, and I guess they saw me, and I don't know, I think I got kicked out, and I got removed. I texted the main moderator, she goes, yeah, it's maybe this other person, we don't know why she kicked everybody, whatever, she wanted to share something. I said, it's okay, no problem. Now, I'm not going to sit there and open a room on that person's name. I don't really care. You know what I'm saying? It's a normal thing to get kicked or whatever. If I was a sensitive person, I would open up a room on that person's name. You see what I'm saying, Rex? And moving forward, I might try to avoid that going into our rooms. You see what I'm saying? I won't go into our rooms. You see what I'm saying? I'll be really careful. I'll jump into a different room. So that's how you do it. You avoid the negative energy, and then you just go into the spaces where you work.
Very enlightening. Very enlightening. Very enlightening. But I'm pretty new to this app, so. But thanks a lot. Keep up your great work, and I don't know how you do it. 10, 12 hours nonstop, and you keep the momentum going. It's well done. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate it. What else did I want to say? By the way, I don't know if you guys seen this. NYPD officer, Deradul Islam, a Muslim, age 36, left behind 8-month pregnant wife, has 2 sons. He got killed. He died on duty in New York. It's crazy. Wow, we have do you remember, General, earlier that guy, they were putting a picture that's had a shirt that says Palestine?
Yeah, this is what I said. I mean, a lot of these people that were foaming at the mouth, it really gets on my nerves.
Was falsely arrested. He did get arrested though.
No, I know that.
But he was falsely arrested and does a lot of charity work. He spends time helping charities for disenfranchised children and women who are cancer survivors.
You will see, this is what I found interesting in it, it's the irony in it. So there was a picture on all the news websites, most of them that they were looking at themselves, all those people, in the room, was it last night? Most of them were Zionists, and they were foaming in the mouth, hoping that it was a pro-Palestine supporter that had done this. You sick bastards. Innocent people have died, and you're hoping, because you're playing your political games, because you want your your testicle in the Middle East to win the media war. So you're hoping that Palestinians are carrying out attacks in the Western world to give them, you kind of delegitimize the cause. Innocent people are dying, and that's what you care about. And this is what I found interesting was all the news links that they were posting had a picture of this individual that did not look like the guy with the Palestine shirt on. Nowhere near. The picture, I think, is him walking with a gun in his hand. And the caption is, they're looking for someone, this was the guy that had carried it out. and they're ignoring the fact that that was it, and they're calling the guy that was arrested an accomplice. There was no report of accomplices. They make up their own headlines. And this is another kind of mental health issue, honestly. I don't know whether people should be given like opportunities for euthanasia, because there's no cure for this.
I don't know, man. Some of these people in the South, especially people like El Normo and that Sister Santos, bunch of trolls.
Yeah, but I can't get it around. My brain starts hurting that these supposedly are adults get that thing for themselves.
Yeah, you know, General, so maybe they have this mindset of that, oh, it's probably Palestinian. Right now, there's a trend that's going on, and these Zionists have done a good job to spread this PR thing, right, related to, you know, any attacks or any terrorist attacks is always a Palestinian. Just like, you know, how they do inside Israel, they've started spreading this bullshit propaganda in American, right, using American media. Oh, it's always a Palestinian. You see what I'm saying? That if there's a terrorist
No, I understand that.
on a Jew, so that's...
But, you know, but the issue I have is people that can't differentiate from propaganda or the facts. Where, for example, you should understand that if we, for example, look at what's been going on in the US when these people have gone out, when so-called civilians have gone out and shot people up for either of the causes, the majority of which have been anti-Palestinian attacks. I mean, if we look at, was it in Miami, there was a shooting that had been carried out by, I think he was Jewish or he was Israeli. He thought he was shooting Palestinians, but he shot 2 Israelis. And then there was that murder of that child along with his, I think the mother was injured by their landlord. Then there was another one where I think there was a woman that was killed by her landlord. And majority of these attacks have been against Palestinians or people who they think are Palestinians. So you should be able to tell, you know, God has given you a brain, thankfully, and everyone in here, or everyone that comments or likes to kind of give a damn, that you can analyze what's false and what is not. And you should be able to compare the two, as in look at information that is presented to you, look at information out there. You shouldn't obviously always look down a certain narrow path, because that's not going to get you anywhere. And this is what I find troubling, is people look down a narrow path and they pick and choose basically what what they want, and then only pick up what kind of fits their narrative, and that really doesn't help them in their cause. Like one of the finest examples was what they did yesterday. They were literally foaming in the mouth, hoping that he was a Palestinian or someone claiming to be a pro-Palestinian. And that's why I left the room. I was like, this is too much. Like, they're just jumping on this bandwagon and just going with the bullshit. And then we wake up in the morning and we find out that the guy was a Palestinian. He was nothing to do with a Palestinian. One of the police officers he killed was a Muslim. So it completely flips the narrative. People have brains that should use them, and if they can't use them, euthanasia clinics should open up.
Yep, I mean, hey, welcome, Layla, or anybody that would come on up. I can bring you guys up, or let me see. There you go. I turned off the hand raising, you can just unmute it, come on up. Okay.
Anyway, I'm going to start my day, so I think I'm going to go. So hopefully we'll chat.
The room is all in a bit, so yeah, somebody.
Walaikum salam. So ranks, hopefully if you believe in God, hopefully it makes you easier, makes what you're experiencing easy for you and your family.
Yeah, may God make it easy for you, for your wife, and whatnot, and hopefully, she gets well soon. This is sad.
Yeah, have a good evening or morning or whatever time you're on.
Yep. conversation? No? Wanna give us a no? Let me troll you, come up, man. Let me talk to your mom. Let me see. Let me talk to your mom. Let me say salam to her. Come on up. I can say at least hello. Anyways. Oh well. Alright. No problem, man. It's okay. But do give my salam to your mom. Tell her, yeah, salam alaikum. And man, just tell her, man, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Help the Palestinians, liberate from the Zionist entity. It's disturbing what's going on there. Anyways, I think this room has served its purpose. Does anybody want to come up before I end this room? Anyways, I think this room served its purpose. I'm gonna end the room. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night. And just look at me. Thank you for coming, guys. Bye.
What, Nishani? That is very possible.
But it said he deceived 1,691 men.
Yeah, but we don't. That's what how many they counted on the video. So let's say he did this before he started videotaping them. Let's say maybe for some encounters he didn't videotape them. So it's definitely possible.
That shouldn't get deadly. You fucking with the wrong person. My man almost threw somebody off fucking club. This club in New York called Mars and shit. Fucking trannies he didn't know. Hell yeah. That shit can get real dangerous. You fucking with the wrong man.
But even there's been, things where people have certain apps that have been used that they clearly tell the man who they are and they still don't believe. So there's been times where they're not duped. They're really told from the beginning and they still continue. Hey, Greg. So, this story, I think, is just, it's layered. Yeah, they should have known, but it goes more into the psyche of man when it comes, or men when it comes to sex. And health, the psychology of it all. Because what makes somebody wake up and say, well, I'm going to go have sex with somebody, whether it's a man or a woman, and I'm going to give her a watermelon for the sex. Like, what? With someone you don't know? That's exactly what happened, Greg. I'm not even lying. I know it sounds crazy, but that's what's happened. Oh, hey, Greg.
He gave him watermelons to all his victims.
No, the men, that was their payment for having sex with Sister Hong.
Yeah, you gotta read it. It says he was exchanged using the barter system for sex, apparently. You gotta read it.
But Han was giving something back to them as well. So they wasn't just bringing Han fruit. Han was sending something back with them.
What were they sending them, Brittany? What was Mr. Han giving them?
Pussy, right?
So he was giving them, Greg, he was giving them...
Han was a guy. Oh, my bad. Okay.
So he was a Chinese guy who dressed up and basically he still looked like a guy just with a wig and regular long skirt on
and bad makeup.
but and bad makeup. So, and then this just happened. So if you guys want to look into that, it was more than his race. It was Indian men. I think it was some African American men. It was Muslim men. Wasn't it all men?
Yep.
Indian.
I said she had the United Nations.
No. Right.
United Colors of Benetton type shit.
But she said, so she sent something back home with them. It was said that about half of those men that Hong was dealing with, she sent them back home with STIs, infections, and it was the HIV. So that was like the topper. Half of them has been tested out. The wives, the girlfriend, they've been all testing out, and they all are testing, and they have HIV.
Okay, and I got here late, and good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning. And so, help me tie that back real quick to the title that men want thrills, not the truth. But he had the guts to do.
Well, Hong, which is Sister Hong, had the guts.
But Hong was a dude, right? Okay, so you say Sister Hong, but it was Brother Hong, really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so the sense here is that this is what men want.
They wanted the thrill of just having random sex.
Those men, but not all men, or most men want.
It doesn't say all men. It doesn't say most men. It just says men.
Which implies all men.
It just says men.
That implies all men to me. But okay. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let me listen a little longer, because that sounds weird to me. Yeah.
Yep. So that is the story.
Yeah. Well, what's weird is, look, man, pussy is the most precious commodity on the planet. Okay. Your time is the most valuable. Pussy is the most precious. Data and information is the most valuable type shit. Yeah. And most men, we trade most men, not all, but trade money, power, respect, and for pussy for the most part. Most men do. What's diabolical is most men value the pussy, but they don't appreciate the woman that's attached to the pussy type shit. Does that make sense? Most men don't recognize that all pussy comes at a cost. Most men don't even understand pussy, for that matter. Like sex, beyond. Like sex, I guess, I can appreciate the sex part. Yeah, we're procreation oriented. But to not know what the A spot, the P spot, the O spot is, bless their hearts. Most men are stupid and full of shit, as are most women. But I'll be glad. I appreciate your room. Good to see you.
Me too. And thank you to the men for confirming that there's a difference, because I don't have a penis. The difference, there is a different feel in both areas. You try to think, maybe it kind of feels the same. No.
Wait, hold on. What feels the same?
I said the booter versus cooter. I never like to assume with men stuff. So, even though sometimes they like to assume stuff with us, it's like, hold on, have you ever fucked a man before or been fucked by a man? So how you going to answer this question? So I can't answer that question because I don't have a penis.
Right. So if you could ask a man with the penis any question you want to do and expect an honest answer, I'm here for you and shit. What question do you have?
Can you tell the difference from the booter from the cooter?
Duh. I don't know. Wait, so when you're hitting it from the back and you pull your dick out and you try to put that shit in the ass, and she says, don't be drilling no holes.
Hey man, one smell like ass and one.
Thank you.
Alright. Yeah, so who doesn't get that difference though?
I was just trying to play devil's advocate for the men that fell in her Venus flytrap.
Oh, that's how some motherfuckers do. Come on, man. Yeah, the lady boys in fucking Thailand. Nigga knows, yeah. Okay, yeah. They knew what the fuck it was.
No, that's real shit, Greg, because the guys who go to Thailand, why are they going?
Weren't they the first
You
passport?
pick Thailand, yeah, like Brazil and shit like that, but like, why are you going to Thailand? We know what's there. I think they said somewhere around up to 10% of the population is like ladyboys, is trans. You're going for that.
And they tell you that shit. If you
Bigger than that. Afghanistan, you got them boys over there. And these are Muslim countries. You're not supposed to be doing that. So, yeah, it's all over, man. She got so many people on the down low, you know?
Down low,
yeah.
Gotta keep it on the...
Yeah, you be locked up, seeing a motherfucker coming with his kids and his wife, and then coming back, fucking with the chump and shit. And, yeah, man.
He needs you, trying to convince you, baby.
It's Thai food. It's a Masamai curry.
Anything's your way, they keep it on the down low.
But yo, don't all guys have Adam's apple?
Down low, whispering.
They know.
Nobody has to know. Ooh.
I ain't gonna judge your journey if that's what the fuck you want. You understand?
We can.
Yeah, but don't lie about it, you know what I mean?
Don't lie about it. Don't lie about it.
Yeah, that's the part I don't want.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know what you're doing right now, but that's not okay. What you're doing, I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. Yeah, yeah.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
Bless your heart. I love it.
The edible just dropped.
I did drop. The edible just
No, I don't have the edible. He's still 24/7, pretty much.
Self-control.
This one. I'm silly. I've been doing this whole room. Y'all just got here. I've been doing this the whole room. Singing songs related to this.
Pretty around. We're pretty out.
She's sleeping.
Bless her heart. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, bless your heart. Whether you want to lead a country to fuck niggas, we want to lead a country to be a passport bro. To get pussy you can't afford or fucking access here in the States. Just stay in your lane. Don't lie about that shit. And you talking about nigga come about to lead the country and come back with a fucking STI? For real? Seriously? Yeah. And watermelon for what you said some motherfucker gave a watermelon for what? What was the watermelon exchange? Where'd they come in? Saturday? Watermelon shit? Yeah, it's a victimless crime. Yeah. If that's what you want to stay in your lane. Get it? Shit, you ain't gotta go there. Fuck, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, you gotta fucking go to Thailand and fuck with some training and shit. Yeah, I ain't gonna judge your journey. But that also means like what? You going and you bring an ass. What's that mean? You going to fucking bareback? I mean that type shit. Going over there and kissing some nigga in the mouth. You eating that nigga. You can't eat a nigga pussy. Sucking a nigga dick. I don't even understand how that works.
And she was sucking dick. Sasan was sucking dick. Bro. And I think one of the guys kissed her midway and her sucking the dick. From one of the reports. One of the videos.
You gotta go overseas for that shit. That shit's in your local league.
Yeah.
You could have stayed here and went to a Diddy party.
You could have gone to a Diddy party and shit. Could have done that shit here.
Sure could.
But
thank you, Dr. VD.
As precious as pussy is, most things don't even.
Boy, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Boy, shut the fuck up. Sit your raggedy ass in the fucking goo. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, sit your ass in the fucking goo. I don't want to hear from peasants. Shut up, Greg.
Oh, bless your heart. That'd be cool.
Bullshit. You decided to cake for dick before a sister. Before a fucking woman. The fuck? You will never be trusted.
What are you talking about?
What? Are you
making some shit up?
Did you not?
Making this shit up right now?
Did you not? I know, I'm not making shit up.
Alright, so let's talk
the fact that you took lack of fucking accountability and you tried to blame
You said I paid for some fucking dick. Is that what you said?
No, I said you cake for some dick.
What does that mean, cake for some dick? What does that mean?
Nigga, that means you'll ride dick any day, all day. The fuck?
That mean you saying I'm
Force.
What does that mean?
What the fuck? You
You will bounce on dick. You will bounce on dick emotionally,
show me a fucking receipt.
mentally.
Yeah, show me a receipt. Show me a receipt. I know what the fuck you're talking about. You know what you're talking to? Go ahead, pretty.
Greg, you can stop. You can stop trying to do
I'll stop.
Because you literally came for dick
my life is
and kicked me out of your motherfucking room for some dick. The fuck?
Wow.
I said what the fuck I said.
So
you will always protect bro code
That's why you're saying that shit.
for stuff.
You can get me back now.
You will always push the fuck up.
You ain't kick me.
No, it's not all better. You came on my motherfucking stage. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut up. Shut your old ass up. The fuck? You gonna try to sneak in my motherfucking room and then try to come speak on my motherfucking stage, and now you want me to respect you when you literally was so disrespectful to me and had some little hoe ass niggas kick me out of your motherfucking room, and when I tried to talk to your old ass about it, now you want to act in the fucking denial. This is what the shit I'm talking about. You can never be fucking trusted. Fuck off my stage. Oh yeah, and FYI, he does like dick, and he will K for dick anytime. Because a nigga got caught talking to a fucking tranny on Clubhouse. Fuck.
And that's what my whole point was earlier. There'd be a lot of people talking bad about the community, but they be in the DMs and they be cash out. Yep. Which is also related to the topic. So I was on code on every level. Dr. PD is laughing too. I'm just saying. I understand people don't like the truth. Ain't nobody stepping nobody. Anything we gon' tell a motherfucker we gon' do something just for them to shut the hell up. What I don't understand is why don't men listen to us? Why do they get up here on you guys' stage and already just start being mean, angry, projecting? They don't even want to listen to see if it's a teaching somewhere in there. They just want to get up there and just start going. And see, it's not fair because men say we don't listen to them. But, it's them. They don't want to listen. They're already, just combative. Girl, I'm going to tell you what that nigga was finna get ready to do. He was finna speak some bullshit, pootie tang, reject shit on stage. Try to tell you, pussy is the colonomy, and the colonomy is the pussy, and pussy, that's all that nigga was gonna say. That earlier, you missed it. Oh, yeah, no, that's exactly what he said, girl. Because it was like a mating call. It was like one of them, all I heard was a nigga with a fucking high-ass voice, an old nigga with a high-ass voice. I said, oh, no, I know, that ain't who I think it is in my motherfucking room. I had to come out the motherfucking it was like the joy to my ears when Shawnee was, playing what we was playing. We was listening to Sister Home and all this other shit. And then next thing you know, I'm dozing out, going to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, all I hear is, we did the pussy, they put the pussy in the pudding, putting the pussy. I said, oh, hell no. I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. But it goes to show you. After this bitch tried to literally check me for some niggas in his room. Then, go ahead. But pretty, it goes right along with the title of the room. It goes with the title of the room. There's a lot of men coming in here pretty pressed, honey. Pressed and upset. I've been here helping her though, Shani. Haven't I? Give me my flowers. Yes,
wait, are y'all?
Brittany and Shani, are y'all saying that? Wait, while I was asleep, niggas was still.
They was coming in here mad about the topic and leaving. Some came in and the goo, and then they left real quick. You know, because they heard a couple of words. Right. And one of them got into it. And one of them, I had to be like, hey, like, let me tell you, it was another person. Oh yeah, it was it was Island. One time, I love doing social experiments on this app. That's why I like to use passion as a thing, because I've done some social experience in her room too. In Island's room, she was listening to porn. And people really came in there and sat there.
Light Skin Island?
Yes.
That's my girl.
Let me tell you, when I say it was the most hilarious thing I've ever seen, I wish she had that. We follow each other everywhere. Look, I wish she had that room on replay to this day. Mm-hmm. The way they were sitting there enjoying it. And then she was like, Shawty, you still here? I said, you don't understand. I get the front row seat to all the freaks. And they think I was like Cat Williams. That's why they don't like me. I'm like Cat Williams. I can see you, nigga. I see you. I see you. I saw you. How long you stayed? I'm laughing, but part of it is sad, because you realize how lonely men are. That they go through these extremes because that's why I say people to work on themselves. You can't skip the work on yourself. It's very important, because then you end up being one of these statistics. But I let him go ahead and talk. I didn't know y'all had beef, but I let him go ahead and talk, because I knew at some point it was going to be revealed. And I was trying not to let it be me, the truth teller. So, I'm glad you woke up, because I was not about to say nothing.
He was blowing my astral projection. I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting over here enjoying myself. Next thing you know, all I hear is peasant alert, peasant alert. I said, oh, hell no. I know that ain't who I think it is on my motherfucking stage. Bitch. And it's like these whores want to come when a bitch is asleep.
And then Pretty, the reason why they act like this, because it happens all the time in Pretty's room. Sometimes they want to be centered. Sometimes they don't like women, okay? And they don't respect women, and what they think what they have to say is more important than what you have to say. There's a plethora of reasons, but I think those are the top ones, and sometimes they try to humble you. One time, one of the men was like, submit while I was talking. Submit. I'm like, I'm not your girlfriend or your wife. I don't know what the heck you're doing on this stage. And then, disrespected me while I was speaking, to then 5-10 minutes later, oh, that's so cool, you do this, that, and that. Even, I didn't ignore the whole fuckery. Okay, because when I log up this app, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. But the mod was like, oh, so you was just screaming at her and carrying on to argue with her, and now 10 minutes later, now you want to be her friend? Now she's cool? Like, what the fuck? And they'll flip on you like that. And that's why Resource said what she said, that she's scared.
Well, he got mad at me, because I remember me and Magnetic was in the room. And him and some other weird ass bitch ass niggas, they was talking about AI and how we should be afraid that AI is gonna get ready to replace us and all other kinds of weird ass stupid shit. I said in my mind, I was thinking to myself, I said, AI ain't finna replace us. AI has actually been the best friend of mine, right? And it is a good friend of you guys too, as men as well, because I see niggas using AI photos and shit, trying to, use a certain type of definition to motherfucking make their facial structures look good and shit like that. So niggas be using AI more than bitches do. So I don't know what the fuck y'all complaining about. But I said that goes back to biology. You niggas literally think that we need each other. They wanted to start having that conversation about we need each other and all that other kind of shit. Talking about women need men and men need women, bullshit talk. And I basically was hitting their ass with fucking science. Oh, honey, they tried to jump on me and try to like literally put me in a corner and try to make it seem like I wasn't being a part of the title or I wasn't talking about the title when I was like, it all has to do with the title. You niggas are just too slow to catch up. So yeah, Greg caught himself letting them niggas jump me, disrespect me, and remove me from the fucking room. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I see how this shit going. Bitch, you'll never be trusted in my book. I don't give a fuck if you send a cash app or not. I don't give a fuck if this the same nigga was asking me to come to fucking Atlanta. Bitch, please. Fuck you, you old prick. All you do is try to find women the same age as your fucking daughter. Get the fuck off my stage. Yep. I've been waiting on you to wake up to go back hard. I'm glad the replay is on, Brittany, because now I can see who came in my room crashing out. Who was it, Shawnee? Was it Seesaw? Was it that other nigga that sent them paragraphs? Girl, that one day. Don't tell me he can't. Don't tell me he can't. No, he didn't come in here. Look, I'm to the point. I was giving Michael Myers. Girl, I ain't even gonna hold you. I started blocking some of the nickels coming in here, because I feel like this. They've been doing it for way too long. It's time to like the one. If you come in to actually add value, even if you disagree, there's nothing wrong with that. But when you just come in here intentionally to disrupt and be disrespectful for no fucking reason and try to challenge me, like, for fucking what? Are you, to me, it's giving that they really do be taking it in the booty. Because if you are a straight man that's okay and you're daggone, because the only men that like to argue with women and try to come for women are usually gay men. That's all I'm gonna say. Because ain't no way. Hey, you ain't never lied. Now I put that. Ain't no fucking way. That's on my mama. That's on my hood. and it seems like every fucking day on this app, they are slim thugging it out, crash out. You would think I was Meg the Stallion, okay, with my clay. The fuck? I've been accused of talking about somebody when I was making a statement trying to reset the room. You can see it in the chat, pretty. I had to keep muting the whole fucking stage. You gotta listen to this replay. I had to mute the stage at least 20 times plus in one session. It was an uproar in the room. Oh, you said look in the chat? Yes, you have to listen to the replay. I had to mute the stage 20 times to mute the whole room. Niggas is bad. I thought they wasn't coming in. They waited till about 3 in the morning, huh? To start seeking and snaking ass up in here. I know. Hey, that's the time them niggas be up with their hornball ass. Bitch, go to sleep. The fuck? Ain't nobody finna stay up talk to you niggas. I'm finna always get my rest. These niggas came here swinging. Thank you, Shawty. Thank you for
Oh man, let me go look in this chat. Hold on, I can't wait till the replays though. Oh, Imperial weird ass came in here.
Yep, he was arguing with Steven. But for good reason. You see them arguing in the chat too, and they was arguing on the stage.
Oh shit, let me see what this is. Dr. BD been up in here listening to these niggas crash out. Woo, look at the Imperial nigga. What the fuck he got on, girl? This just woke me up this morning. What the fuck he got on, Sonny?
Girl.
Who he trying to get?
And then Tay Bando came in here acting a fool too.
Wait. Who he trying to get? Is this nigga trying to get the dead? Cause this nigga look casket ready. With a Beyonce formation hat on. He out of fucking line. The fuck he got on, girl? Why is he standing like that in that photo? Hold on. Steven, no, you simping. Okay, what happened with that? What was with the simping?
What it was is that Tay Bando came in, and I told and I was Steven was trying to basically tell me how to tell the fucking story when I'm doing a fucking reset.
Danica, get your broke ugly ass up out my room, bitch. Don't come up in here.
So he was up there ruining the story, my storytelling. And then I'm like, let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. What the fuck? I was like, let me tell the story. He messing it up by writing shit in the chat.
You so mad, bitch. You pay for motherfucking Metro cards. Fuck out of here, you broke bitch. This the nigga that Sonic. This the nigga that paid for it, bitch. Motherfucking Metro card. Yeah, out here paying for bitches' bus cards. Ah, shit. Okay, go ahead, Sonic.
He was messing up my storytelling and by typing shit in the chat. And I was like, please let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. You're not the mod here. I don't know why they think just because they got a dick between their legs that you wanna try to tell me. I said, don't make me turn into Ike Turner. Let me tell the story the way I want to tell the story. Then Tay Bando got in his feelings when he found because Mr. Man ruined the fucking story, Steven, of my storytelling. He's like, oh, it's about some gay shit. Well, I'ma leave.
And he still ain't left.
He left and then came back while I was telling the story about Pastor's room.
Yeah, looking at it. This nigga.
And then Steven was making it seem like I'm equating the story I'm telling to Bando. Bando, I don't know from a can of paint. I've seen him around the app, but I don't know him like that. So why would I even project that? I'm just saying usually men don't have a problem with the story. So look how many men sat in the room. Club wasn't cool with the story, but he sat here the whole time. So at the end of the day, all I was saying is nobody should have a problem. It's just it's a story.
Dr. BD said he asking about a trans woman. Who was asking about a trans woman?
Clubhouse, he was up here asking about well, what about if the penis has been turned into the vagina? I'm like, nigga, I told you the man had a full dick, full balls, and ass. Why are you bringing this up?
Wait, are you telling me this nigga still decided to ask persistent questions after he found out that this motherfucker was a skinny?
This is why they want the thrills, but not the truth. They want the thrills, but not the truth.
You gay, nigga.
That shit ain't right, yo. That shit ain't
So Imperial was like, okay,
now, what the fuck you gonna say to them? They saying the same shit, homie.
He may be sleeping. He may be
gay as fuck. You gay, nigga, you gay.
Every day. Motherfucking closet with no shoes.
Every day, pretty. Every fucking day.
Girl, that's why he gay, cause look what the fuck he got on. This nigga got a turtleneck on. Let me see him. pussy. Is that a turtleneck sweater? It is.
All right. Because he came on the stage and only said hi to you.
Oh, I bet they do. They look
and so I was like, what are you talking about? I said, this is not related to the title of the story. I said, we're talking about
his own story. You know that. Come on.
And that's the problem. They get mad. They want to tell their own story and then try to say, I'm gaslighting. How am I gaslighting when I'm resetting? I didn't say anything about Tay Bando. I made a statement which related to the daggone title.
It's the hidden agendas. That's what it is. You know,
because in Passion's room, if I get Passion in here, she'll tell you every fucking quarter of the year, every quarter, like every semester, she is unveiling another man that's been hanging out in her room that is be in the trannies DMs that is gay. Okay? Which is related to the type because Sister Hong and those men were gay.
No, but yeah,
man. Man. You gaslighting. If a man wanna leave, he can leave. I'm not talking about Taven. Why y'all always think everybody talk about y'all? Y'all think we sit around and can't talk about y'all fucking dicks and where y'all want to stick it at? We don't care. We don't care because it's not in us. We know the dicks is not going in us. So why do we care where you put your dick? Then I found out that Poto be having playing spades with his dick.
Girl, fuck that weird ass nigga too. I don't care, bro. All these niggas is fucking weird, bro. All of them fucking weird. It's like every day, by the minute, by an hour. Okay, these niggas get weirder and weirder. That's why I be trying to tell some of these bitches, why you want this nigga all up in your face, girl? Go on. The fuck, I hate pick-me ass bitches. I feel like pick-me's are niggas too, bro. They be sitting on here coming on Clubhouse trying to be picked by these niggas. Oh, you wanna see a version of niggas trying to get picked by a nigga? Go to motherfucking Dante House of Hustle room and watch how many motherfucking niggas want to jump on Dante dick. And Dante like that shit too. That's the reason why he got mostly males in his motherfucking room. And the rest of the bitches is just a little bit of bunch of clean up woman ass bitches on stage that's gonna clean up the mess for Dante. So that's why he brought his ass up in my motherfucking room. Talking about y'all still talking. Yeah, we are, nigga, because we over here talking about you fags. We out here talking about you gay ass niggas wanting to live your life like Sister Home. Y'all get the thrill of trying to be like Sister Home. I guarantee you, Shawnee, and most niggas didn't get caught. You think they'll live their life like Sister Home? They would have the little pleated skirt and they wig and they red lipstick, like my red lipstick. And then do their little dance, throw that ass in a circle. Dr. BD said it. The dudes came in here just to crash out on each other. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to the replays. I ain't gonna lie, I'm so glad it's saved.
Another accomplished day. Another day of nigga crash out. Niggatopia. I ain't gonna lie, Shawnee, they hate us.
They hate their mamas because I'm not your mama.
Yeah.
And they hate the last person that didn't suck their dick right or fuck them right. That's not my problem. That's just not my problem. Not my problem. That's just not my problem. Niggas ain't shit. Bigger bitches talking shit. Not my problem. And then he was like, "Oh, you don't have no self-control." I was singing down low because the men talk about down low. I said, "Sir, I've been singing this whole daggone fucking room. What you talking about?" And I was singing low so the people could still hear you. And I'm the background music.
I can't believe it. Hey, and I can't believe it. Niggas always, I'm telling you, ladies,
these niggas want. It's like a certain hour that these niggas start having like malfunctional errors in their robotic ass mind. They come on here and like y'all said, Shawty and Brittany, they come on here around, I say between the hours of 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. No, to 5 a.m. is when these niggas want to start coming on here crashing the fuck out.
But my thing is, why don't you crash out on... I feel like they think this is their therapy session where they can come and scream, holler, come out on the slide. They don't think we hear them. Just like that one guy. Ooh yeah. Ooh yeah. He was looking, oh yeah, them nipples, those look like some nice suckable
aerial
nipples. I ain't gonna lie. So he doubled down on that when he said, I ain't gonna lie. I never heard no man say another man's nipples look suckable.
Well, we found out today.
We found out a new one is gay, child. Right here on your stage, girl.
Oh my God, girl. Magnetic sent me a video talking about the story time of download man in Houston. He wanted to make an appointment for a haircut.
Child. Did he get some dick on the side with his haircut?
Girl, he looked down low and he looked slow. He looked like he got Down syndrome.
My friend.
He looked like that damn he looked like that damn Shamar. Nigga.
You're right. We tried to tell him that, but they'll call us ugly. Now, Dr. BD, you won't believe it. This quote-unquote married man named R.J. Hearst got mad that I corrected what he was saying. And he said he'd been married 15 years and he got 2 kids. And usually he don't be on Clubhouse, but he had to go pick up some groceries. So funny that groceries. They remind of groceries. Because it's Sister Y'all. To pick up groceries and drop it off so she can cook. But he had time. We were talking about manifesting billionaires, and Dr. Umar, Dr. BD. And somehow he started talking about exoticals because he saw Ion came in the room for like 2 minutes, 2 maybe 3, and then left. And I'm like, how are you talking about the exoticals? And then he started talking about the passport bros and calling them themselves. Do you know this man tried to come for me after talking bad about London, the Ion, and the exoticals? I said, sir, why are you talking about me? Because you're losing the argument. I said, only someone who's losing the argument or the debate will go that low, that feel bad. And he tried to call me ugly and everything else, talked about my feet and everything else, talking about they weren't done. I'm like, in that picture, you can't even see if they're done or not, sir, because it's far away. So you tried it. You just like to lie. Then, just like Greg came on your stage after doing what he did to you, RJ comes up to Ion's stage 5 hours later. I'm like, they hate you, but will come on your stage and talk bad about you when you're not there in another room. And I said, then he was talking about Ion and everybody. Oh, you were lying. It was a collective conversation. It was on replay. I said, no, it wasn't on replay. I said, nobody brought it up but you. It was unrelated to what we were talking about. We were talking about education and Dr. Umar. What does Dr. Umar education have to do with exoticals? So this man clocked him and was like, when he was in the room, he was like, why are you as a married man talking about what single women are doing? That's weird. He said, oh, you just being a simp. No, he's telling you the truth. That's why, going right back to it, men want the thrill, not the truth. They don't want the truth. They want to argue, and they want to flex their ego, and they want to humble people for no reason when that man was telling the truth. Why are you talking about what single women do? And you're a married man, 15 years, you said you retired your woman.
And now he changed his PTR. So now I remember he was up there trying to hit on Jazzy in Dante's room. And also he likes to swing. And which is fine. Nothing wrong with swinging. But come to find out when he was on Beauty's stage, on Ion stage, Beauty was like, this man is not married. He got 4 baby mamas and he don't pay child support. And he from Brooklyn. Do you know what he did, Dr. BD? He had someone, he doxed my phone number and threatened me while I was on stage talking to him. Threatened me on the stage. And called my phone multiple times while I was talking on stage. Instead of just telling the truth, all you had to say was, yeah, I said something. So what I said was, well, someone said, oh my gosh, someone called you right now while you're on stage. I said, yeah, and then he called me a Karen. I said, well, I'm going to be Karen Nisha in contacting the FBI. What is going on with men that they can't tell the truth? What is going on with men where they can't handle the truth? Where you have to go that low. Because honestly, right? And this is what I told him and said on stage, on wax, on replay. I told him, I said, I would have let you slide about you talking about Ion in London and the Exoticals, because I'm part of the Exoticals. If you would have just case closed after I gave you the correct information. But you had to keep going because you had to humble people and you had to humble me in the other room before you came in Ion's room. Because I said Ion can fight for himself. I don't have to fight for him. I don't have to fight for London. I don't have to fight for the Exoticals. I said Exoticals haven't even had consistent rooms in 3 years. I think the last time they had a random room was like a year ago, maybe a year and a half. So why is the Exoticals in your minds because you saw Ion? He's like, well, I don't know why you black women be following this gay man. So who are you talking about when you say that? You're talking about Ion. Oh, I never said anything about Ion. Me and Ion are friends, da 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 da. And you went to that extreme to call my phone. Like, nigga, do you know I'm in tech? Do you know I was interviewed for the CIA, that I could have worked for the CIA if I wanted to? Do you know who the fuck you are fucking with? And I'm spiritually protected on top of that. Oh, you want to play these clubhouse games? Like, who threatens a woman over that level, over that insignificant conversation, that is happily married, per se, and have all these kids? How do married people have that much time? How do you have that much time? Can someone answer me that question? Riddle me this. Not only follow the gay man, but go on his stage after talking trash about him 5 hours prior. I mean, bold as fuck. And only a man that's trying to shade a woman's looks like that because you didn't like the fact that I corrected you. And I didn't do it disrespectfully either. It's just the fact that I corrected him that he didn't have the correct information because he's like, London's never been married. What you talking about? Everybody says she's married. I said, she just got engaged yesterday. So what are you talking about? I said, most of those, a good portion of the women that are the leaders, they are spoken for or married. And it wasn't a woman from overseas. It was a black American woman that leads the group. Yep, you only be on here when you're at work. But no, And then to threaten me while I'm on stage talking and saying what you gonna do next? Like, what the hell? I said, that's what we're doing now? As married black men that retired your wife and all your kids? Like, this is what we doing now in 2025? And then you wonder why Resource said what she said earlier. She said she can't get comfortable around black men. That's why she couldn't get nowhere sexually with them. That's what she said in her experience. You missed that, Pretty. She said that in the room. Yep. Yeah. And to me, even if you deem me ugly, okay, that's fine. But I'm not you married. Why are you worried about my looks? It's just a sad state of affairs. Pretty Brittany, y'all still up?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm about to get ready to go back to sleep, get my little last bit of hours of rest.
Your last bit of hours.
My last bit of my beauty rest. While these niggas was crashing out.
Yeah, you gotta listen. They was crashing out, baby.
Good job, Shawnee. I ain't gonna lie, Shawnee, you should have been a private investigator or something.
I should have been in law based on my thing, but that was never my thing. I wanted to be either a doctor and a business owner. That was my first thing, and then a singer. It was never to be in law. But yeah. But see, I know how to ask the questions, okay, to make people tell on themselves. And I know I know when to let them talk. There's an art form to that. You have to know when to shut the fuck up so they can tell on themselves all the way, so they feel comfortable to tell all the way. Because you couldn't tell me Clubhouse was gonna say what he said tonight. They be telling on themselves. That's why I tell women to shut up and listen more. They'll tell you everything you need to know. Everything. So, giving a moment for last thoughts. Anyone want to have any last thoughts before we close the room? Any last thoughts? Well, I hope you guys learn from this cautionary tale to make sure you love yourself first. And you make sure you know, if you want a thrill, make sure you protect yourself. Even if it is just with a watermelon, okay? I'm gonna go to the store and get some watermelon and some papaya after this. When I get up later, some watermelon papaya. And don't be scared of the truth, because the truth will set you free. And the closet is full. Just come out, man. Just be yourself. Stop lying to yourself. Hey, she evolved. Stop lying to yourself. And know that you are the love of your life. So that you don't have to Be Con by Sister Hong. I hope everybody has a good day. Let's finish out July good so we can bring in August well. Take care. Take care, everybody.
Bye, Brittany.
Bye.
Now this nigga wanna wake up. Get the fuck on. Get the fuck on. This nigga wanna play music.
And he drove all weekend from Nevada to fucking New York in a BMW.
Yeah. I was thinking at first it's from New York, then I got AR to it.
Right. Oh, and then the New York Governor Kathy Hochul is pushing for an assault weapons ban, whatever that means. Tell me a weapon that isn't an assault weapon.
Assault rifles 15.
Oh my god.
I don't know if someone already said it, but I read that he was going to the NFL offices and he took the wrong elevator. So he didn't get to where he wanted to go.
Yeah. So you just killed some people in a different office.
Jalta, don't you destroy my 33rd floor theory, alright?
What I don't get is, I mean, why did he have to involve, I guess he did want to do them harm in the NFL office, but like why not just blow yourself up, you know? And like make a point that way. Put like a thing out online if it really is about drawing attention to CTE.
He didn't even play in the NFL, bro. He played high school football.
Yeah, I don't. So he should have just killed his parents.
Goldfish, he played in the Canadian Football League. That is, once again, not highest level professional football in Canada. So he is a professional football player.
Wait, he played professionally in Canada?
That's what I'm telling you.
You guys have football?
That's like being a professional rugby player from Thailand. I'm telling you, he was a pro. And by the way, Trey, our balls are bigger. Just so you know.
That's like being a professional hockey player from Florida. Oh, wait. You won the Stanley Cup twice.
All your players are from Canada, you doorknob.
Half of Canada lives in Florida. Fish doesn't know anything about sports anymore.
It's weird that like the fucking Miami Dolphins have never won the Super Bowl, but the Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup twice.
That is a hilarious fucking thought.
It's kind of bizarre, right? Like, what? I feel like it's because it's just like too hot for football here.
I just think Miami's such a cool city that eventually your professionals are just enjoying life down there. You just like maybe fall behind a little bit. Also, in the playoffs are in the winter, so Miami always has to travel in cold weather.
Fish, you know the Dolphins have won the Super Bowl, right?
Well, when in the 80s.
No, I saw Smile very long time.
The 70s.
Oh, the 70s. I'm sorry.
haven't won a Super Bowl since before Denver. So.
Right.
So, like, they basically haven't won a Super Bowl.
Troy, you might be right about just like the players being distracted though.
No, I'm dead ass.
No, it makes a lot of sense. When I was younger, I had some friends that were promoters at like the clubs at like the Hard Rock Hotel, in casino, and like they would get like free VIP tables there, and my girlfriend and I would go and hang out once in a while. And, like there were always like a bunch of Miami Dolphins players at all the other tables.
Yeah, I mean, like, if they ever find, like, the Broncos or, like, any cold weather team in the playoffs, they're just toast. And also if they have to fly to the other side of the country.
Speaking of the Miami Dolphins, you know who's next to them? Me and Dusty. You ever gonna fucking visit Fish?
I hung out with Dusty like yesterday.
What? Why didn't you hit me up? I feel betrayed.
It was late. You were probably asleep.
How late?
Like midnight.
I would have woken up.
Couldn't come up with any better excuse than you went with it was probably too late for you.
I don't know where the fuck Mohan lives. I know where Dusty lives.
I live like 5 blocks away from Dustin.
Dude, gays are like vampires.
It's true. It's very true.
This is true.
Not to mention, I've asked you when are we going to hang out like once every other day for the past 3 weeks. So I understand how when you're fucking
Mohan, he lived in Austin for 3 years and I never saw him. So
4 years.
Just be patient. 4 years.
I guess, you know.
Just be patient, alright? Be patient.
Look, Fish, I told you to tell your mom I was sorry, okay? Your only beef against me.
Don't get your homosexual feelings, too strung up in this.
No, do you know what it is? We played darts the other day, a long time ago, and let's just say I didn't let Fish win, and I think he holds a grudge.
So you gotta let Fish win. Everyone knows that.
That is the one bar game I'm an underdog in. I never fucking got darts or cared. I think I hate the British side of me too much to get into darts.
I always thought of darts as an Irish game, but I guess they're basically the same country.
Yeah, sorry.
And Trey, there are price cuts popping up on Saved Zillow homes left and right on my phone right now.
Listen, dude, it's rough.
The move is you buy a home before they fired Jerome Powell, and then you just sell it 6 months later and like double your money.
Prices are going to go down for a while until rates see a significant cut.
I've had more buyers lately, but like I'm taking up all the new builds, and these builders are buying them down to 5% interest rates. So like that's what we have, and we do have some people coming in cash on our nicer listing, you know, for resales because of property, whatever. But if it's like middle of the pack, man, it's just fucking.
Hey, got a new house listing for a like a middle of the pack house. Do you want it?
No, it's the listings he doesn't want.
I need more buyers. I've got 10 listings. I've got 10 listings.
I need more buyers. Said no agent ever. Trey, wish me luck. I've got a real shitbox that's in escrow getting its inspection done this week and appraisal.
I've had such a shit box recently that I listed. We paid for the inspection to be done to put it in the MLS because we already know. And we're just like, hey, this is what it is. Here's everything you need. Don't call us asking questions. Look at this inspection, submit an offer, and if you have any. We had this one place plumbed for 2 years, or hasn't had the water on for 2 years. HVAC in Texas, these people have been living without HVAC for 2 years.
What?
Dead ass.
Like a European?
No, I bet they were.
Very funny. That was very funny, Dusty.
No, but Kelsey, in Europe, their idea of a heat wave is 87. I'm not even joking.
Yeah, but David told us a minute ago that it's like 93.5 Fahrenheit in Spain, but his house isn't hot because he has insulation.
I think he's retarded, though.
That's what I said.
No, you can, if you have like a well, you can like pump cold air out from like a little like mini cave that you make. But no, you can't insulate out the hot unless you're moving your home, you know, back and forth between cold locations.